curve on inflation last year.
The economy is in a very different place than it was when we began raising rates in 2015.
Which is exactly why we heard the indications yesterday that interest rates hikes are coming as early as March, perhaps 2, 3, maybe 4 times throughout the course of this year to try to calm the economy because it's moving too quickly, gaining too much steam in terms of how much they'll go up. It's not clear. Some economists have projected maybe to near zero now to 2.5% by the end of this year. For context, in the 1980s, interest rates went up much, much higher, which triggered recession. Hopefully, we're not looking at that here.
Right. Well, 2 questions for you, Craig. Are we seeing any changes in spending patterns the past couple of months? And what impact is the Omicron wave having on the economy?
We don't fully know what impact we see anecdotally, but in terms of data, that'll take a little while longer because the data is about a month in the rear. In terms of shifts in spending patterns, yes, more people are investing in services. Before, it was much more in products, which again is an indication of a beginning, at least, to a return to normal in the coming weeks and months.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you. Our economy is...
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that report. Now, the Omicron variant does seem to be weakening. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more coronavirus news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 2 Omicron-specific vaccines are being tested as the surge continues to slow down, but hospitals are still seeing the effects of the Omicron surge. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri for the latest.
Medical experts agree we could be on the other side of the Omicron surge, but we're still averaging nearly 700,000 cases per day. Drug makers are now adapting their COVID vaccines to target Omicron. Pfizer and its research partner BioNTech are testing an Omicron-specific vaccine, while Moderna is moving forward with phase 2 clinical trials for a booster targeting the variant. The company's chief medical officer says if all goes well, the booster could be ready by the fall.
By the middle of the year, we really should be able to home in on what's the perfect vaccine to boost people and keep people safe.
Dr. Paul Burton adds we could eventually see an annual shot targeting multiple viruses.
If I had to predict now, I would say we will get to a point of a yearly vaccine that combines, for example, COVID and flu vaccines in a single shot.
Meanwhile, hospitals are still feeling the effects of this latest surge. CDC data show daily admissions dropped almost 10% over the last week. But medical centers in the South and West are still facing critical staffing shortages. And some fear the situation could get worse. Today, healthcare workers in about half of the states faced a deadline to get their first dose of a COVID vaccine under a Biden administration mandate.
We've got as many patients in the hospital this week as we did this time last week. So this is not the time for letting our guard down.
The vaccine mandate for healthcare workers will be rolled out across the rest of the country in the coming weeks. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Continuing with coronavirus-related news, as COVID testing becomes more common, the technology behind it is really improving, including one company that's developed an at-home test as accurate as a PCR test. Here's more from Miami.
Have you received your government-provided COVID test kits in the mail yet? If not, you can order them from covidtests.gov, but those tests, like the ones at retail pharmacies, are antigen tests, which often aren't accurate enough for work, school, or travel. For that, you need a PCR test, and that means going somewhere to get tested and waiting to get results. But what if you could take a test like that at home? A Connecticut-based company now has a product and an app for that.
The beautiful thing about our tests would be you detect it a few days before you could transmit it, so you could isolate and keep the people you love safe.
The new test kit from Detect comes with all the tools to swab your nose and develop the results, which only take an hour. The base package costs about $50, but for $20 more, you can have a clinical worker observe your at-home test via video chat and provide you with official COVID test results good enough to meet all legal requirements. It's also more than 97% accurate in detecting new strains like Omicron. Detect was able to develop the technology using some of your money via grants from the federal government, and officials say it's your money well spent.
This is Exhibit A for doing more, investing more in the research that produces this kind of product.
Detect has received emergency use authorization for its testing kits back in October. They're now awaiting full FDA approval. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Family members say that their son's heart is in such bad condition that it cannot function on its own. However, he will not qualify for a heart transplant because he refuses to get a COVID-19 vaccine. Fox News correspondent Ashley Strohmeyer has more on why medical officials say hospital policies denying organ transplants make sense.
No one ever wants to see their child go through something like this.
My son was going to the edge of death to stick to his guns.
The family of 31-year-old DJ Ferguson says Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston is denying their son a heart transplant. This after he refused to get a COVID-19 vaccine. DJ's mother claims her son is not against vaccines, but says he's worried about possible side effects from the shots after having suffered serious blood clots in the past.
He just wants clarification or proof that it would not harm him, and they cannot provide that information.
There have been reports of some blood clots and some inflammation from vaccines, but far less blood clots and inflammation than what happens when you get COVID.
Brigham and Women's Hospital says the COVID-19 vaccine is one of many shots required for organ transplant candidates, with others including ones for the flu and hepatitis B.
It's been a policy for transplant programs for many, many years that patients receive vaccines before they get transplanted.
The availability of organs for transplants are limited. On its website, Brigham and Women's Hospital says about half of the more than 100,000 candidates waiting for transplants will not get an organ within 5 years.
Organs are scarce. We're not going to distribute them to someone who has a very poor chance of living when others who are vaccinated have a much better chance post-surgery of surviving.
Brigham and Women's Hospital has declined to comment on DJ Ferguson's situation due to medical privacy laws. Ashley Strohmeyer, Fox News.
6:21 a.m. Let's take a live now look from Nashville, Tennessee. We'll take a 2-minute commercial break and we will have more nonstop news right after this. Supply chain issues continue to plague America from coast to coast, and the Federal Reserve Chair doesn't see things improving anytime soon. Fox Business Network's Ashley Strohmeyer has more from the port of Savannah.
We're not making much progress.
Despite White House claims, the head of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, says little progress is being made in freeing up the supply chain.
The share of goods in stock at stores is 89% now, which has barely changed from the 91% before the pandemic. I often see empty shelves being shown on television. 89% are full, which is only a few points below what it was before the pandemic. But our work's not done.
Inflation rates are hitting their highest levels since the 80s, leaving businesses struggling with higher operating costs and Americans frustrated with the impact on their wallets. The Biden administration saying that it believes the supply chain crisis will resolve itself in the second half of this year. But Powell has a different opinion.
I would not say that I would expect the supply chain issues to be completely worked out by the end of this year. What I would say, and I have been saying, is that I expect progress to be made in the second half of this year, mainly.
Until then, the cost of getting goods from across the world continues to be extremely high. Container freight rates globally up 140%. Asia to the West Coast up 250%. And Asia to the East Coast up 184%. Increased demand is creating port congestion. In places like the Port of Savannah, conditions are improving. But areas like Long Beach, California, continue to experience a backlog of up to hundreds of ships still waiting to come into port. So what does this mean for Americans? Well, you can expect high prices for a while to come. I'm Ashley Webster at the Port of Savannah, Fox News.
The U.S. economy closing out 2021 with a bang. The government says GDP grew at an annual rate of 6.9% in the fourth quarter, and for the year, the economy grew 5.7% as it rebounded from the COVID recession. In fact, it was the best yearly pace of growth since 1984. The strong GDP numbers weren't good enough for investors Thursday. The Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all closed lower following another volatile session. Jobless claims are ticking lower. 260,000 Americans filed first-time unemployment benefits last week. That's fewer than the previous week and the first drop in a month. Analysts believe the recent spike in COVID cases is the reason why numbers were rising lately. And finally, it was a good year for anyone who sold a home in 2021. A new report from Atom Data Solutions says the average seller made a profit of more than $94,000 in 2021. That's 45% more than sellers made in 2020 and 71% more than 2 years ago. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Justice Stephen Breyer officially announces his retirement from the Supreme Court. The Fox 13 Tampa team has that and the leading candidates that President Biden may choose to replace him.
Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer officially announced his retirement this afternoon alongside President Biden at the White House. He's planning to step down at the end of the term this summer, which paves the way for the president to nominate a liberal justice to replace him. President Biden called Breyer's retirement bittersweet while reaffirming a campaign pledge.
The person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Now, the possible short list includes state Supreme Court justices and a U.S. district judge. More on those candidates in a moment. But Democrats are eyeing a quick confirmation process while they hold majorities in both the House and the Senate. Let's bring in now Fox 13's political editor, Craig Patrick, to explain the situation, the timing, and what to expect as all this plays out. Hi, Craig.
Well, hi, a lot to work through, Chris. In terms of the timing, the president said he's looking to make a decision and announce it by the end of February, so the end of next month. Right now, they're vetting the top candidates, and there's a lot to consider on this. It will likely, of course, be a progressive that would wind up on a heavily conservative court, and there are a couple of reasons for context why the court has swung so much to the right. Justice Clarence Thomas is the longest-serving current justice appointed in 1991 in a court dominated by Republican nominees. And yet, going back to the 1990s, Democrats have held the White House longer than Republicans, 17 years to 15 years. The court still stacks 6-3 to the right, though, for a couple of reasons. For example, Republicans blocked President Obama from naming conservative Justice Scalia's successor for a year until Trump took over. And because conservative justices O'Connor and Kennedy timed their retirements to Republican administrations who picked their successors, while aging progressive Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg resisted calls to retire, and then she died in the waning weeks of Trump's presidency. When Biden took office, 83-year-old Justice Stephen Breyer also initially resisted calls to retire, while Biden and a Democratic Senate had plenty of time to replace him.
I didn't retire because I decided on balance I wouldn't retire.
But with Democrats at risk of losing Senate control in this year's midterms, Breyer decided to step down.
Democrats and progressives know that the window to fill this seat with one of President Biden's nominees is closing.
And Democrats plan to move quickly, just as Republicans did in appointing Justice Amy Coney Barrett to succeed Ginsburg. The Republican Senate confirmed Amy Coney Barrett 27 days after President Trump picked her. And Democrats have a similar time frame in mind now.
We want to move quickly. We want to get this done as soon as possible.
A Supreme Court justice can be confirmed with a simple majority, so Democrats could confirm the nominee with no Republican votes if all 50 members of the Democratic caucus vote yes, and Vice President Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote. And with that, there has been some speculation you may have seen and heard about the possibility of the president picking the Vice President, Kamala Harris, to take that position on the U.S. Supreme Court, in which she could conceivably cast the tie-breaking vote for herself. But that is extraordinarily far-fetched. That is not considered to be among the conventional wisdom of the three finalists. There are three other candidates believed to be favorites at this point. One of them, Ketanji Brown Jackson, has ties to South Florida, currently serves in D.C. Leondra Kruger of California, and J. Michelle Childs of South Carolina. Judge Childs, by the way, also has ties to Tampa and went to USF and graduated from the University of South Florida. We'll take a closer look at all of their backgrounds, their judicial rulings, and what we can read into them, and who may have the inside track. All of that is coming up in the 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, a South Florida grad. That would be something, certainly a point of pride if she does become the nominee. Craig, let's talk about this, though. The president couldn't pass Build Back Better, couldn't pass voting reform, couldn't get the filibuster suspended because of Democratic holdouts. So how likely is he to get all 50 Democrats on board for a Supreme Court nominee?
Well, that could be a challenge, but that is extraordinarily less likely to happen here, because who have the holdouts been? It's been Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. Well, while they've had some differences with the rest of the Democratic caucus and with the president as it relates to Build Back Better and some other issues like the filibuster rule, there has not been much difference when it relates to judges being confirmed. They have voted pretty much right in line with what the president has nominated. So we don't expect that kind of resistance in this particular case. There also is a much greater possibility of some Republican buy-in for a couple of the choices as well.
Craig. Patrick, thank you. Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer officially...
All right, that was the latest from Fox 13 Tampa. In other news, Vice President Kamala Harris is in Honduras, and Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is on a 3-day trip from Arizona to Texas to see the southern border, and both are working to address the migration crisis from one end to another. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with the latest.
Vice President Kamala Harris is in Honduras for new President Xiomara Castro's inauguration. The two leaders will meet as migration remains as steady a problem for the administration as the flow is across the U.S. border. Images like this, all too common. The latest Customs and Border Protection numbers show last month 179,000 migrants were apprehended at the border. Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott says his state is working to stop the flow, with or without the administration.
Joe Biden does not care that people are dying today because of the open border policies.
Just north of the border, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is personally meeting with border agents. In a series of tweets, he promised to deliver resources, but some see it as empty.
It breaks my heart to think at one point I thought the Biden administration wanted to abolish ICE, but now it's clear they just want to abolish our entire southern border.
According to Syracuse University track data, there is a backlog of 1.6 million pending immigration cases. The administration says they're working on it.
Appearance rate in court is actually high, and we have mechanisms to ensure their appearance in court.
There have been reports of frustration among border agents toward Mayorkas. He tweeted that he's heard concerns loud and clear. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Staying on the topic of immigration, Texas Governor Greg Abbott recently held a press conference on this very topic, border security. Let's go ahead and take a look back.
Immigration's increased, illegal immigration's increased over 300%. Drug overdoses are up 30% in the country. Obviously, the spread of COVID, I think the number I saw was even border agents, 275% increase in deaths of border agents because of COVID spread, because of what's going on at the border. And then, of course, we have property crime. We have all kinds of other crime. And these people are being transported around the country without our knowledge. And they're going into your state. So this is an issue that I wanted other Republican attorney generals to see, because I think it's critical really for the whole country to understand where things were at a year ago and where they're at now, and the fact that we have already sued the Biden administration 7 times over immigration. And I should note, if the press is interested, tomorrow we have a press conference at 11 with Republican AGs. We're going to announce another lawsuit related to immigration that I can't say much about until tomorrow. So that will be at DPS hangars in Edinburgh tomorrow. So with that, I wanted to let each of the AGs just introduce themselves really quickly. I know that's hard for you guys to do quickly, but just say your name, where you're from, and then we've got a few other AGs who are on planes right now, and then I'm going to introduce them. And I should say, and I know the governor's going to introduce Colonel McCraw. I want to thank you, Colonel McCraw, for helping us set all this up. He's the one that got all this to happen, so thank you very much for doing that, Colonel McCraw. Really appreciate it. And what they're doing along the border is really amazing, given the constraints that they have with the federal government not being cooperative always. I will say one other quick thing before the AG's introduced. We were supposed to have a couple of other briefings today from Customs and Border Patrol and also ICE. We worked this out over a month ago. We were in briefings with them yesterday, and they were given a directive from somewhere on high in Washington not to show up today. So you will not be getting those federal briefings as of 7 o'clock last night. They canceled all those briefings. So another example of lack of transparency from the federal government about what's going on at the border. So with that, why don't we start with Austin, the most famous Attorney General from Montana. Go ahead and just say your name and whether you've ever been here before.
I'm Austin Knudsen. I'm the Attorney General from Montana. This is my first trip down here. The congressman had actually scheduled me to come down here last April with him, and that trip was also canceled by the federal government. So I appreciate you having me down here, Mr. Governor and Mr. Attorney General. Thank you.
Trev Taylor, Alaska Attorney General. This is my first trip to the border as well, so thank you for hosting us and letting us see firsthand what's going on.
And then Derek?
Derek Schmidt from Kansas. It's my first trip to the Texas part of the border. I've been west of here, but I appreciate the opportunity.
And running for governor.
Yes, that's also true.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Todd Rokita, Attorney General of Indiana. This is my second trip to the border here in Texas in the last 3 months. I want to thank everyone who helped the first time, and the staff, and of course the office holders who are hosting us this time.
Hello, I'm Lynn Fitch, the Attorney General from Mississippi. This is my first trip as well. We're very grateful that we're here so we can be a part of this investigation, and we're learning what's happening, how we can all fight this good fight together. And Governor, General Paxton, thank you so much.
Absolutely. And then John from Oklahoma. John O'Connor?
Yes, I'm John O'Connor. I'm the Attorney General from the state of Oklahoma. This is my first time to be down here for this purpose, but obviously as neighbors of Texas, we're very concerned about everything that happens in Texas, including the illegal immigration, so I'm happy to be here.
My name is Patrick Morris. I'm the West Virginia Attorney General. Governor, Attorney General, thank you so much for your hospitality. It's great to be down here to see things firsthand. From West Virginia's perspective, we really feel the brunt of the immigration problem with fentanyl. Deadly amounts are flooding into our state. So I'm really appreciative of what you're doing here at the border, and we're happy to be part of it today. Thank you.
Jason Brownsburg, I'm the Attorney General in South Dakota. This is the first time I've been to the border.
thank the governor and the attorney general for inviting us. We hear a lot in the news lately about the Ukrainian border, and I guess I wanted to see what we're doing to secure our own border.
I'm Leslie Rutledge, the Attorney General of Arkansas. This is also my first trip to the U.S.-Mexico border. I appreciate my longtime dear friend Ken Paxton hosting us, as well as Governor Greg Abbott. Arkansas, as you all know, is contiguous to Texas, and we have an influx of illegal immigrants and the illicit illegal drugs that have flown into our state, and so it's important to be here firsthand to see it. So thank you, Governor, and thank you, AG.
And Leslie's running for Lieutenant Governor of Arkansas. Sean?
I'm not running for anything right now, Ken. I'm Sean Reyes, Utah Attorney General. Utah is here because, as I've said before, every state is a border state today due to a lot of failed policies, and we are dealing with, just like everyone else seated at the table, an influx of an increase in the opioid epidemic, human trafficking, and other criminal elements. So thank you to my former colleague, now Governor Greg Abbott, for your leadership on this issue, Governor, and thank you to your fantastic Attorney General here in Texas, Ken Paxton, who's done such a great job also leading. Appreciate the hospitality, and thanks for the invitation to come.
Absolutely. Well, now it's my privilege to introduce the governor of Texas. I don't think he gets credit for the challenging job that he has to deal with as it relates to the border. Certainly other issues as well, but given the fact that the federal government under U.S. v. Arizona has significant control over the border, I know that Governor Abbott has tried to do things. We've been sued over. He's tried to stop transportation of illegals in our state. We're in a lawsuit defending that, along with the other 7 lawsuits that we're dealing with relating to offensive action against the federal government. So, Governor, I thank you for being here, for fighting the fight, because it's not just for Texas, it's really the whole nation that we're defending. So thank you, and certainly we appreciate you being here.
Well, first of all, thank you. As General Paxton was talking about, the state of Texas is having to battle in court against the Biden administration for the Biden administration's abandonment of its obligation to secure the border. And one way in which we are able to battle against the Biden administration is through the court system. And not only has Ken Paxton stepped up and brought the legal actions that were needed, he's been winning those legal actions. And that has been a tremendous help to the people of Texas. To all of the attorneys general who join with us here today, as you all know, you are the top law enforcement officers in your respective states. That's not only a powerful role, it's an important and essential role. I thank you for the role that you play. But as you go about your daily duties in waging legal challenges to make sure that you're using the law to keep your community safe and keep your communities better, it is astonishing that one lawbreaker that we are having to wage legal action against is the President of the United States. There are laws passed by the United States Congress that the President is not enforcing. There are United States constitutional provisions that the President is not upholding. Somebody has to hold the President accountable for his abandonment of the rule of law in this country, and it is you all, the Attorney Generals across the entire country. You also need to do it not just because the Biden administration is abandoning the rule of law, but because the consequences of Biden's open border policies, because of the consequences of Biden's refusing to enforce the laws passed by Congress. Every single one of your states, the residents of your states, are facing consequences, sometimes deadly consequences, because of Biden's open border policies. You mentioned fentanyl. As you're going to hear more momentarily from the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, who will elaborate on what I'm about to say. Over the past calendar year, the Texas Department of Public Safety and law enforcement here in Texas, they have seized enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in each of the states gathered here. I said that wrong. Every man, woman, and child in all of the states gathered here combined. That is how deadly this is. Doses to kill more than 222 million Americans are sweeping our states for one reason only. Joe Biden does not care that fentanyl is invading our states. If you look at the population group between the ages of 18 and 45, the leading cause of death over the past year is not COVID, is not cancer, it's not car wrecks. The leading cause of death of our fellow Americans ages 18 to 45 is fentanyl. And President Biden is doing nothing to address that fentanyl problem. The fentanyl is coming in from China through Mexico into the United States. Joe Biden does not care that people are dying today because of the open border policies that is allowing fentanyl to come into our country. There's another horrific crime occurring as a result of Biden's refusal to enforce the immigration laws, because of Biden's open invitation provided to the cartels to smuggle across our border victims of human trafficking and to continue to perpetuate that human trafficking across America. Either all of the states represented here today or almost all of the states represented here today, they have human trafficking going on in their states as a result of the Biden open border policies. Joe Biden doesn't care about victims of human trafficking. If he cared, he would step up and do something about it. But he does not care about the carnage that he's causing to lives and communities across the entire country. As long as he can support his woke agenda, he's fine with Americans suffering. And yes, we're dealing with tragedies on our border here, with homes being invaded, ranches being ripped apart, lives being affected. But just as important, those lives are being affected across the entire country. Well, Texas is stepping up to do the federal government's job. We're not going to sit idly by while Joe Biden refuses to enforce the law. Texas is going to do everything needed for Texas to step up and secure the border. That included the state legislature appropriating $3 billion of Texas taxpayer money for Texas to secure the border. And that money goes to pay for additional Department of Public Safety officers, as well as about 10,000 National Guard, for them to step up and do what the federal government should be doing, and that is to secure our border. In addition to that, they are arresting smugglers, human traffickers, drug dealers, cartel members. They're arresting anybody who's coming into the state of Texas and violating a Texas law. It includes people who are illegally trespassing on Texas land who've come across the border illegally. And they are doing a tremendous job of addressing that. For Texas to be able to step up and better enforce the rule of law on our border and deal with the consequences of our border. This past year, I signed 15 new laws to crack down on the horrific crime of human trafficking. We created a new law to crack down on the manufacture or distribution of fentanyl, which is a felony that will put these people behind bars. And now Texas is building our own border wall because Biden is not stepping up to secure the border the way that it needs to. And so I thank all the attorneys general for being here to help us fight this on a national basis. As law enforcement officers from across the country, we join together because we all believe in something that the country was founded upon, and that is the rule of law. The rule of law that Joe Biden has abandoned. The rule of law that we, as law enforcement officers and governors, are going to step up and address. I know firsthand the important role that an attorney general can play in assisting governors. And so I thank you for the role that you're playing in assisting your governor, where collaboratively you all are protecting the safety and security of your communities. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't leave y'all a proposed action item. There's something that I know the Attorney General of Texas has done. What I don't know is if you did it in collaboration with any other attorneys general across the country. We as a state, and General Paxton as the Attorney General, we've been working long before Biden's open border policies to crack down on the horrific crime of human trafficking, to try to eradicate human trafficking. When we learned that publications like Backpage and maybe some other publications were using advertisements or other publications to advertise to actually promote human trafficking, it's my understanding that General Paxton took legal action to shut it down. An action item that I would like to propose for General Paxton to consider, with you all considering to join him, and that is, there is a horrific crime taking place as we gather here today, as Colonel McCraw can tell you more about here momentarily. Cartels in Mexico are using TikTok to advertise to recruit smugglers in Texas and San Antonio, Houston, and other cities in Texas and maybe some other states, to advertise for smugglers for pay, for them to smuggle people here in Texas, which would include victims of human trafficking. That must be shut down. And just like I think an injunction was taken against Backpage, similarly, possibly, an injunction could be used to shut down TikTok in its use of its device and platform to allow criminal activity to be perpetuated that leads to horrific human trafficking. TikTok should be ashamed, condemned, and have a legal action brought against it for promoting human trafficking in Texas and the United States of America. And so I thank you all very much for the role you all play. But I know for a fact that the person who's at the tip of the spear in dealing with the broken border crisis that Biden has created is the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety. His name is Steve McCraw, and Director McCraw, I turn it over to you at this time.
Thank you, Governor. I'm used to action items, starting from the governor. First, go to the TikTok situation. I wasn't aware you're going to note that, but so one of our briefings, you noticed, picked up on it and clearly understand in terms of the scope and magnitude and how it's impacted. The cartels have long recruited our children on both sides of the border to do their deeds. And they ran out of children. They ran out of our children, so you look for different resources. They've certainly partnered with transnational and certainly state-based gangs to conduct operations, and we see that. But now using TikTok, we're seeing kids being recruited from around the state, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, coming down there in droves because of, as a result of this global mass migration event that we've seen, is there's just too many bodies that they cannot move outside the area of the border. And keep in mind, when you're talking about border security, they're not trying to smuggle something in to keep in the border. They're moving it to different transshipment centers around not just the state, but the entire nation. So what comes through these borders impacts each of you and your citizens in every community in Texas. And I'm sad for the impact that in West Virginia that fentanyl has had and the rest of the nation. We've for a while, thankfully, from a Texas standpoint, meth was our key problem drug, but now fentanyl is on the radar screen, and we're seeing some synthetic opiate overdoses we hadn't seen before and dramatic increases, and we're worried about. And there's a reason for it, is what happened, and Governor, you know it well, you're an expert. And by the way, thank you for your leadership and always protecting Texas from threats, domestic and foreign. Clearly in the law enforcement community, we understand that, and we absolutely appreciate all your support for us in doing that. But at the end of the day, you know, when the governor says, hey, we need something done immediately, and keep in mind, it's not Border Patrol's fault. I mean, these are brave men and women that have sacrificed their lives at any given day. And what they do is a tremendous national security function for the state of Texas and for the rest of the nation. But when they are overwhelmed, and we've had influxes before, but never to this level. We've never had over 1.3 million apprehensions in Texas, okay, in a calendar year. Never before. You know, going back to 1986 is the last time, and that was like 720,000. And so Border Patrol is swamped, overwhelmed. Not only that, they've got family units and unaccompanied children. So their facilities are not made for those that would be able to handle that. So you're taking the frontline agents that are supposed to be on the river, and I realize in Arizona you're a little different location, okay, but in California, New Mexico, but we do have 64% of the border, Governor, I know as you know, and unfortunately, we have the least percentage of infrastructure to protect that border. So at the end of the day, when that happens, and you take Border Patrol off, then those are huge security gaps between the ports of entry. And the governor directed back in March 4th, exactly, okay? He implemented Operation Lone Star, made it very clear, deploy. That means, it means an intensified surge operation, patrol units, but our special agents and Texas Rangers as well, aircraft, tactical, means all hands on deck, get down there, fill the security gaps, and that's what we've been doing. And we've never seen anything like it in terms of it relates to fentanyl. And we didn't expect it, but our seizures increased over 1,200%, or actually 2,000% in that same period of time between January. So it's an enormous amount of drugs being taken off. But the same thing you were concerned about, transnational gangs, cartel operatives, and all the other things. We over 5 tons of methamphetamine to seize. So these, we're a criminal corridor for the cartels, and they're exploiting us, using the gangs. And we have retail distribution centers within our major urban areas. So, obviously, one of the 4 objectives you had is to fill those gaps, and we've been doing that, number 1. 2, you wanted to protect landowners, okay, from vandalism, from criminal trespass, from other crimes, like burglary, other habitations. And you were there talking to landowners, and they expected their Texans, their land needs the protection, so we've been doing that. Criminal trespassing, you put the capabilities in place, we're able to arrest somebody for criminal trespass and actually book them in a TDC jail. So we're in a better position, but you've also gave us another task, and that task is that caravans don't need to be coming to Texas. And we saw what happened underneath the bridge in Del Rio, and how it overwhelmed the community and threatened the community. And you made it very clear that we be proactive, whether we have to put black and whites together, whether we're using right now tactical wire, concertina wire, or Connex boxes, it doesn't matter what it is. When caravans are headed here, we got to stop them at that and be proactive and prevent in that regard. And the last one, real easy task. I don't know why I didn't think of it before, but secure the border. Okay, and you can't do it. You can't do it unless you have infrastructure. Period. And I don't know what you call it. You want to call it. It doesn't matter. You have to have it. You have to have detection technology, and you have to have boots on the ground. Okay, plain and simple. And you can't secure it from Washington. You can only secure it from the river. And thank you for your leadership. And I can tell I've talked too much. Thank you.
Well, let me get you to add one more. Let the public know how many people have been encountered coming across the border, how many arrests you all have made,
yes, sir.
And any other facts like that.
We've had over 10,000 arrests we've made, criminal arrests, and criminal trespass, over 2,500 criminal trespass arrests, which are embedded in that. We've had, between ourselves and National Guard and game wardens working together, we've had over 196, almost over 200,000 by now, individuals that were referred to, been apprehended and referred to Border Patrol. It's so important. In fact, the recent discussion and was had by, and one of the guys on the panel was a guy named Rodney Scott, the former chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, made it very clear. He said, without Operation Lone Star, every one of those numbers would have been a got away. And every one of those pounds of drugs, those ton quantities of drugs we've seized, if not for the state of Texas stepping up, would have been gotaways. It would have entered into the traffic. And so it's been, they certainly recognize it, and I think people understand that that has an immediate impact. But you've been very clear. It's not just apprehending. It's not just in terms of seizing. Certainly, we've been running up the numbers, and we'll continue to do so and do everything we can to staunch the flow, but to be proactive and preventive to stop it from coming across the river. And so we look forward to working with you on that, sir.
Okay, thank you. General?
Yeah. Hey, well, Colonel McCraw, thank you for your work and your team's work, and thanks for hosting us today. And Governor, thanks for making it happen.
Sure.
And I really, really appreciate your stand on immigration and the fight that you're leading across the nation. And I want to thank my fellow Attorney General for being here. I want to thank the media for being here. And I want to make very clear that if the Department of Homeland Security wants to still meet, we're going to be here for another day and a half. And so we're open to having those meetings instead of having them canceled. So thank you all for being here. And the Governor, thanks again for your work.
All right, that was the latest from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He, alongside 12 state attorney generals, gathered for a border security briefing Thursday. This from West Lasco, Texas. quickly lost that shot there. We'll have more on immigration coming up shortly. We do know that Vice President Kamala Harris is visiting Honduras to address, the migration crisis that's taking place there. Almost 7 a.m. If you're just now joining, good morning, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more raw and unfiltered news right after this.
Children cannot wait any longer. They've suffered enough.
Drastic times call for drastic measures. Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says now is the nation's chance to reimagine how schools operate by improving the way students are taught and expanding critical services to promote academic development.
It's our moment to finally make education the great equalizer, the force that can help every student thrive.
The Education Department announcing Thursday 4 areas of focus for 2022, including closing learning gaps, increasing pandemic recovery efforts, creating more affordable and inclusive college opportunities, and working to help make sure those pursuing higher education land a job in their chosen field.
So much fun.
Addressing students' mental health also a priority, with federal health officials reporting increased rates of depression and anxiety among school-age kids throughout the pandemic.
We must make up for lost time. Our schools must offer increased access to mental health supports for students, wraparound programs, meaningful and authentic parent and family engagement.
Going forward, schools are also being urged to offer a minimum of 30 minutes of tutoring 3 days a week for every student falling behind in their studies because of the pandemic. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Let's check in with Fox 5 DC for a look on how minority business owners are thriving even during a pandemic.
U Street has a lot of history, and nothing says classic like a good custom-made suit. I'm here at J.C. Lofton Taylor. This is Eddie Lofton, the owner. Eddie, good morning to you. Good to see you.
Good to meet you.
All right, so tell me about the business. You make suits, you make all kind of clothing.
Yes,
How'd
sir.
you get started?
My grandfather actually started this business in 1939.
Mm-hmm.
He came from Corpus Christi, Texas. He actually had a tailoring school, and he used to teach the veterans, and as well as a handicap program. He was one of the few black people that had a contract back in the day.
How did he get started? Because you said he started when he was a young man.
Yes, he was a gifted person, as well as he just started making his suits from scratch because his mother and father couldn't afford to make him a suit. So he made his first suit when he was 17 years old.
What is it you think it is about a good custom-made suit that makes people feel so good?
Because it's for your body. It's not for like off the rack when you get it and then you do alterations. Nothing fits your body like a custom-made suit because it's for you.
You carrying on the family business, the family name. Why'd you decide to do that?
It was just the passion that we all came up in business, and we always work hard like he did, saw what he went through and stuff like that. So it just kept us thriving to keep his business going. Tailoring is in our blood.
What's the key to making good clothes?
A vision, because a lot of people can't take a piece of fabric and then put it on somebody. Whereas though, because a lot of people, they go get fabric, you don't know how it's going to look until it's at the end. We already have that vision on how it's going to look on you before we do it, because the craftsmanship in what we do, just like what he's doing right now. You know, he's fixing this garment for a young lady that she couldn't fit in the garment, but we added pieces in it and this and that. She just had to have this dress.
Okay, all right, so that's for the ladies, all right, and for the guys?
Well, the guys...
Is it simple for the guys?
It's actually easier more for the women.
Oh, is it? Why so?
Because, see, this is more a lot of handwork that goes into like the
What's happening right here?
He's actually felting this collar down. We changed this and we're putting on the purple for him.
Okay.
This is a fly guy. He wanted purple on the collar, so he's actually putting this new collar on here for this particular jacket right here. So it's a lot of handwork that goes into making clothes, and you have to be experienced. You see how fast he's going?
Right.
I can't do that. No,
How long does it take, you know, on average to make a good custom piece of clothing, if it's a suit for a man?
You talk about like a good one, you're talking about at least 3 weeks to a month.
And what about for the ladies? How long, does it depend on what the material, what the garment is?
Yeah.
If it's a dress, some kind of dress.
We can actually make a lady's dress maybe in 1 or 2 days, but we don't. You know, we like to take our time and do it the right way. It's just like back in the day, my grandfather watched him make clothes. Everything was all hand done. A lot of these suits now, they're just like sewn and glued together. We see them from the inside out.
Right.
So they're not made like they used to be back in the day. But we take our time and do it like it used to be in the old days.
Right. And speaking of old days, I see your grandfather, that's the suit that you said he made when he was a young man?
This is the suit that he made when he was a young man. This was a brilliant man right here. I never seen nobody work as hard as he worked, cared about people. I used to remember him, like people would come in my shop and they didn't have the money to pay for their clothes. He would still do their clothes for them. I have people coming here to the day, like a lot of Howard students, they come here, they don't have the money to get their stuff done and this, that, and I'll go ahead and do it for them anyway. They always come back later on when they're successful in their careers and stuff like that. They always come, Mr. Lofton, I remember when you did that for me and I didn't have any money, but you went on and did it for me anyway. You know, just because somebody don't have no money, you can still help them. My grandfather would be very proud, because if you go online and look up tailoring in DC, my sister and I comes up #1 and #2.
This is a business that suits you well. You see what I did right there?
Yeah, you good. Yeah, it definitely suits me well.
And that's what you call a business that operates from integrity. He briefly mentioned how Howard University students use his services. Well, we're actually going to take a visit to Howard University right now to see how the campus is holding up during COVID-19.
Spring semester has already started, and while some colleges across the country offer remote learning options, Howard University is requiring students to learn in person for most classes.
You either go to class and you go into campus with your mask and you hope you don't get sick, and you go to class and you act like everything's normal, or you have to drop out.
The university says 27% of classes are fully virtual or hybrid, but not every class is able to be taught that way.
It's been done before, so why can't we do it now? What's changed? What makes the environment different?
One student says she's worried about being in person. She has a respiratory infection after being exposed to mold on campus last semester that weakens her immune system.
I wouldn't want to be stuck in the hospital without like my family close by, like they're 8-hour drive away. So I'd be all alone if I were to be sick. So it is scary that like they are pushing for in-person classes.
Students say the problems don't stop there. Photos sent to Fox 5 show students having to sit shoulder to shoulder, others standing just to find room.
There is no social distancing in classes. There's no social distancing in cafeterias, meeting places, whatever, you name it.
Concerns have also been raised on how people are self-reporting and claims of fake vaccine cards.
It was enough that they had to do something.
So they know of these fake vaccination
Oh,
cards.
of course. Of course. It's very well known within the administration, never mind the general population of the university. Every student knows about it. Every faculty member knows about it.
The university tells Fox 5 there is a zero tolerance policy for fake vaccine cards, adding they routinely check uploaded vaccinations for discrepancies. The school also tells me the CDC no longer requires social distancing, but they encourage students to do so when possible.
All right, that segment courtesy of our colleagues over at Fox 5 DC. Let's take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will continue with the latest coronavirus news. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Taking a Live Now look over the city of Tampa, Florida, 7:11 a.m. Happy Friday, everyone. You can see the cars below on the way to their workplace, or a lot of people just on their morning commute. So if you're streaming, listening, or watching us this morning, thanks again for choosing Live Now from Fox. This next story coming out of Central Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis recently met with doctors in Florida to continue his push against the FDA's decision to halt 2 monoclonal antibody treatments. Fox 13 Tampa has a look at the controversy.
The federal decision to suspend most monoclonal antibody treatments is raising some questions and drawing criticism from the governor. Our political editor Craig Patrick asked the U.S. Department of Health to explain that decision and other ways people can get free and effective treatment for COVID-19. What'd you find out, Craig?
Hi there, Kelly. Well, we sat down with Ian Sams, who is a Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Department of Health and Human Services in the federal government. And for context here, keep in mind there are 3 different types of monoclonal antibody treatments, one made by Regeneron, one made by Eli Lilly, the other by GlaxoSmithKline. Only that produced by GlaxoSmithKline has tested effective against Omicron at this point, and that's the one in least supply. So I started the interview by asking when that variety will in fact be widely available to anyone who catches Omicron.
It's a good question. You know, we have and provided to Florida thousands of doses of that just this week of the GlaxoSmithKline monoclonal antibody. That's on top of thousands that have been allocated over the last couple of weeks. You know, we encourage Florida to use that supply. I think based on the latest data we have, they're only using about 1,500 doses of that per week. So there is GlaxoSmithKline monoclonal in supply in Florida.
Do we know what the time frame for the ramp up would be? A matter of days, weeks, couple of months?
You know, we have the ability to potentially buy even more of their product in the second quarter of this year. But we have hundreds of thousands of doses that are coming online that we're shipping out immediately to states as soon as we get them.
The treatments manufactured by Regeneron and Eli Lilly have not been proven effective against Omicron. But how do we know for sure the treatments are ineffective against Omicron?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's not been data yet showing that they are effective. And there's been probably a half dozen to a dozen early studies, analysis from the manufacturers, Regeneron and Eli Lilly themselves, all have come to the same conclusion that the mechanism of action for the drug, the way it binds to the virus to neutralize that virus, doesn't work with Omicron because of how mutated and different the variant of Omicron really is.
In the stats that you have and base decisions on, do you have stats of those hospitalized in Florida with COVID-19 of whether they have Delta presently or whether they have Omicron?
It's a good question. I think that some of the best data actually comes from testing. When you do testing around the country, you're able to sequence the types of disease that you have and understand which variant it is. A lot of times that testing is done obviously in hospitals if a patient is so sick that they become hospitalized. But there's obviously a lot of testing that's happening outside of people with severe illness. And right now, Walgreens actually, who does a ton of testing around the country and has a really good set of data on a state-by-state level, they estimate that in Florida, 99% of the cases are Omicron. And so it's all the available data suggests that virtually every case right now is Omicron.
Virtually, but not entirely. And keep in mind that with the Delta variant, you do have the other types of monoclonal antibody treatments the FDA has discontinued that are effective. So if there is an increase in Delta, we hope there's not, then the federal government said they would be able to quickly change direction and reactivate with the other forms of monoclonal antibody treatments. But keep in mind, while they're not looking, as you just heard, at hospitalization data, but broader testing data to make that determination, also the purpose of the treatments is to keep people out of the hospital. The thinking being you catch it early to prevent people from running down if they're already in the hospital. Therefore, the monoclonal antibody treatments will not be as effective as intended anyway.
Right. And on that note, Craig, since I have you here, everybody wants to know when these pills to treat COVID-19 that are supposed to be very, very good, when are they going to be available to everybody?
Well, they're available by the thousands as we speak, but that's not widely available. So there are efforts to ramp up. Already we're seeing that with Merck's pill. However, it's the Pfizer pill that tests far more effective at this point in treating COVID-19. And because of the complex chemistry in producing it, Pfizer is saying it's going to take a couple of additional months to ramp that up and crank those out. But the federal government says they've ordered 20 million and they're expecting that to go online and become widely available by the middle of this year.
Okay, we hope so. Can't come soon enough. Craig Patrick, thank you so much, Craig. The federal decision to suspend
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 7:19 a.m. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rain Augustine. Let's go ahead and get the latest political news from Fox 13 Tampa.
Our economy is recovering much faster than predicted. It's good news for the job market and wages, but it's also fueling inflation. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here now with the new federal data. So what does all of that together mean, Craig?
Well, taken all together, we've got a problem with inflation, but separate from that, the economy is really doing outstanding relative to what economists thought. For example, unemployment has dipped below 4%, which is what economists consider full employment. And the projections from this point last year showed us not getting to that point for another couple of years until perhaps 2024, and yet here we are. And this particular bar chart shows when and why the economy is outperforming expectations. The GDP is the value of all the stuff that we make and do as a country. And this chart shows the pace of our gains or our losses. As expected, it plunged in the spring of 2020 during the lockdowns. And as expected, it shot back up that summer as businesses reopened. But here's the part economists did not see coming: sustained, solid growth through each quarter last year. Even as we worked through the Delta wave last summer, the economy kept humming. And the new stats from the Commerce Department show we grew 1.7% in the past 3 months. That is adjusted for inflation. And our economy grew 5.7% through all of 2021. That's the highest level of economic growth we've seen since the boom times of the 1980s, or 1984 to be exact.
It's morning again in America.
And while there is a shortage of available workers like truck drivers, it's partly due to people choosing not to work because they have built up savings. And those who are taking jobs are getting higher wages.
There's more opportunity now than ever. In the last 2 years, we've seen record pay increases.
And yet most people are not seeing it that way based on the polls. Gallup polling this month found 67% are concerned our economy is heading in the wrong direction. But that's driven mostly by concerns about inflation. When the economy heats up, when people have more spendable income and there's high demand to buy stuff, that does drive up prices, which delivered 7% inflation last year with no signs of it letting up now. And for context, that's why the feds are planning to raise interest rates in March to make it harder to borrow money, to try to cool down the economy, to try to tame inflation.
Clearly, the Federal Reserve wanted to run behind the curve on inflation last year.
The economy is in a very different place than it was when we began raising rates in 2015.
Which is exactly why we heard the indications yesterday that interest rates hikes are coming as early as March, perhaps 2, 3, maybe 4 times throughout the course of this year to try to calm the economy because it's moving too quickly, gaining too much steam in terms of how much they'll go up. It's not clear. Some economists have projected maybe to near zero now to 2.5% by the end of this year. For context, in the 1980s, interest rates went up much, much higher, which triggered recession. Hopefully, we're not looking at that here.
Right. Well, 2 questions for you, Craig. Are we seeing any changes in spending patterns the past couple of months? And what impact is the Omicron wave having on the economy?
We don't fully know what impact we see anecdotally, but in terms of data, that'll take a little while longer because the data is about a month in the rear. In terms of shifts in spending patterns, yes, more people are investing in services. Before it was much more in products, which again is an indication of a beginning at least to a return to normal in the coming weeks and months.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you. Our economy is recovering much faster than predicted. It's good news for the job market and wages, but it's also
moving
fueling.
Right along with other top stories this morning, President Biden will soon start laying the groundwork for the midterm elections today. Now, less than 24 hours ago, we did witness him speak on Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer's retirement. Let's listen into that announcement.
I can't tell you, this is sort of a bittersweet day for me. Justice Breyer and I go back a long way, all the way back to the mid-'70s when he first came on the Judiciary Committee, but that's another story. I'm here today to express the nation's gratitude to Justice Stephen Breyer for his remarkable career of public service and his clear-eyed commitment to making our country's laws work for its people. And our gratitude extends to Justice Breyer's family for being partners in his decades of public service. In particular, I want to thank his wife, Dr. Joanne Breyer, who is here today and who has stood by him for nearly 6 decades, and with her fierce intellect, good humor, and enormous heart. And I thank you. The country owes you as well. and Stephen Breyer's public service started early. He served in the United States Army as a teenager and in all three branches of the federal government before he turned 40. They were the good old days, weren't they? And as he was a law clerk at Supreme Court Justice Goldberg, a prosecutor in the Department of Justice, a member of the Watergate prosecution team. And I first met Stephen Breyer when I was a senator on the Judiciary Committee, and he started off as taking care of one of the subcommittees for Teddy, but then became chief counsel during his tenure as Ted's chairmanship of the Judiciary Committee. Beyond his intellect and hard work and legal insight, he was famous for biking across Washington virtually every day for a face-to-face meeting with a Republican chief counsel, the ranking Republican counsel. And over breakfast, they discussed what would they do for the country together. Whereas in those days, we tried to do things together. That spirit stuck with me when I took over the Judiciary Committee as chair after Senator Kennedy's tenure. And it was my honor to vote to confirm Justice Breyer to serve in the United States Supreme Court, or the Court of Appeals first, in 1980. And then 14 years later, in 1994, I got to preside as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee over his Supreme Court confirmation hearings. We were joking with one another when he walked in. Did we ever think that he would have served decades on the court and I'd be president of the United States when the day he came in to retire? And he looked at it, anyway, I won't say what he said. I'm joking. But I was proud and grateful to be there at the start of this distinguished career in the Supreme Court. And I'm very proud to be here today on his announcement of his retirement. You know, during his confirmation hearings way back in 1994, nominee Stephen Breyer said, quote, "The law must work for the people." He explained to us his faith that our complex legal system has a single purpose: tell people who make up our country. It was a different time, of course, but his brilliance, his values, his scholarship are why Judge Breyer became Justice Breyer by an overwhelming bipartisan vote at the time. Today, Justice Breyer announces his intention to step down from active service after 4 decades on the federal bench and 28 years on the United States Supreme Court. His legacy includes his work as a leading scholar and jurist in administrative law, bringing his brilliance to bear to make government run more efficiently and effectively. It includes his stature as a beacon of wisdom on our Constitution and what it means. And through it all, Justice Breyer has worked tirelessly to give faith to the notion that the law exists to help the people. Everyone knows that Stephen Breyer has been an exemplary justice. Fair to the parties before him, courteous to his colleagues, careful in his reasoning. He's written landmark opinions on topics ranging from reproductive rights to health care, to voting rights, to patent law, to laws protecting our environment and the laws that protect our religious practices. His opinions are practical, sensible, and nuanced. It reflects his belief that the job of a judge is not to lay down a rule, but to get it right, Justice Breyer's law clerks and his colleagues, as many of the press here know, describe him and his work ethic, his desire to learn more, his kindness to those around him, and his optimism for the promise of our country. And he has patiently sought common ground and built consensus, seeking to bring the court together. I think he's a model public servant in a time of great division in this country. Justice Breyer has been everything his country could have asked of him. And when he appeared before the Judiciary Committee almost 3 decades ago, we all had high hopes for the mark he would leave on history, law, and the Constitution. And he's exceeded those hopes in every possible way. Today is his day, our day to commend his life of service and his life on the court. But let me say a few words about the critically important work of selecting his successor. Choosing someone to sit in the Supreme Court, I believe, is one of the most serious constitutional responsibility a president has. Our process is going to be rigorous. I will select a nominee worthy of Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence and decency. While I've been studying candidates' backgrounds and writings, I've made no decision except one. The person I will nominate will be someone with extraordinary qualifications, character, experience, and integrity. And that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court. It's long overdue in my view. I made that commitment during the campaign for president, and I will keep that commitment. I will fully do what I said I'd do. I will fulfill my duty to select a justice, not only with the Senate's consent, but with his advice. You've heard me say in other nomination processes that the Constitution says seek the advice and consent, but the advice as well of the Senate. I'm going to invite senators from both parties to offer their ideas and points of view. I'll also consult with leading scholars and lawyers. And I'm fortunate to have advising me in this selection process Vice President Kamala Harris. She's an exceptional lawyer, former Attorney General of the state of California, a former member of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I will listen carefully to all the advice I'm given, and I'll study the records and former cases carefully. I'll meet with the potential nominees, and it is my intention to announce my decision before the end of February. I have made no choice at this point. Once I select a nominee, I will ask the Senate to move promptly on my choice. In the end, I will nominate a historic candidate, someone who's worthy of Justice Breyer's legacy, and someone who, like Justice Breyer, will provide incredible service on the United States Supreme Court. Justice Breyer, on behalf of all the American people, I want to thank you and your family for your tremendous service to our nation. I'm going to yield the floor to you, Mr. Justice.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was terribly nice. And believe me, I hold it right here. It's wonderful. And I thought about what I might say to you, and I'd like to say something I enjoy is talking to high school students, grammar school students, college students, even law school students. And they'll come around and ask me, what is it you find particularly meaningful about your job? What sort of gives you a thrill? And that's not such a tough question for me to answer. It's the same thing. Day one, almost, up to day I don't know how many. But what I say to them is, look, I sit there on the bench, and after we hear lots of cases, and after a while, the impression, it takes a while, I have to admit, but the impression you get is, as you well know, this is a complicated country. There are more than 330 million people, and my mother used to say it's every race, it's every religion, and she would emphasize this, and it's every point of view possible. And it's a kind of miracle when you sit there and see all those people in front of you, people that are so different in what they think, and yet they've decided to help solve their major differences under law. And when the students get too cynical, I say, go look at what happens in countries that don't do that. And that's there. I can't take this around in my job. People have come to accept this Constitution, and they've come to accept the importance of a rule of law. And I want to make another point to them. I want to say, look, of course people don't agree, but we have a country that is based on human rights, democracy, and so forth. But I'll tell you what Lincoln thought, what Washington thought, and what people today still think. It's an experiment. It's an experiment. That's what they said. And Joanna paid each of our grandchildren a certain amount of money to memorize the Gettysburg Address. And the reason that what we want them to pick up there, and what I want those students to pick up, if I can remember the first two lines, is that 7 years ago, our fathers created upon this here a new country, a country that was dedicated to liberty and the proposition that all men are created equal. Conceived in liberty, those are his words, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He meant women too. And we are now engaged in a great civil war to determine whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. See, those are the words I want to see. An experiment. And that's what he thought. It's an experiment. And I found some letters that George Washington wrote where he said the same thing. It's an experiment. That experiment existed then because even the liberals in Europe, they're looking over here and they're saying it's a great idea in principle, but it'll never work. But we'll show them it does. That's what Washington thought. And that's what Lincoln thought. And that's what people still think today. And I say, well, I want you, and I'm talking to the students now. I say, I want you to pick just this up. It's an experiment that's still going on. And I'll tell you something. You know who will see whether that experiment works? It's you, my friend. It's you, Mr. High School student. It's you, Mr. College student. It's you, Mr. Law School students. It's us, but it's you. It's that next generation and the one after that. My grandchildren and their children. They'll determine whether the experiment still works. And of course, I am an optimist, and I'm pretty sure it will. Does it surprise you that that's the thought that comes into my mind today? I don't know, but thank you.
Doctor, I don't know that you've ever been to the White House in the Lincoln bedroom, but I invite both of you to come and stay. The Lincoln bedroom has, against the wall between the windows, looking out, a handwritten copy of the Gettysburg Address written by Lincoln in that bedroom, allegedly, the sitting room. And so you got to come and see it. And even if you can't come and stay, bring your grandchildren so they can see it as well. Thank you all so very, very much for being here. And I'm not going to take any questions because I think it's inappropriate to take questions with the justice here. He's still sitting on the bench, and I'm going to give you the mask back. But you'll have plenty of opportunities to get me later today and for the rest of the week, next week too. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, 7:38 a.m. Thank you for streaming us this morning. Let's turn our attention to a bit of political news. We know there's been a lot of talk about Supreme Court Justice Breyer retiring, including who President Biden will nominate to fill that position. Our very own Daytona Everett is going to bring us a closer look at that story.
Mike, this is substantial politically, for all of these measures that they are going to be confronted with. It's just a massive, massive kind of announcement that came out today. What are the big takeaways?
All right, so first things first, this, although is a big deal. It will not change the balance of the Supreme Court's power. There are 6 conservative justices, all appointed by Republicans, 3 of whom came in the last administration with President Trump, and there are 3 Democratic-appointed liberals. Now, oh, looks like Siri is listening to me as I'm talking. I'm going to turn that off. But
she's on it.
She's on it. That's right. But one thing to keep in mind here is that this is the first time in a dozen years that the Democrats will likely be able to fill a seat on the Supreme Court. If you remember, Justice Scalia died under President Obama's administration at the very end, and Senate then Majority Leader Mitch McConnell blocked Obama's replacement for Scalia, which would have flipped the court 5-4 for liberals for the first time since 1968. And then Trump won. He was able to replace Scalia with another conservative, and that was Gorsuch, keeping the court at a 5-4 balance with a swing vote Justice Kennedy going one way or the other, mostly with the conservatives, sometimes with liberals. And then came Kennedy's retirement the following year, and he was replaced by Justice Brett Kavanaugh after a very contentious confirmation hearing that included accusations of sexual assault when he was a high schooler. Kavanaugh is a solid conservative. There went the swing vote. So then it became a solid 5-4 majority. But Chief Justice Roberts sometimes during the Trump administration also sided with the liberals on very few but significant cases. Then Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. She was the oldest member of the court. She was the oldest member of the liberal minority bloc, then 4 justices. Her death came at the very end of Trump's administration. And what happened then? Justice Amy Coney Barrett was confirmed within a month, confirmed in October of last year, of rather 2020, right before the election, securing a 6-3 supermajority in the Supreme Court. That's where we stand now. Those each were massive changes in the court. This one won't be a massive change in the court. It'll be, if it is successful, a like for like, Democrat for Democrat, liberal for liberal change with Breyer to whomever comes next. We'll talk about that in a moment. But the change will be significant in the matter of the composition and complexion of the court. If you remember, President Biden on the campaign trail made one big campaign promise. So let's go to that right now.
Flashback to March 2020.
If I'm elected president, have an opportunity to appoint someone to the courts, I'll appoint the first black woman to the courts.
And now, President Biden will soon have the chance to make good on that campaign promise, with reports that Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer intends to retire by this summer, after the 83-year-old member of the court's liberal minority resisted pressure from progressives to do so right after Biden took office last year.
Retire immediately after somebody is elected I didn't retire because I decided on balance I wouldn't retire.
Nominated by President Bill Clinton in 1994, Breyer would become a vocal dissenter on an increasingly conservative bench.
It is not awful in the law that so few have so quickly changed so much.
But Breyer's former law clerk, Professor Carolyn Shapiro of Chicago-Kent College of Law, says her old boss never stopped working to find common solutions.
He cares so much about the rule of law and a functioning democracy. Those have really been the guiding principles of his career.
Breyer's exit comes as the court's 6-justice conservative majority considers whether to overrule Roe v. Wade, expand gun rights, and eliminate affirmative action. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has promised a speedy confirmation hearing for whomever President Biden nominates. At the top of the shortlist, 51-year-old federal appeals court judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, herself one of Breyer's former law clerks, and 45-year-old California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger. Still, President Biden is keeping his plans quiet until Breyer himself makes his decision official.
There has been no announcement from Justice Breyer. Let him make whatever statement he's going to make, and I'll be happy to talk about it later.
Now, it's important to note that Fox News is reporting that Breyer himself is reportedly, quote, upset with how this all played out because he wasn't planning on letting any of this leak out until he was ready. So that is one caveat here, but there is no reporting that is controverting the reports that he was indeed and still is indeed planning to retire.
Yeah, and there's a bit of reporting that the president is going to be speaking about Breyer's time as a justice tomorrow. This all comes in, as we know, sporadically. So once we get it confirmed, we'll always bring it to you as soon as possible. What does this mean? What are the politics of all of this? Because we know in Washington, D.C., it always gets a little political.
Well, let's remember, this is the truth here. There is one functioning policy making and breaking body in our federal government. It is not the White House. It is not Congress. It is the Supreme Court. The 6-3 conservative supermajority at the Supreme Court is the one functioning body that exercises power over how we live in America today. Congress is deadlocked. The White House gets curbed by the Supreme Court whenever it tries to act on matters of major importance. This is the big deal. This is the whole thing. This is why Mitch McConnell blockaded Merrick Garland's nomination from Obama. This is why he pushed through and got confirmed Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. This is the whole ball game for much of the conservative movement in Washington. Now, for Democrats and the liberal movement in Washington, there's no way to claw back the Supreme Court except for, say, expanding it. And there's no way to do that unless you break the filibuster, which will not happen, and then to pass a law adding seats to the Supreme Court, which also will not happen. So what we're seeing right now is really Democrats enjoying one small victory and using the demographics of the Supreme Court, putting the first Black woman ever on the Supreme Court as perhaps, as Biden made it a campaign promise in the 2020 political campaign, as also perhaps something that will rally the Democratic voting base come the midterms in November 2022. Breyer's retirement now is placed in time so that there is a Democratic majority, very slim one, in the Senate, and a Democratic president who could then put forward someone in his stead that could rally Democratic voters to get to the polls and vote to perhaps try to maintain the slim majorities and controls of both houses of Congress. That's what's going on here politically, at least. That's why Schumer's promising to move quickly on a replacement, and that's why Biden, of course, is going to nominate, as he's promised, a Black woman for the Supreme Court.
And Mike, what about the timing of all of this? Was this to be expected? Was there mumblings on Capitol Hill about this possibly happening?
So there have been mumblings, but totally unconfirmed. No one's saying anything that anyone could actually verify. I had long suspected, at least when Breyer didn't retire last summer, that he was going to do it this summer. It just seemed like that was going to be the case. And with what's going to really be a bloodbath for the liberal side of the Supreme Court this summer, Breyer probably realizes there's no point sticking around. But another thing to consider here, with considering whether this was expected, Breyer's been on the bench for a really long time. Now is the time for him to go, I'm sure, in his mind. He played coy for a while, trying to tell the public that there is no politics at the Supreme Court, which I think for him was his signaling to his conservative colleagues not to make the court look partisan. Now that they, in his mind, are making the court look partisan, he's probably going to say, you know what, then fine, I'm going to throw my political cards on the table too and retire now when the getting out's good and I can get a liberal to replace me as well.
Right, exactly. And who that will be is still unknown at this time, and it's something that we'll be tracking here. Fox 5's Mike Sachs joining us live out from New York. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. Mike, this is substantial politically.
7:49 a.m. everyone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look from New York City, New York, where fallen New York City police officer Jason Rivera, one of two killed earlier this month in the line of duty, was honored Thursday morning with a cross-borough procession that accumulated with fellow cops lining the streets surrounding St. Patrick's Cathedral. That's where we're taking this live look now from, where loved ones and supporters would gather to say their final goodbyes. That funeral for slain NYPD officer Jason Rivera is slated to take place at 9 a.m. This is something that we've been covering since the news first broke here at Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered. We've been bringing you all live feeds as well as updates from our team, Fox 5 New York. So you can bet we will bring you all the latest on this memorial as it begins at 9 a.m. Right now, though, let's take a look at how officials in the area are doing with the increased crime in New York City.
The body of fallen NYPD officer Jason Rivera moved from a funeral home to St. Patrick's Cathedral Thursday morning. Fellow officers and first responders lining the street to say farewell to a hero. The 22-year-old rookie cop was killed when he was ambushed during a domestic call last week. Rivera's 27-year-old partner, Officer Wilbert Mora, was also killed. Officials in New York are saying no more following the recent spike in violence.
We're going to go to those 30 precincts where 80% of the gun violence is now located and crack down on gun violence and the trigger pullers.
Mayor Eric Adams with some tough words for those, quote, trigger pullers. Adams says he's partnering with Governor Kathy Hochul, who just announced a new interstate task force on illegal guns. Bronx District Attorney Darcel Clark says many of the illegal guns on the city streets arrived by a so-called iron pipeline from southern states.
I got real crime and real violence in my community, and I need to get ahead of it, and that's what I'm doing.
In the past week, an 11-month-old baby was hit by a stray bullet while strapped in a car seat in the Bronx. And in a separate incident, a gunman shot a patient while inside the emergency room at Jacoby Medical Center. All of this as the city continues to mourn its two fallen officers. The wake for Officer Jason Rivera begins at 1 p.m. and goes until 8 p.m. It is open to the general public. His funeral will be held on Friday. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Thanks, Brian, for that report. Let's take a live now look at our XRAD weather radar. You can see temperatures below freezing in many parts of the country. Stay with us in just a short break. We'll have a live conversation with our friends over at Fox Weather as the Northeast is preparing for a bomb cyclone. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. From the mid-Atlantic to the Northeast, millions are on alert as a powerful storm is set to blast the region with up to 2 feet of snow and strong winds. Meteorologist Steve Bender is live in New York City, joining us from the Fox Weather headquarters with the latest. Good morning. I hope you all are trying to stay warm at least.
Weekend, and it's all because of that nor'easter that you were mentioning. So over 70 million people will be impacted by this storm. And here's what's new. We had the hurricane hunters. Yes, we're normally see them fly late spring through the summertime to track hurricanes, but they do work here during the winter storms, especially for a strong storm. They gathered some information yesterday that helped to update the models, and they fall into agreement. So here's what's new. We have some blizzard warnings that are in effect for some coastal areas, and we are seeing those snow totals start to trend upward. So this is going to be a major event. Besides just cold air moving in and strong wind impacts, heavy snowfall is now anticipated. So let's talk about a nor'easter and what exactly that is. So here's that snow forecast for you, and you'll notice Boston is right in the bullseye where they could see the largest amount of snow. That's topping out from 2 to 3 feet. You'll notice there's areas what we call a cutoff zone where you'll go about 20 miles and you go from a couple inches of snow to over a foot. And that's where we sit here in New York City. We're right on the cutoff zone where we could see 5 to 8 inches of snow, or as we get closer and we track this, it could dial back to just a few inches of snow. Similar case for Philadelphia and those areas. It's really the coastal areas. That's where you will see the heaviest snow, and that's where we also have those blizzard warnings. So what is a nor'easter? We'll track this for you real quickly. There's the jet stream. That's what that line is showing you. It dips all the way down into the Gulf of Mexico. Florida, we'll see temperatures below freezing. Even Miami, Florida, all the way down south that far, they will see temperatures in the upper 30s, something they haven't seen all the way since 2010. So it's been quite a while. Now, as it moves up the East Coast and it's guided by that jet stream, it'll finally dip out into the Atlantic. The warm waters of the Atlantic, they're above average right now. That warmth fuels these storms, and it will rapidly intensify. It's called bombogenesis. So what happens is within 24 hours, it drops 24 millibars. That's just a way of saying the lower the pressure, that's what this big L stands for, the stronger the storm. And forget just 24 millibars rain, we're talking 40 millibars, which is why we're seeing those heavy snowfall rates and quite a bit of snow. So this is exactly what we're talking about with that bombogenesis for you. And what this leads to is more intense impacts. And so the blizzard warnings are areas that you don't want to be out in, because when that snow is coming down 2 to 4 inches per hour, not only is it difficult to drive through, but then your visibility is completely limited, because now you're talking wind gusts 40 to 50, even up to 60 miles per hour. So when we look at New York City, as we had mentioned, we're right on that cutoff zone. It looks as you head to the east onto Long Island, that's where you'll get the heaviest snow totals. As you move into the city, that's where we have some discrepancy, where we could see only a couple of inches of snow. Either way, from Friday night through Saturday night, that's going to be time for New York. So you have to think it's the end of the work week. A lot of people want to be out on the town. It's going to be quite cold. Make sure you're prepared for that snow coming down. And then on Saturday, that is when we'll see the greatest impact. Whether you are in New York City, Boston, up towards Maine, Saturday is the impact day. Something else we want to track for you on Saturday with Flight Aware. Notice New York has already canceled over 400 flights, and this number continues to grow because of this powerful nor'easter. Notice, though, areas on the West Coast are being impacted because of those flights that go from East Coast to West Coast. And so we're starting to see those flights already being canceled, not even just delayed. Something to check in on if you do have any flights that are scheduled for the weekend. And of course, here on Fox Weather, this is the big story, and we have extended our coverage all day long. So Rain, if you want to join us on Fox Weather, if anybody does, all you have to do is download the app, and we'll be tracking for you throughout the day. For me, I'm going to be heading out onto Long Island and finding those blizzard conditions and reporting from there. So we do expect that heavy snow. Along with that, some very strong wind impacts. So if you don't have to be driving and you can stay inside, that's just the best option. This will going to be all day Saturday. By Sunday morning, this will be clearing out, and Sunday should be beautiful, clear skies, very cold temperatures, and that'll be the opportunity to go play out in the snow.
Okay, Steve, I was looking at your graphic when it comes to the canceled flights. I'm pretty sure my flight is in those statistics, but I'm just going to hope and pray. But for those who are traveling this weekend and they want to stay up to speed on their flights, their trips, how can they get more information on that FlightAware technology?
So FlightAware is a partnership with Fox Weather. So it's a perfect opportunity. You get on to foxweather.com, download the app, Rain, and then you'll have the ability to go to the search tab, you go to FlightAware. They will give you that updated information. And then, of course, we are going to have a storm ticker. So at the bottom of our app, we'll continue to give you updates, whether it's because your flights are delayed or maybe it's travel conditions. Maybe roads are going to have restrictions on there. There could be possible closures. We're going to have everything covered on our app. Of course, and this is for you too, right? If you do have a flight that's taken out, we encourage you to reach out directly to those airports. Now that you know ahead of time they're already delaying or possibly canceling flights, maybe you can shift it to a different airport, maybe fly out of Newark instead, and then potentially you can still make wherever your destination is. But this is a big, impactful storm, and the further you are to the east and closer to the ocean, the greater the impact. So if you can't get those flights into a different airport, that may be your best option.
All right, meteorologist Steve Bender joining us live with Fox Weather. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, guys, and we'll have more news right after this.
Hey, Derek, how you doing? Hey, Derek. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Steve Bender, Studio S, talking nor'easter. Mic
Good
check.
afternoon.
Mic check, check.
And begin by recognizing both Dr. Breyer, Dr. Biden, and for being here. And I can't tell you, this is sort of a bittersweet day for me. Justice Breyer and I go back a long way, all the way back to the mid-'70s when he first came on the Judiciary Committee, but that's another story. I'm here today to express the nation's gratitude to Justice Stephen Breyer for his remarkable career of public service and his clear-eyed commitment to making our country's laws work for its people. And our gratitude extends to Justice Breyer's family for being partners in his decades of public service. In particular, I want to thank his wife, Dr. Joanne Breyer, who is here today and who has stood by him for nearly 6 decades. And with her fierce intellect, good humor, and enormous heart. And I thank you. The country owes you as well. And Stephen Breyer's public service started early. He served in the United States Army as a teenager and in all 3 branches of the federal government before he turned 40. They were the good old days, weren't they? And as he was a law clerk at Supreme Court Justice Goldberg, a prosecutor in the Department of Justice, a member of the Watergate prosecution team. And I first met Stephen Breyer when I was a senator on the Judiciary Committee, and he started off as taking care of one of the subcommittees for Teddy, but then became chief counsel during his tenure as Ted's chairmanship of the Judiciary Committee. Beyond his intellect and hard work and legal insight, he was famous for biking across Washington virtually every day for a face-to-face meeting with a Republican chief counsel, the ranking Republican counsel. And over breakfast, they discussed what would they do for the country together. Whereas in those days, we tried to do things together. That spirit stuck with me when I took over the Judiciary Committee as chair after Senator Kennedy's tenure. And it was my honor to vote to confirm Justice Breyer to serve in the United States Supreme Court, or the Court of Appeals first, in 1980. And then 14 years later, in 1994, I got to preside as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee over his Supreme Court confirmation hearings. We were joking with one another when he walked in. Did we ever think that he would have served decades on the court and I'd be president of the United States when the day he came in to retire? And he looked at it, anyway, I won't tell you what he said. I'm joking. But I was proud and grateful to be there at the start of this distinguished career in the Supreme Court. And I'm very proud to be here today on his announcement of his retirement. You know, during his confirmation hearings way back in 1994, nominee Stephen Breyer said, quote, "The law must work for the people." He explained to us his faith that our complex legal system has a single purpose: tell people who make up our country. It was a different time, of course, but his brilliance, his values, his scholarship are why Judge Breyer became Justice Breyer by an overwhelming bipartisan vote at the time. Today, Justice Breyer announces his intention to step down from active service after 4 decades on the federal bench and 28 years on the United States Supreme Court. His legacy includes his work as a leading scholar and jurist in administrative law, bringing his brilliance to bear to make government run more efficiently and effectively. It includes his stature as a beacon of wisdom on our Constitution and what it means. And through it all, Justice Breyer has worked tirelessly to give faith to the notion that the law exists to help the people. Everyone knows that Stephen Breyer has been an exemplary justice, fair to the parties before him, courteous to his colleagues, careful in his reasoning. He's written landmark opinions on topics ranging from reproductive rights to health care, to voting rights, to patent law, to laws protecting our environment and the laws that protect our religious practices. His opinions are practical, sensible, and nuanced. It reflects his belief that the job of a judge is not to lay down a rule, but to get it right. Justice Breyer's law clerks and his colleagues, as many of the press here know, describe him and his work ethic, his desire to learn more, his kindness to those around him, and his optimism for the promise of our country. And he has patiently sought common ground and built consensus, seeking to bring the court together. I think he's a model public servant in a time of great division.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for streaming live now from Fox, continuing to bring you all raw and unfiltered top stories from across the country. But right now, let's shift our attention to some breaking news that we are getting out of Pittsburgh, where President Biden is scheduled to speak later on today. We're just now getting these live images to our desk here, coming from the area. Here's what we know. A bridge did collapse near Frick Park. This was reported around 6 a.m. this morning. We're still working to get you all more details from our news partners, but let's take a look at these live images that we are getting from Park Place. Now, again, President Biden is scheduled to visit Pittsburgh today. We're working on gathering more information for you all. Still working to find out if anyone was injured during this event or not. We are monitoring social media, and again, we're in touch with our news partners to find out exactly what caused this incident, if anyone was injured, and again, how emergency officials are responding. You can see the scene is still pretty active there. Firefighters are on the scene, police officers are on the scene as well, but this camera is a little bit far back. We cannot see the actual bridge, so we don't know exactly how severe this incident could be. hopefully all community members are safe following this bridge collapse. All right, it is 8:09 a.m. here on the East Coast. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll work on getting you all more information on the other side. Hey, 8:12 a.m. and early breaking news situation to bring to our viewers this morning from LiveNOW from Fox. We're taking a LiveNOW look from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a tragic story that we're hearing of a bridge collapse. Now, right now we are still working to get more information, but here's what we know. A bridge has collapsed near Frick Park. This was reported around 6 a.m. Again, we are in touch with our news partners in the area to find out exactly what prompted this incident. As you can see here, the scene is still very active. Firefighters, police officers are on the scene, probably trying to stabilize the surrounding areas. We still are unsure if anyone was on that bridge or if anyone was hurt following this incident. Again, working to get you all more details, but we did touch base with the Pittsburgh Public Safety Office, who said that there was actually an odor of natural gas being reported in the area. Now, officials also said that around 7:50 a.m. the gas line in the area has been cut, so a potentially dangerous situation for residents in surrounding areas, especially during this time. Again, it looks as though the scene is still pretty active. We're just now getting these live feeds to our desk, guys. So again, we have more questions than answers at this point, but we do know that a bridge has collapsed in the Frick Park area of Pittsburgh. This took place around 6 a.m., a time where a lot of folks are waking up and beginning their morning commute. So we are still unsure if anyone was on that bridge during the time or if anyone was hurt because of this incident. All right. We're also monitoring social media to see if any community members are speaking out about this. We did receive a few tweets from a community member named Greg Barnshell. We're working to get you all some of his personal photos from the scene here in just a bit, but he is saying that he does not know of any injuries reported yet, but there is a strong smell of natural gas in the area. As you can imagine, officials and authorities are asking community members to please avoid this area of Forbes and Braddock for, again, this bridge collapse. We're taking a look at firefighters. It looks like EMT is also on the scene. We see police officers are also responding. Luckily, we don't have any reports of any injuries at this time, which is great news because we know that this situation definitely could have turned deadly very, very quickly. All right, guys, we're going to work on getting more updates for you all. For now, let's turn our attention to another story that we are following here at LiveNOW from Fox. All right, we're taking another live look. This live image is coming from New York, New York. We do know that the funeral for the slain NYPD officer is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. We do plan on bringing that to you all live, raw, and unfiltered as it happens. This is a story that we've been covering since the very beginning. 22-year-old Jason Rivera was a rookie cop when he was ambushed while responding to a domestic disturbance incident in Harlem, New York. Now, this incident is raising a lot of questions about gun violence increasing in the city and what city officials like New York City Mayor Eric Adams plans to do with it. Here's more on that story.
The body of fallen NYPD officer Jason Rivera moved from a funeral home to St. Patrick's Cathedral Thursday morning. Fellow officers and first responders lining the street to say farewell to a hero. The 22-year-old rookie cop was killed when he was ambushed during a domestic call last week. Rivera's 27-year-old partner, Officer Wilbert Mora, was also killed. Officials in New York are saying no more following the recent spike in violence.
We're going to go to those 30 precincts where 80% of the gun violence is now located and crack down on gun violence and the trigger pullers.
Mayor Eric Adams with some tough words for those, quote, trigger pullers. Adams says he's partnering with Governor Kathy Hochul, who just announced a new interstate task force on illegal guns. Bronx District Attorney Darcel Clark says many of the illegal guns on the city streets arrived by a so-called iron pipeline from southern states.
I got real crime and real violence in my community, and I need to get ahead of it, and that's what I'm doing.
In the past week, an 11-month-old baby was hit by a stray bullet while strapped in a car seat in the Bronx. And in a separate incident, a gunman shot a patient while inside the emergency room at Jacoby Medical Center. All of this as the city continues to mourn its two fallen officers. The wake for Officer Jason Rivera begins at 1 p.m. and goes until 8 p.m. It is open to the general public. His funeral will be held on Friday. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Again, that funeral will be held today at 9 a.m. Make sure that you all are streaming live now from Fox as we bring it to you raw and unfiltered. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We know that winter weather is affecting much of the country. The Northeast is preparing for a bomb cyclone, a nor'easter, but they're also having a pretty severe winter event in Chicago. Right after this break, we will have a live conversation with Fox 22 about how their community is preparing for severe temperatures. Bringing you all back out live to Pittsburgh, still looking at a pretty active scene as authorities continue to work to find out exactly what prompted that bridge collapse in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's also worth noting that President Biden is scheduled to speak from this city a little bit later on today. He's speaking on the United States economy. Now, here's what we know. We know that this scene is showing a lot going on. We have firefighters on the scene, EMTs on the scene. We also have police officers on the scene, all working together following that bridge collapse that took place around 6 a.m. We do know that this bridge is located in the Frick Park area of Pittsburgh. We do know also good news that no injuries have been reported yet, but this is something that's a little bit concerning because authorities and community members are noting that they did smell a strong odor of natural gas. So we did touch base with a few officials in the area who said that the first thing that they did was cut all natural gas lines in the area. This could have been a much more dangerous situation considering this. So it's definitely good news that no injuries are being reported. We're also monitoring social media to see how the community is responding. We're working on getting you a few images that one local community member has been posting on social media of the actual bridge collapsing. It looks as though a bus might have been actually on that bridge when it collapsed. We're going to work on getting you those images here at Live Now from Fox. Pretty startling images. Looking at these images and reporting that there are no injuries seems like a miracle nonetheless. So definitely good news this morning. Unfortunate news for commuters in the area, but it's good news that no one was injured. All right, and as promised, we do have those images for you all. This photo is courtesy of Greg Barnshell. He tweeted these a few hours ago around 7:42. Can you imagine waking up to this in your neighborhood? The Forbes Avenue Bridge. This is over Frick Park in Pittsburgh, again, collapsed about 8 a.m. And if you look closely, you can see that appears to be a bus that it was actually on the bridge when it collapsed. We do have a few more images that might bring you all a closer look. And there you have it, the bridge collapsing in Pittsburgh. It'll be interesting to note if the weather played any part in this as well. And you can see a lot more clearly on this image right here, that red bus that was on the bridge when it collapsed. If you're just now joining us, you are streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a live now look, as we like to call it, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where around 6 a.m. we are getting reports that the Frick Park Forbes Avenue Bridge collapsed into the water with, it looks like, a bus on board. Now, we do not have any reports of injuries, but we do know that community members and authorities did report a strong natural gas smell. So we're not sure if an explosion caused this bridge or if old infrastructure caused this bridge to collapse. We are still not sure. Very fluid situation, but we are in touch with authorities in the area who are advising that residents in the area please avoid the Frick Park neighborhood. As you can see, they are still working to determine exactly what caused this collapse. We also know that all natural gas lines, as you can imagine, have been cut off following this incident. We're looking at fire departments, EMTs on the scene. The police officers are on the scene. Now, a little bit earlier when we showed you all these live images, the sense of urgency was heightened. It looks as though responding officers are calming down a bit. Not sure if that means that they are finding that indeed no injuries took place, or if they are just gathering more information when it comes to this investigation. But again, we're all about raw, unfiltered, and breaking news here at Live Now from Fox. So as we receive these live images, we brought them to you all, our viewers, and we are finding a lot of information out in real time and sharing them with you all in real time. That's what makes us different. We bring you all the information as soon as we receive it right here on our desk. It looks as though we have a team of firefighters or EMTs, I'm not quite sure, walking back to their vehicles. That looks like a good sign, guys. No injuries to report. It will be interesting to find out if there were any passengers on that bus. If you're just now joining, here's a photo that we have from the Pittsburgh bridge collapse. This has been provided to us courtesy of a community member, Greg Barnshell. He woke up to this. His neighborhood bridge on Forbes Avenue collapsed into the water. And here's a closer look at that vehicle that just so happened to be on the bridge when this incident took place. So again, very miraculous to report no injuries this morning, but investigators are still working to find out exactly what caused it. There is some speculation that it could have been an explosion because of the natural gas smell. A lot of community members are tweeting that they smelled a strong gas odor this morning. So as a precaution and as a part of the investigation, as you can imagine, authorities have cut all natural gas lines in the area and are asking community members to avoid this area at all costs. We also know that President Biden is slated to travel to this area later on today. He's speaking on the United States economy. He'll actually be speaking from an area that's about 13 minutes or so from this very site. So it will be interesting to find out if President Biden will speak to this breaking news that we are seeing. Now, usually whenever an incident like this happens, it takes a few moments, a few hours or so for investigators to gather their preliminary notes. But shortly after, we usually have a press conference from the public information officer, city leaders, community members. Our news partners are there on the ground with their cameras, and we will bring that to you all as soon as we receive it here at Live Now from Fox. But right now, The information that we have is very limited. However, I do want you all to take a look at this image that we are getting again. So we're keeping a close eye, monitoring social media, because a lot of residents woke up to this. You can imagine that this might be the only bridge in and out of their neighborhood, the Frick Park neighborhood in Pittsburgh. So a lot of people are interested in exactly what caused this bridge. All right, let's go back out. Live on the scene, it looks as though investigators are gathering. We just may be getting that announcement sooner than later. It looks as though officials are preparing to address the media as we see them convening there. Hopefully we will have an announcement with more details for you all shortly. We have more questions than answers at this point. Exactly what caused this incident? Are there still 0 injuries to report? What does the investigation look like? Has this sort of thing happened in the area before? And did the weather play any part? We know that this area and much of the country is seeing some pretty severe winter temperatures. So I'm interested in finding out if that contributed at all to this bridge collapse. 8:30 a.m. here at Live Now from Fox. If you're just now joining, this is what we're all about, bringing you all raw and unfiltered feeds of breaking news situations taking place not just in your area but across the country. We have hundreds of cameras available to us that bring us these raw and unfiltered feeds. So a lot of times we are the very first to report information, and we find details and new developments out in real time, right there along with our audience. So it looks like we have the fire chief on the scene there, and it looks like we may be getting ready to hear that live announcement.
Thank you. Good morning. Just want to give you an update on what happened. The bridge collapsed, a bus went over. So far, I think we have 3 that were injured. Chief Jones will be coming up to give you an analysis of exactly what happened. But right now, there's no fatalities. We do have a collapsed bridge that we're dealing with, and we'll be dealing with it throughout the day to make sure that everybody is secure. There was a gas leak. The gas has been turned off. It's not hazardous to the people. That's what I was told so far. So right now, we're still assessing the situation, getting information. But the good thing at this point is that there's no fatalities. And we're going to pray that there is no fatalities and that they're doing what they need to do. I want to thank the city of Pittsburgh, our EMS, our firefighters, our police, the county for their assistance, in the state for all coming together. We were fortunate. A bus went over. And right now we don't have no fatalities. We got 3 hurt. They've been looked at, and I think 10 have been seen, and they're okay. So we're just going to continue to hope for the best and make sure that we get this together. County Exec?
Yeah, just to echo what the mayor said, and I want to thank Senator Costa and Councilman O'Connor and Lieutenant Governor Fetterman for being here as well. The outpouring of support to help with this has been tremendous, as the mayor said. The city paramedics and fire and police being here, county, state, got a call from the governor. We got a call from the White House. Everyone's reaching out to help. As the mayor said, thankfully at this point, the preliminary reports are minor injuries, or injuries that are non-life threatening, might be a better way to say that. And to think about what a major artery this bridge is for so many people coming, from the East End, from the eastern suburbs, coming on in through Squirrel Hill and on into Oakland and town. This is a major artery. A lot of work's going to need to be done. And again, thankfully, and our People's Gas crew that was out here getting the gas shut off, I'm sure people that were out here could smell that gas early on and the danger that could require. But we're going to be still reaching out. People are going to need a lot of help with utilities. We just don't know what's going to be there as well. But we're going to be here to make sure that we support the folks in this community to make sure this can be done expeditiously and move forward. Mayor, you have the...
Now, quick question. This bridge collapse happened on the day that the president is headed here to talk about infrastructure. I mean, what does that say about some of the improvements that need to be done?
We need it. I said it before. This bipartisan infrastructure law is critical to Southwest Pennsylvania and the city of Pittsburgh. We know we have bridges that we need to take care of. We're finding out now when the last inspection was and everything. But with him coming today to talk about this infrastructure bill, to discuss why this funding is so important, today is significant of that. You know, at the end of the day, we could have had some serious injuries.
And it was just 2 years ago,
And
or 2
right.
years ago that we had Route 30 collapse just a couple of years ago.
So
another major artery. So,
So
yes.
at the end of the day, this is critical that we get this funding. And we're glad to have the president coming today.
What can you tell us about the last inspection for this bridge?
We're working on that now. Chief Jones will be coming up to give that information that we have, and a lot of it we're still finding out as we go. But I believe it was 2 years ago, but we'll find out shortly.
Is there anybody that still needs to be rescued at this
September.
September? So it was September of what?
2021.
September of 21 was the last time the bridge was inspected.
Is there anybody who still needs to be rescued at this time?
They're looking. I know they're flying zones, the drones over there now, taking a look to make sure that nobody else is down there. But that information I'm going to have Chief Jones talk about, and then I'll come back and answer any questions you may have, all right? All right, Chief Jones?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And so this morning we had a collapse of the bridge. 3 to 4 vehicles were on the bridge at the time that it went down. We have extricated everybody off. As the mayor stated, there were 10 minor injuries, 3 were transported, none were life-threatening. Right now we are stepping down our operations and sending some of the units back home, and we will be here for a while. We still have to do a little bit of recon to make sure that no one was under the structure when it collapsed. There was a massive gas leak caused by the collapse that is now under control. Several families were evacuated from their homes. They have been allowed back. We were told by the gas company that all their gas service has been restored. So we have the Salvation Army coming in to take care of some of the first responders. The Red Cross will be setting up a victims assistance unit at the Committal building down the street here for any people want to know if their family members were on the bus or their condition. And right now, that's where we stand.
Do you have any more details about the latest inspection, any issues that may have been with this bridge?
No, I do not have any of that information. I'm sorry.
Any idea what may have caused this to collapse?
The cause is under investigation.
And again, just kind of go over those numbers again. I know that there was something passed, and just want to make sure we have those numbers correct.
Yeah, so there was a total of about 10 injuries, all minor. 3 were transported. Again, none were life-threatening. So the 3 that were transported were from the bus, I believe. The others were some of our first responders who slips and falls and things like that and exhaustion. So, but everybody's okay.
Any idea of weather played a factor into this collapse?
Well, I know it played a factor into the response. I can't say it played a factor in the collapse. You can see the roads are kind of icy. Response was slow. You can't get in an accident trying to go help someone, and no one gets any help. So that slowed us down a little bit. I did mention that it was some slip and fall hazards on the scene because of the weather as well.
Can you describe what the rescue was like a little bit more to us?
So, EMS, our EMS bureau set up for rescue. They have the heavy rescue units here. The technicians rappelled down using ropes to go down over the side. They helped the firefighters that were here initially on scene, also did like a daisy chain with hands, just grabbing people and pulling them up. So it was a physical rescue, most of them are, but we have some highly skilled and highly trained professionals on the job here. Pittsburgh is lucky in that respect. So it was handled as best as it could be handled.
Sounds like a pretty dramatic rescue operation. How do you know how far down they had to rappel to be able to get to the people?
I do not, but my guess is at least 100 feet, 150 feet maybe. And it wasn't vertical, but it was fairly steep. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just make one clarification, Chief? Yeah. There was 2 people on the bus, the driver and the passenger was a female.
So just 2 people on the bus?
2 people on the bus,
okay.
the driver and the passenger, and they're okay. They were not transported.
Okay, awesome.
Thank y'all so much.
All right, thank you.
We just got a clarification from the here.
All right, guys, that was a live update from officials regarding that building collapse there in Pittsburgh. Here's what we know. This building collapse happened around 6 a.m. this morning. We do not know exactly what caused the collapse. However, a bus and 3 other vehicles were on that bridge when it collapsed. 3 people are injured, but according to authorities, they are suffering from non-life-threatening injuries. We heard from the mayor, Ed Gainey. We also heard from the fire chief, who says that the community is really banding together during this time. They've already heard from the White House. They got a call this morning. On the heels of this incident, we do know that President Biden is scheduled to travel to this area and will speak on infrastructure. We heard a little bit from the mayor, who said that this bridge is proof that infrastructure assistance is needed. So again, President Biden will speak more on that. The bridge was last inspected by September in 2001, I believe, and the Red Cross is in the area helping to set up a victims assistance unit. So definitely good to report 0 fatalities following this injuries, but 3 people are unfortunately suffering non-life-threatening injuries. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more right after this. We are going to touch base with Fox 5 New York. Our news partners out there are going to preview the funeral that we're covering here at 9 a.m. Remember that 22-year-old NYPD officer Jason Rivera, his service is today, and we will bring that to you all right here on Live Now from Fox. So don't go anywhere. We'll have that live update from New York right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're looking live from New York, St. Patrick's Cathedral. Beginning at 9 a.m., we do expect the funeral services for the slain NYPD officer Jason Rivera to begin. Let's go out to our partner with Fox 5 New York, Mac King, joining us with the latest updates this morning. Good morning, Mac.
It's going to start in the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. This is a 22-year-old officer just about to begin his second year on the job, a newlywed to his high school sweetheart, killed in the line of duty last Friday responding to a domestic disturbance call. They showed up at the place and were in a hallway. Both he and his partner were shot and killed. His partner died several days later. His funeral, as I said, starts today around 9 a.m. The police commissioner, the cardinal are going to speak, as are union representatives. His widow's going to speak, and the mayor of the city will all give eulogies in about a 2-hour service where we'll hear a bunch of hymns and whatnot. And it's got a lot of people talking about gun reform in the city and how to stop all those illegal guns coming through the iron pipeline from the south into the city and on the streets.
Mag, what can you tell us about his partner who was with him on the scene, who also responded to that domestic dispute, who we found out died a few days later? When will services for him begin?
So next week he'll also His funeral will also be held here at St. Pat's, I believe, February 2nd. As you mentioned, he died earlier this week. He was in critical condition in the hospital, was eventually taken off of life support. 27 years old, also killed in the line of duty last Friday.
Mac, if you can hear me, you're clear. Thank you. Welcome back. If you're just now joining us, we're taking a live now look from Pittsburgh, where a bridge did collapse earlier this morning. If you've been with us all morning, we've been covering this, bringing you all live images, sharing new developments as the situation unfolds with you raw and unfiltered. Now, moments ago, we did have an update from area officials. Let's go ahead and listen in.
With utilities, we just don't know what's going to be there as well, but we're going to be here to make sure that we support the folks in this community to make sure this can be done expeditiously and move forward. Mayor, you have the
Now, quick question. This bridge collapse happened on the day that the president is headed here to talk about infrastructure. I mean, what does that say about some of the improvements that need to be done?
We need it. You know, I said it before. This bipartisan infrastructure law is critical to Southwest Pennsylvania and the city of Pittsburgh. We know we have bridges that we need to take care of. We're finding out now when the last inspection was and everything. But with him coming today to talk about this infrastructure bill, to discuss why this funding is so important, today is significant of that. You know, at the end of the day, we could have had some serious injuries.
And it was just 2 years ago, or 2 years ago, that we had Route 30 collapse just a couple of years ago. So another major artery. So
at the end of the day, this is critical that we get this funding. And we're glad to have the president coming today.
What can you tell us about the last inspection for this bridge?
We're working on that now. Chief Jones will be coming up to give that information that we have, and a lot of it we're still finding out as we go. But I believe it was 2 years ago, but we'll find out shortly.
Is there anybody that still needs to be rescued?
Mayor,
at this
September.
time?
September? So it was September of what?
2021.
September of 21 was the last time the bridge was inspected.
Is there anybody who still needs to be rescued at this time?
They're looking. I know they're flying zones. The drones over there now, taking a look to make sure that nobody else is down there. But that information I'm gonna have Chief Jones talk about, and then I'll come back and answer any questions you may have. All right? All right, Chief Jones.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And so this morning we had a collapse of the bridge. 3 to 4 vehicles were on the bridge at the time that it went down. We have extricated everybody off. As the mayor stated, there were 10 minor injuries, 3 were transported, none were life-threatening. Right now we are stepping down our operations and sending some of the units back home, and we will be here for a while. We still have to do a little bit of recon to make sure that no one was under the structure when it collapsed. There was a massive gas leak caused by the collapse that is now under control. Several families were evacuated from their homes. They have been allowed back. We were told by the gas company that all their gas service has been restored. So we have the Salvation Army coming in to take care of some of the first responders. The Red Cross will be setting up a victims assistance unit at the Committal building down the street here for any people want to know if their family members were on the bus or their condition. And right now, that's where we stand.
Do you have any more details about the latest inspection and any issues that may have been with this bridge?
No, I do not have any of that information. I'm sorry.
Any idea what may have caused this to collapse?
The cause is under investigation.
And again, just kind of go over those numbers again. I know that there was something passed, and just want to make sure we have those numbers correct.
Yeah, so there was a total of about 10 injuries, all minor. 3 were transported. Again, none were life-threatening. So the 3 that were transported were from the bus, I believe. The others were some of our first responders who slips and falls and things like that and exhaustion. So, but everybody's okay.
Any idea of weather played a factor into this collapse?
Well, I know it played a factor into the response. I can't say it played a factor in the collapse. You can see the roads are kind of icy. Response was slow. You can't get in an accident trying to go help someone, and no one gets any help. So that slowed us down a little bit. I did mention that it was some slip and fall hazards on the scene because of the weather as well.
Can you describe what the rescue was like a little bit more to us?
So, yes, excuse me, EMS, our EMS bureau set up for rescue. They have the heavy rescue units here. The technicians rappelled down using ropes to go down over the side. They helped the firefighters that were here initially on scene, also did like a daisy chain with hands, just grabbing people and pulling them up. So it was a physical rescue, most of them are. But we have some highly skilled and highly trained professionals on the job here. Pittsburgh is lucky in that respect. So it was handled as best as it could be handled.
Sounds like a pretty dramatic rescue operation. How do you know how far down they had to rappel to be able to get to the people?
I do not, but my guess is at least 100 feet, 150 feet maybe. And it wasn't vertical, but it was fairly steep. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just make one clarification, Chief.
Yeah.
There was 2 people on the bus, the driver and the passenger, who was a female.
Thank you.
So just 2 people on the bus?
2 people on the bus,
Okay.
the driver and the passenger, and they're okay. They were not transported.
Okay. Awesome.
Thank y'all so much.
All right.
And
Thank
we
you.
just got a clarification from the PI over here. She says that there were 2 people on the bus that were taken to the hospital. But that was the update that we just got from Mayor Ed Gailey, also Chief Executive Rich Fitzgerald, and also in this group a lot of local leaders, state leaders as well, coming and seeing the response here. You heard
All right, guys, let's just go ahead and interrupt that Reporters Live hit there. But that was the most recent update that we had from officials in the Pittsburgh area. If you're just now joining us, we've been on top of this breaking news story all morning long. The Fern Hollow neighborhood in Pittsburgh did see a bridge collapse take place at 6 a.m. We know that 10 people were injured, 3 are suffering non-life-threatening injuries, and about 3 to 4 vehicles were actually on that bridge when it collapsed, including a bus. So luckily we are reporting that 0 fatalities occurred. We did hear from the mayor earlier today, who said that he already got a call from the White House. Interestingly enough, President Biden is traveling to this very area later on today, and he is speaking on infrastructure. So we'll plan on bringing you that live, raw, and unfiltered as well. We also know that the Red Cross has set up a support center for community members who may have been affected by this incident. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, guys, we are taking a live now look from St. Patrick's Cathedral there in New York City, New York, covering the funeral for the slain NYPD officer Jason Rivera, who was 22 years old when he was killed while responding to a domestic dispute. Now, if you've been with Live Now from Fox since the story broke, you know that we've been sharing some pretty intimate details of Officer Rivera. We actually read a letter that he wrote when he decided to take the pledge to become an officer, saying that he wanted to serve his community and do this for his family. Now he will be laid to rest. The community and other NYPD officers and community leaders as well, including New York City Mayor Eric Adams, will eulogize Rivera today, any moment now. Now, our colleagues over at Fox 5 New York are there on the scene, and they're going to bring us nonstop coverage of these memorial services. So let's go ahead and check in with Fox 5 New York.
Will reverberate throughout Fifth Avenue here. Mila, you know, you have been covering stories of violence on the streets of New York year after year. I want to get your perspective on what are you feeling in this moment, seeing that in person? Because we're seeing this on the video screen, and it's touching, it's hard to watch, it's saddening. But what are you feeling? Because you're there in person. What makes this, you know, as journalists, we cover devastating stories quite often, but what makes this one so particularly horrifying is who Jason Rivera and who Wilbert Murrah were as people, as officers. Jason Rivera was 22 years old, newly married. He had his whole life ahead of him. He wanted to be a police officer, his friends tell me, because he wanted to make a difference. He wanted to work on NYPD and community relationships. He was doing absolutely everything right, and that's exactly what makes this story so absolutely horrifying. And of course, can't help but feel just as devastated as the rest of the people here. And again, we have law enforcement from Los Angeles out here, from all over the country, everybody feeling that pain. You can really feel it in the air. Yeah, certainly so. I mean, you talk about someone. All right, thank you. Now we're going to go to the ceremony for Officer Jason Rivera.
El amor del Padre y la comunión del Espíritu Santo estén con todos ustedes. En las aguas del bautismo, Jason murió con Cristo y con él resucitó a una nueva vida, que él participe ahora con Cristo de la gloria eterna. Día de su que Dios lo acoja ahora en la plenitud de su amor y lo lleve a la vida eterna.
Amen. Our entrance hymn, as found in the program, is Amazing Grace, sung in English and Spanish.
Sweet a sound that
Oremos. Señor Dios nuestro, tú que eres perdón de los pecadores y felicidad, a quien vamos a dar hoy piadoso sepultura, formar parte del número de tus elegidos, para que libre ya de los lazos de la muerte, el día de la resurrección pueda contemplar tu rostro. Por nuestro Señor Jesucristo, tu Hijo, que vive y reina contigo en la unidad del Espíritu Santo, y es Dios por los siglos de los siglos. Amén.
A reading from the letter of St. Paul to the Romans. Brothers and sisters, if God is for us, who can be against us? He did not spare his own son, but handed him over for us all. Will he not also give us everything else along with him? Who will bring a charge against God's chosen ones? It is God who acquits us. Who will condemn? It is Christ Jesus who died, rather was raised, who also is at the right hand of God, who indeed intercedes for us. What will separate us from the love of Christ? Will anguish or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or peril or the sword? No. In all these things we conquer overwhelmingly through him who loved us. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor present things, nor future things, nor powers, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord. The word of the Lord.
Of my heart, and bring me out of my distress. Put an end to my affliction and my suffering, and take away all my sin. To you, Lord, I lift my soul.
Preserve my life and rescue me. Let me not be put to shame, for I take refuge in you. Let integrity and uprightness preserve me, because I wait for you, O Lord.
To you.
are faithful to the end, we shall reign with him. Alleluia, alleluia.
El Señor esté con ustedes. Lectura del Santo Evangelio según San Juan. En aquel tiempo, cuando llegó María, la hermana de Lázaro, a donde estaba Jesús, al verlo, se echó a sus pies y le dijo: Señor, si hubieras estado aquí, no habría muerto mi hermano. Jesús, al verla llorar y al ver llorar a los judíos que la acompañaban, se conmovió hasta lo más hondo y preguntó: ¿Dónde lo han puesto? Le contestaron: Ven, Señor, y lo verás. Jesús se puso a llorar y los judíos comentaban: de veras, cuánto lo amaba. Algunos decían: ¿no podía este, que abrió los ojos al ciego de nacimiento, hacer que Lázaro no muriera? Jesús, profundamente conmovido todavía, se detuvo ante el sepulcro, que era una cueva sellada con una losa. Entonces dijo Jesús: quiten la losa. Pero Marta, la hermana del que habría muerto, le replicó: Señor, ya huele mal, ¿por qué lleva 4 días? Le dijo Jesús: ¿no te he dicho que si crees, verás la gloria de Dios? Entonces quitaron la piedra. Jesús levantó los ojos a lo alto y dijo: Padre, te doy gracias porque me has escuchado. Yo ya sabía que tú siempre me escuchas, pero lo he dicho a causa de esta muchedumbre que me rodea, para que crean que tú me has enviado. Luego gritó con voz potente: Lázaro, sal de ahí. Y salió el muerto, atados con vendas las manos y los pies, y la cara envuelta en un sudario. Jesús les dijo: desátenlo, para que pueda andar. Muchos de los judíos que habían ido a casa de Marta y María, al ver lo que había hecho Jesús, creyeron en él. Palabra del Señor. Gloria a ti, Señor Jesús.
Daniel y Ana, Jeffrey, María, Dominique. Nuestros pensamientos están con ustedes hoy. También nuestras oraciones para ustedes, porque sabemos que quizás este día es el más difícil de todas sus vidas. Estamos con nosotros, con ustedes hoy, como familia, como iglesia, relatives and friends, Jason's NYPD brothers and sisters, and to all who have gathered here today to pray for our brother and to honor his life. May the peace and the love of God be with you. In his first letter to the Corinthians, St. Paul, referencing the book of the prophet Isaiah, says, "Where, O death, is your victory? Where, O death, is your sting?" ¿Dónde está la victoria tuya, la muerte? I believe, my brothers and sisters, we have an answer for St. Paul. It's right here. The sting of death is here as we mourn the loss of our brother. Because death surely does sting, especially when a young person's life is cut short so tragically. just at the beginning of his career, just at the beginning of his marriage, just at the beginning of realizing a childhood dream. It surely seems, that death has the victory. But my brothers and my sisters, the sting of death and what appears to be death's victory is not what brought us to this magnificent house of God today. Joined together in prayer with our shepherd, Cardinal Dolan, with priests and bishops, with faithful men and women, our elected and appointed officials of this great city, people of all faiths, of all religious traditions, fellow police officers from around the country and indeed from around the world. No, it is not the sting of death, it is not the victory of death that brings us here, it is faith that brings us here today. Es la fe que nos ha llevado aquí a la iglesia, esta catedral, tan sagrado en los ojos de la iglesia, tan sagrado en los ojos de Dios. And it is our trust, nuestra confianza en la promesa de Dios estar con nosotros, acompañarnos en la jornada de vida y de fe, por la vida, por la muerte, hasta la vida eterna. Con fe nos hemos reunidos hoy aquí en la Catedral de San Patricio. My brothers and my sisters, since last Friday, we have been trying to make sense of the death of our brother Jason, and subsequently the death of his partner, Police Officer Wilbert Mora. Truth be told, we still haven't made sense of their deaths. And when what is human and fragile, when what is temporal and limited escapes reason and explanation and understanding and leaves us feeling empty and angry and sad, defeated and without meaning, we surely know where to turn. To the loving mercy and compassion of our God, to our loving faith community, to our belief in the resurrection of Jesus Christ and his promise that even in death we shall live, and everyone who lives and believes in him shall never die. That's what brought us here today. And it's with those words that we honor our brother Jason. Our first reading this morning from the letter of St. Paul to the Romans begins with a question that surely may have crossed the minds of his listeners in his own day, and may have from time to time crossed our minds as well. If God is for us, and he is, who can be against us? Who can ever come between us and the love of Christ? Si Dios está a nuestro favor, ¿quién estará en contra nuestra? ¿Qué cosa podrá apartarnos del amor que nos ama Cristo? No hay nada, ni la muerte, no hay nadie que puede separarnos del amor de Dios que es nuestro en Cristo Jesús. Paul tells the community in Rome not to be afraid, not to be discouraged. Even in the face of persecution, there is nothing that could separate them, not even death itself, from the love of God. God has given us a promise of eternal life. And even in the midst of great struggles, persecution, and for some death itself, Paul encourages the community, remain strong and be united, support and strengthen one another. Doesn't that sound familiar to us? Doesn't that look familiar to us? As men and women of faith, we're here to find consolation, here to support and strengthen one another, especially Jason's family, as we offer our prayers and intercession for them and for him. Listen again to Paul's words. I am convinced that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor present things, nor future things, nor powers, nor height, nor death, nor any other creature, not violence, not hatred, not murder, will be able to separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus our Lord, our brother, Jason Rivera, police officer Jason Rivera, is not separated from the love of God. Nuestro hermano Jason no está separado del amor de Dios. Rather, he will live in the loving embrace of God for all eternity. For all eternity. While we struggle with his separation from us, and this is a struggle, we turn to God. We turn to God in our grief, perhaps our unanswered questions, maybe even with doubts, and we pray for the comfort and strength we need to get through this hour of struggle. My brothers and sisters, let us draw that comfort. Let us draw that strength from the knowledge of God's love for each and every one of us. Todos nosotros somos hijos e hijas de Dios, muy amados por nuestro Dios Padre. Let us find comfort in the love we have for one another, in the love that God has for Jason, and the love that we have found for him and he for us. In our gospel passage from John, Jesus, his friend Lazarus, has died. And his sisters Martha and Mary, also friends of Jesus, are mourning the death of their brother. La muerte de Lázaro, su hermano, pesa mucho. Y por eso ellas nos entienden. Jesus, too, is saddened by the death of Lazarus. And the scriptures tell us Jesus wept. He didn't shed a tear. His eyes didn't get watery. Jesus wept from deep within. So he knows. Jesús entiende nuestras lágrimas, nuestro pesar por la muerte de un ser querido, hijo, esposo, hermano, primo, amigo. Jesús entiende. He also wants to help you carry this heavy cross and the pain and the brokenness that has brought you. He wants you to know that you are not alone. Dios quiere que ustedes sepan que el amor de Dios está con ustedes, ahora y cada día en adelante. Jesus goes to that tomb of Lazarus despite that stench of death. And with confidence and trust, he raises his eyes to heaven and he prays. And then he called Lazarus from the tomb. Lázaro, sal de ahí. And the dead man comes out. My brothers, my sisters, Lazarus would eventually die again. Unlike Lazarus, our brother Jason will never have to die again. No hay más peligros. No hay más heridas. There are no more threats to our brother. Only the fullness of peace and glory in the presence of God. A number of years ago, I served as vocation director, recruiter for our Capuchin province of St. Mary, and our slogan was, live the dream, make the difference. And I thought about it. I thought about Jason. I remembered that slogan because this young man embodied it. We know that from a young age, he wanted to be a police officer. And he wanted to make a difference in the lives of those who would be sworn to protect and to serve, and to make a difference in the life of our community, a difference in the lives of his fellow officers. He lived his dream, although too short a time. And he made a difference. And we pray that he will continue to make a difference in the lives of others who will remember him fondly, not just today, whose smile, now only visible in pictures and in our memories will continue to make us smile, will inspire others to be their very best, will remind all of us to enjoy life and to be grateful for this great gift from God. All of us have taken this tragedy very personally. We've seen all the tributes, the candlelight vigil services, the news coverage, the outpouring of care and concern from folks all around the country. He has been hailed a hero, but not a recognition, not an ambition that I believe Jason sought after. He was a police officer, a public servant who did his job. He put others first as he responded to that 9/11 call, just as he did for so many others in his short time with the New York Police Department. He's remembered as a hard worker, even from an early age. A respectful, a good kid in the neighborhood. A loving son who wanted to make his parents proud. Ustedes pueden ser bien orgulloso de su hijo, de tu hermano Jeffrey, tu esposo. He was a brother and a friend. As we waited to celebrate Jeffrey and Maria's wedding a few years ago, Jason asked me if he could lead us in prayer in the sacristy. He had all of us in tears as he prayed for his brother and his future sister-in-law's happiness in marriage, in the sacrament. Jeffrey, you took care of Tata when he was younger. Now it's his turn to take care of you from his place in heaven in a way he could not do on earth. Dominique, your marriage to Jason, like his life, was far too short. We know he loved you. We know he cared so much for you, his childhood sweetheart. You made him happy. You made him smile. Ana, Daniel, estoy pensando en la Virgen María, abrazando a Cristo, su Hijo, llenos de amor, llenos de esperanza, llenos de fe. No hay palabras que yo pueda usar para sacar de ustedes el dolor de su muerte. Pero por eso los prometo, las oraciones de nosotros aquí presentes, hoy y mañana y semana tras semana, más tras más mes. Jesus' life was also cut short. Jesus died a violent death on the cross. But he did not die in vain. Death did not have the final word. And that's why we're here today. Jason did not die in vain. No murió en vano su hijo. And death does not have the final word this time either. Jason dedicó su vida, como toda la policía, al servicio de otros. And the Lord, too, knew what it meant to protect and serve others. But Jesus had no precinct. He traveled from town to town, proclaiming the good news to anyone who would listen. He had no uniform, only the garment of God's love and mercy. He wore no shield on his chest, but had a heart open to all. He never went to a roll call. He only took his directives from his Father while in prayer. And he never used lights or sirens, but everyone knew when Jesus was in town. All of the stories you've heard, all of the memories you share, all the love that's been shown you these days will, with the assurances of faith from this community, be a source of comfort and peace for you. Blessed are those who have died in the Lord. Let them rest from their labors, for their good deeds go with them. Jason, hermano, descanse en paz.
Oremos, let us pray.
In baptism, Jason received the light of Christ. Scatter the darkness now and lead him over the waters of death. We pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
Our brother Jason was nourished at the table of the Savior. Welcome him into the halls of the heavenly banquet. We pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
Many friends and members of our families have gone before us and await the kingdom. Grant to them, and especially to Officer Wilbert Mora, an everlasting home with your Son. We pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
For the members of the New York Police Department and their families, that the Lord may grant them fortitude, prudence, courage, strength, and serenity of heart as they fulfill their mission. We pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
For the safety and well-being of the people of New York City and all visitors to the 5 boroughs, we pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer.
We are assembled here in faith and confidence to pray for our brother. Strengthen our hope so that we may live in the expectation of your Son's coming. We pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayer. We seek the intercession of Mary, our sorrowful mother, the mother of Jesus, there at the foot of the cross, of St. Patrick, our patron, and of St. Michael the Archangel, the patron of the police, as we make our prayers as ever through Christ our Lord.
We invite you to join in singing the offertory hymn found in the program, Lord of All Hopefulness.
Whose
Pray, my friends, that my sacrifice and yours may be acceptable to God, our Almighty Father.
May the Lord accept the sacrifice at your hands for the praise and glory of his name, for our good and the good of all his holy church.
Acuede, Señor, en ayuda de tu Hijo Jason, por quien te ofrecemos este sacrificio de reconciliación.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. A very somber day in New York City as you are currently listening in to the funeral of fallen 22-year-old police officer Jason Rivera. He and his partner were both shot when they responded to a mother's call for help with her adult son in Harlem last Friday. So many officers, thousands of people around the city paying their respects this morning. Now, Officer Rivera grew up in the Inwood section of Manhattan. He joined the police department in November of 2020, and he actually wrote an essay titled "Why I Became a Police Officer." In that essay, he wrote about how he was bothered by witnessing his brother being stopped and frisked and wanted to make a change. And that attitude that he had did change when he also saw how the department was trying to improve relationships with communities, saying, quote, in that essay, "I realized how impactful my role as a police officer would go in this chaotic city." Unfortunately, this was not the only officer-involved shooting that we were following this week. We also do have this procession happening in Houston, Texas, for fallen officer Corporal Galloway. He was killed in a shooting during a traffic stop this past Sunday. Harris County law enforcement currently holding a procession for him this morning. This shot is courtesy of our Fox 26 Houston chopper out there. They are escorting fallen Corporal Galloway from the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences to Memorial Oaks funeral. Precinct 5 officials say public visitation will be at the funeral home Monday from 5 to 8 p.m. and then next Tuesday, funeral services for Corporal Galloway will be held at Second Baptist Church. So if you are from this area, the 47-year-old corporal is survived by his daughter and sister and all of his brothers and sisters in blue. So definitely quite a week when it comes to officer-involved shootings. Yesterday, we did just break the news to you that 3 additional officers were shot in this area. They are all expected to be okay, suffering non-life-threatening injuries, but just tragedy struck all over the nation when it comes to men and women in blue. Again, thousands of people attending the funeral service of Officer Jason Rivera. We will get back to that in just a moment, but I also do want to let you know that we are monitoring this breaking news situation in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, we are learning that 10 people have suffered minor injuries after a bridge collapsed. Several cars as well as a Port Authority bus were involved in the collapse, and we did hear from Pittsburgh Bureau Fire Chief Daryl Jones earlier. He said that reports of this incident were made after just around 8:30 a.m. and that 10 people were injured, 3 of which were taken to hospitals. None of the injuries were life-threatening. Now, this is happening just hours before President Joe Biden is scheduled to make a speech in Pittsburgh about the historic $1.2 trillion infrastructure plan. And Pittsburgh Mayor Ed Gainey said that it was inspected just last September. So when we did play that update for you, they did say that it is ironic that that happened, how they do need the support for infrastructure in communities just like this. So again, this is a breaking news situation that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, January 28th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are monitoring several live feeds and breaking news for you here this morning, so I do want to run you through some of what we've got going on here. I want to start with breaking news out of the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. This is a shot that we have from the scene right now. You could see some crime scene tape, but we are learning this morning, and we did hear from officials just a little bit ago, learning that 10 people have suffered minor injuries after a bridge collapsed with several cars on it, as well as a Port Authority bus. Now, of those 10 people that were injured, 3 were taken to the hospital. If you look really closely out there, you could still see officials up in the distance. This is likely going to be an active scene all day. Now, this is happening just hours before President Joe Biden is scheduled to make a speech in Pittsburgh about the $1.2 trillion infrastructure plan. And when we heard from the Pittsburgh mayor earlier, he said that this is ironic that it is happening on that day. We did get a tweet from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki saying that the president has been briefed on this situation. So I can almost guarantee you that we will likely see the president visiting this site. He was scheduled to make a speech only about 13 to 15 miles away from this location. So when we do get those remarks for you here later this afternoon, we'll be sure to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, especially as he references this breaking news situation. Biden, again, made aware of the collapse and has been in touch with state and local officials. We do know that the Red Cross is on scene to set up a point where victims can go if they need to get in touch with family members, if they need any sort of resources. Those are being made available as we speak. I also do want to take you out live to Harris County, Texas this morning. Now, this is a story that we have been following for the last week here on Live Now from Fox. You are currently watching as Harris County law enforcement holds a procession for Precinct 5 Corporal Charles Galloway. He was killed in a shooting during a traffic stop this past Sunday. Now, they are currently moving his body right now from the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences to a funeral home, and we do know that his funeral arrangements were officially set for next Monday from 5 to 8 p.m. That is when public visitation will be allowed, or I should say the wake will be on Monday, and then on Tuesday that will be the official funeral service for Corporal Galloway. The 47-year-old corporal survived by his daughter and sister and all of his brothers and sisters in blue. Now, again, Corporal Galloway was killed during a traffic stop this past Sunday, leading to a massive search for his killer. And then just a couple of days ago on Wednesday, the suspect, Oscar Rosales, was arrested in Mexico, which was in an area located on the border near Del Rio, Texas. He was brought back to Houston wearing Corporal Galloway's handcuffs. Now, Rosales is 51 years old. He is facing a capital murder charge. And just yesterday in the Houston area, we also did report breaking news that 3 officers were shot. They are expected to make a full recovery, but definitely just a scary week for men and women in blue. You can see that they've got officer vehicles lined up awaiting for the body of Corporal Galloway to be brought in to the funeral home. A very somber moment in Texas this morning. I do want to show you this full shot and stay on this for just a minute, as it looks like they are arriving to the funeral home right now. Now, to kind of put a face to a name here, this is former fallen officer Texas Corporal Charles Galloway. That is Oscar Rosales, his accused killer. Again, that is some footage of Rosales being arrested in Mexico and being brought back to Houston. He is facing capital murder charges. And it was almost a couple of days of a manhunt for Rosales. We do know that 2 of his family members were arrested and charged with tampering evidence, the vehicle that Rosales allegedly was driving at the time. And here is a full shot as Corporal Galloway's body is brought into the funeral home. Now, this all happened during a traffic stop this past Sunday, leading to that massive search for Rosales. This funeral home is going to keep the body, the casket of Corporal Galloway over the weekend until the wake on Monday. We do know that visitation is from 5 to 8 p.m. And then on Tuesday, funeral services for Corporal Galloway will be held, if you're from the area, at Second Baptist Church. That is West Campus on Katy Freeway. The service is going to be open to the public. And as we wait for the casket of Corporal Charles Galloway to be brought out of the hearse, I do also want to let you know that we are closely following another funeral for slain NYPD officer 22-year-old Jason Rivera. This happening at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. It looks like his brothers and sisters in blue are paying respects, touching the casket up at the top of the altar there. There has been a mass going on since 9 a.m. Eastern time, so for almost an hour now, and it does actually look like they are receiving communion while walking away from the priest, touching the casket of Officer Rivera. He and his partner, Wilbur Mora, were tragically shot last Friday while they responded to a mother's call for help with her adult son in Harlem. Now, a service for Mora will also be held at St. Patrick's Cathedral next week. Governor Kathy Hochul has directed that flags on state buildings be lowered to half-staff in honor of Rivera and Mora. Now, Rivera grew up in the Inwood section of Manhattan, so if you are from that area, he joined the police department in November of 2020. And actually, as we've learned more about him over the last week, we actually learned that he wrote an essay titled "Why I Became a Police Officer." And in that essay, he wrote about how he was bothered by witnessing his brother being stopped and frisked, but his attitudes changed when he saw how the department was really trying to improve relationships with the communities. He said, quote, "I realized how impactful my role as a police officer would go in this chaotic city." So I do want to raise the volume here for a little bit, continue listening in on this funeral service, and we are also going to monitor the procession happening in Harris County, Texas for fallen Corporal Charles Galloway.
Ustedes no comen la carne.
Oremos. Let us pray. Señor Dios Todopoderoso, concede que tu Hijo, Jason, a quien llamaste hoy de este mundo, sea purificado de sus pecados por este sacrificio y reciba el gozo eterno de la resurrección por Jesucristo nuestro Señor.
At this time, I'd like to invite the Mayor of the City of New York, the Honorable Eric Adams, to come forward.
Thank you, Cardinal Dolan. Today, we salute Police Officer Jason Rivera for the last time. His journey by our side has ended. He takes another path. He can still hear us from a distance. He hears our voices. He hears our prayers. He hears our hopes. We as a city, as a state, and as a nation, we say thank you, Jason. Today our hearts are with his beautiful family. I still remember watching them in the hospital and just feeling the pain that moved throughout the entire hospital, as not only the police officers, but the staffs, the doctors, the people in the community felt the pain as we all mourned his loss. And a special prayer for his wonderful wife, Dominique. High school sweethearts, love at first sight. Just watching her as she was engulfed in the pain of losing her husband. Only married for a few months, October 9th, 2021. It was clear the love was present as she walked inside the hospital, and I saw just the collapse of emotion of losing her husband to senseless violence. And to her parents, Anna and Daniel, all they ask is just for justice for their son, and justice for the children of this city. Parents wanted what every parent desires. I say to you, we're sorry. We're sorry. And Jason was the first person in his family to become a police officer. As I thought about him, I could not help but to reflect on my life. Disappointed in my observation, but watching the desire of the police department to build new bridges, he decided to go inside and help from within. And he was committed to that desire. And he did it for the right reasons. He wanted to make a difference. He wanted to become a police officer. And also thought about Jeffrey. what it means to be a big brother, Jeffrey. All you want is the best for your baby brother. You spend your entire life trying to protect them from harm and feel hopeless when something devastating happens. And we have a tendency to blame ourselves when that happens. Please don't do that. Your brother was a hero, and he understood the bonds of brotherhood and what it means to be a brother, and how painful this parting is for you. And I remember looking at your face and thinking about Bernard, my baby brother. And all I can say to you is that you have physically lost your brother, but you have gained me as your brother. And I thank you for what you have done to have this wonderful human being become a member of the New York City Police Department, and how you guided him throughout his life. You did your job so he can do his job. Jason was fortunate enough to also have a wonderful extended family. Dominique's parents, Liliana and Jimmy, and their children, his siblings-in-law. The entire Dominican community, as well as the entire city of New York, is in mourning, but it also lifts up our acknowledgement of how much first-generation New Yorkers play a vital role in the fabric of this city. He was a first-generation New Yorker, son of immigrants. Example how we can come together as a city. He's a hero, and our fellow New Yorkers acknowledge that. And we grieve for all of them, as well as his family. And with the family of his fallen partner, Officer Wilbert Mora, our hearts go out to his family. But also want to speak to my men and women that wear and adorn the uniform every day. Once a cop is always a cop. It never goes away. Every retired member inside this church and in this city feels the pain. I think about Glenn Martin, the husband of my longtime chief advisor, Ingrid Martin. He gave me a picture of his son that I hung in my locker every day as a rookie cop and throughout my 22-year career. And I was afraid that one day I would have to tell his family that he was not coming home. And it concerned me. And there were days when I thought the public did not understand and appreciate the job we were doing. And I want to tell you officers, they do. They do. Don't ever give up on the people of this city, because they will never give up on you. And every day when I see New Yorkers, they say thank the men and women of the New York City Police Department. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for what you do every day. You stand in the gap of safety. And these two fine men watered the tree of safety that allows us to sit under its shade from the hot sun of violence. You play a vital role in the prosperity of this city. And today is the morning for all of you. The tragic death of your brother in blue uniform is a stark reminder of what is on the line every day. And I'm here sitting next to the governor of the state of New York, and Senator Chuck Schumer, and other electeds. We are committed to giving you the resource to do your jobs and ensure that we can keep the people of this city safe. It takes courage to put on the uniform and the badge, to answer the call, to serve the cause of justice in every sense of the word. Cardinal Dolan, this is a biblical moment. Scripture states, greater love hath no one than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends. That is what Jason did. He gave his life defending his fellow New Yorkers. That greater love unites us here today, standing side by side. There has been a tremendous amount of sadness and grief in our city. But as I travel, I see something special about New York. Inside the crevices of violence and uncertainty in COVID, inside the uncertainty of what tomorrows are alike, I see love and hope and opportunity. We are New Yorkers. I believe in this city with all my heart, and I know what we're capable of doing as we lift up this family and the families who are experiencing and feeling this violence. We care about each other. That's what makes this city possible, along with the courage of officers like Jason Rivera. The hearts of 8.8 million people are reaching out in mourning today, and we will ensure everything within our powers to not lose our family members through this senseless violence. I cannot thank you enough for your contribution. And although your loved one has taken a physical transformation into the spiritual realm, we know he's always with us. And this city will become a better place because of his sacrifice. God bless New York. God bless the New York City Police Department. God bless America.
I'd now like to invite up the Police Commissioner of the City of New York, the Honorable Keechant Sewell.
Your Eminence, Cardinal Dolan, and members of the clergy, Mayor Adams, Dominique, Danielle, Anna, Jeffrey, Jason's extended family and friends, members of the 3-2 Precinct and Jason's Police Academy Company 2062, residents of Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood, all of our communities, and everyone touched so deeply by Jason's life as well as his passing. En nombre del Departamento de Policía en Nueva York, que él amó y por él que dio su vida, les expreso mis más profundas condolencias. This has always been a city of lights, and police officer Jason Rivera was one of its brightest. His family was sure to tell us that his nickname was Tata, but that changed. His nickname became Jason, and Tata was his real name. In neighborhoods across this city, Tata is being remembered in lights. Many are blue to show overwhelming support. Thousands are candles held at vigils, placed outside of his precinct, his home, and in the place where he and police officer Wilbert Mora answered their final call for service. To do a job that everyone knew was all he ever wanted to do. His father, Danielle, said that it was far too many times that when he was a police officer, he worked late, And every night, his mother, Anna, would stand and look out her front living room window, worrying and watching as Jason found a parking space. She'd then stay in the window and turn on her cell phone flashlight to wave at him in the window until Jason would turn his on and wave back. She was there every time. Her light would lead him home. By all accounts, Jason was wise beyond his years. His level of maturity at such a young age was noted repeatedly by his colleagues, who remember how much they learned by simply being around him, working side by side. He cherished the company of his colleagues, his brothers and sisters in blue. But wisdom is a process. According to his brother Jeffrey, when Jason was a child, he played multiple sports, and he wholeheartedly loved the New York Mets because he didn't know any better. He said when Jason began to grow up and realize that he wanted to be successful, he became a Yankees fan. The son of an immigrant, he acutely observed a need in his community. He knew that decisions and changes are made by those who show up, so he suited up. With an unrelenting instinct to help others, Jason did everything he had to do to join the New York City Police Department. It was a star to catch, a goal to score. It was the same with his wife, Dominique. He adored her since they were children. She was the inextinguishable light in his life. In only 22 years, Jason found the woman and the career of his dreams. Many don't accomplish that in their entire lifetimes. He was a man of unbounded generosity, humble of heart. He showed us how to be better. His selfless acts of humility have been remembered over the past week. The 3-2 precinct has been flooded with calls, visits, and a tremendous amount of outpouring support from the community, both near and far. His loss is extremely difficult for us all to bear. Jason rose to every challenge that crossed his path. He was everything the city and the NYPD needed him to be. And it is with sincere admiration and appreciation that I promote him today to Detective First Grade. We may not match the sacrifice made by Jason, but we can try to match his incredible sense of service. We may not match his courage, but we can try to match his passion. As a city and as a police department, we owe all these things to Jason, Rivera, and Wilbert Mora. We owe it to their families for their sacrifice. The horror that took their lives is an affront to every decent, caring human being in this city and beyond. Their assassinations, the dousing of Jason's 1,000-watt smile that lifted the spirits of those fortunate enough to know him, shocks sensibilities and leads others to despair. The criminals in this city who would victimize and instill fear in innocent people, who would seek to harm any police officer and rip away two promising protectors, sons, brothers, and a husband from their families and friends. Those who seek to dim the beacons of hope across these 5 boroughs, look outside. Hear our voices. See the presence in this cathedral. The NYPD will never give up this city. We will always prevail. We prevail because we stay united and strong. And it is because the spirit of Tata is in the bones of every single police officer. It's in the hearts of his family. It's in the mountain of sympathy and support of countless New Yorkers across this city and people all over the world. Jason's light will shine on. Senora Rivera, we can never replace Tata's light that he waved to you at night. But there's a glowing wave of blue outside, of gray, of brown and green, a mosaic of men and women in uniform with the shine of tears in their eyes and a glint of daylight on their shields. As the turret lights escort your family, they honor our brother today. Know that they will forever beam in salute to the son you gave in service to this city. It is the light that never fails. And the truly finest members of the 3-2 and the entire NYPD will proudly carry on the extraordinary legacy of Detective First Grade Jason Rivera. Familia Rivera, los amamos y seremos su familia para el resto de la vida. Gracias.
Some beautiful words there by NYPD Commissioner Keechon Sewell, actually promoting fallen officer Jason Rivera to Detective First Grade, handing his family up there in front of the altar that detective shield, talking about the importance of protecting her officers and calling on change for how dangerous this city has been as far as a sling of shootings, as far as putting their officers in danger. So we are so grateful and honored to bring you these moments here on Live Now from Fox as men and women in blue honor the life of fallen officer Jason Rivera. It does look like we may have New York Governor Kathy Hochul stepping up. Let's continue to listen in. My apologies. It does look like this is another fellow officer. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
To all in attendance today, friends, colleagues from both near and far, community leaders and neighbors, we thank you for being here during this time of great loss and anguish as we honor our fallen brother and friend, Jason Rivera. As you can imagine, we at the 32nd Precinct are in tremendous pain. Many people don't realize and can't comprehend just how strong the bonds are between those in our profession. There's something different when it comes to cops. We don't always talk about it. We may not often express it day to day, but it's there. These connections and relationships, they run deep. They go down to the core. We do things for each other because we're family. As much or more so than those related by blood. It is for this reason and so many others that losses like this one has brought us here today. It's something we struggle immensely to cope with. Those who come on this job, we don't do it for money or prestige, but out of a pledge we've made, our sworn duty. Our goal, when we accept the great responsibility of both the badge and the gun, is to assist those we serve in the best way possible. To do so every day and with every interaction. We realize and accept the fact that we're not guaranteed to be 100% safe on every job, as we can't control every situation. But we do what we can and take on the countless risks in any given encounter. Risks that most people will not see or know or need to experience during their lifetimes. If we were to allow that fear to control us, we would never leave the station house. We would never fulfill our oath to serve and protect. And so each day, in our promise to fulfill this oath, while acknowledging the dangers of this job, we tell each other to stay safe, get through the tour, go home to your family. Then we walk out that door and into the unknown. This is precisely what Jason Rivera did. Every day he donned a uniform and went out to patrol in Harlem. This is what Jason did on that dreadful day he was taken from us. He went out into the unknown. On that day, 2 of our best were taken from us. And the third, Sumit Tulan, while fighting for his brothers, was forced to make a life or death decision, a decision that no one wants to make. They walked down the hallway with the goal of mediation. They walked down that hallway into an unknown that stole Jason's smile and robbed him of a promising future. The 3 too then ran into that building, also into the unknown, never expecting to find their brothers fallen. Yet they sprang into action, not skipping a beat, doing everything they could to save our heroes. I'm so proud of you all. And I'm so sorry. And I'm so sorry you have to suffer this day and the days to come. But I'm even prouder when you tell me, after all you've been through, that you can't wait to get back out there and show Jason that his bravery will be honored. Jason. To know Jason is to admire him. To know Jason is to respect him. To know Jason is to love him. You see, Jason saw the need and had the desire to foster a positive relationship between police and his community. He wanted to be the change that he wanted to see in the world. And so, back in November of 2020, he began his career in the middle of both a COVID pandemic and continued civil unrest in the city. These events would be enough to deter many potential candidates for the job and force a number of service members into retirement. But not Jason. He was just beginning. He worked his way through the academy, and 6 months later, he was assigned to the 32nd Precinct in Harlem. From day one, he showed his enthusiasm and love for this job. So eager was he to start that first day that he double parked right in front of the precinct on 135th Street. First day. Brought traffic to a complete standstill, leaving the desk sergeant desperately trying to figure out whose car it was. Traffic jam was causing everything. But even so, supervisors in the precinct were immediately paying attention to him and predicting he would do well, so long as he respected the parking rules. Although he lived about 10 to 15 minutes away, Jason will come to work early every day, a reflection of the sentiment his brother Jeffrey expressed to me regarding how much Jason loved his job and the command. Jason's wife Dominique expressed a little different perspective, though, informing me that Jason used to run to work because he was afraid of the assistant ICO would be at roll call, and he didn't want to get a CD for being late. When actually told one day that he might be getting a CD regarding a minor situation, Jason approached the desk, sported his biggest smile, and asked, "Hey Lou, am I getting a CD?" Needless to say, he didn't get one. Since that first day, Jason will get excited about all the other firsts on the job. Getting his first parking permit, his first police-issued Metro card, his first arrest. Each new assignment brought excitement and anticipation, well, except station house security, which I later found out was his least favorite assignment. That simply was because Jason wanted to be out there, really doing the job and interacting with the public. He would volunteer for any assignment and step up and take the dirtiest jobs and most difficult tasks given, just for the chance to learn and serve. He took his job in earnest as he took his life in general, and he knew what he wanted and strived to get it. Jason's fellow officers describe him as funny, with an infectious personality and smile. But on the street, he was focused and showed a maturity beyond his 22 years. Jason had that focus in every facet of his life, whether it was trying to guide his fellow classmates through motivational speeches in school, marrying his childhood sweetheart, or buying a home where he intended to raise his family. He was proud of his Dominican heritage, of his city. He was a sports enthusiast, a man of faith. He was what we all want in a cop, and he was all we could ask for. As a son, brother, and husband, he was even more. To Anna, Danielle, Jeffrey, and Dominique, please know we're here for you to lean on, both now and in the years to come. Although we are hurting, we know our pain pales in comparison to yours. We are part of your family, as you are part of ours. Know that Jason represents healing and a better future. And he brought to policing the change many of us have been asking for. His dedication was shown through his actions and his infectious smile. A smile that brightened my day whenever I saw him. A smile that captivated us and made him relatable. A smile that showed his pride to be an NYPD officer. And so I say to our brothers and sisters in the NYPD, as we put on our uniforms and prepare to venture beyond those station house steps to the unknown, I ask that you look in the mirror first and reflect on Jason's vision. As you go through the trials of the day, keep Jason's memory and vision alive through your actions. Even if it's just a smile. Smile as often as you can, so Anna, Danielle, Jeffrey, and Dominique can see the impact he's had on us all. We will keep his memory alive and ensure his sacrifice and that of his partner Wilbert will never be forgotten. Rest in eternal peace, Jason. Your watch has ended. Your duty fulfilled. Our good and faithful servant. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite the president of the Police Benevolent Association, Police Officer Patrick Lynch.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox as the mayor, Senator Chuck Schumer, Governor Kathy Hochul, the family of former fallen officer Jason Rivera, as well as thousands of his brothers and sisters in blue are remembering his life today. He and his partner were shot last Friday while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Rivera did die last Friday, and his partner died just a few days ago, succumbing from his injuries. Now, he did, as you heard his former colleague say, Rivera joined the police department in November of 2020, saying that he became a police officer because he noticed that there were things in the department that needed to change. This actually came from an essay that he wrote saying that his attitude was changed after he witnessed his brother being stopped and frisked. And then he said, I realized how impactful my role as a police officer would go in this chaotic city. Now, we did hear from the NYPD commissioner just earlier, a very heartfelt, beautiful moment, her promoting him to detective first grade and handing his family that shield. So It is quite a somber day out there in New York City as we continue to bring you the funeral service for Officer Jason Rivera. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, I am going to run you through multiple feeds that we are following this morning and some of the events that we can expect coming up before we continue to listen in. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, January 28th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. If you've been tuning into our coverage, we have been listening in as brothers and sisters in blue, as well as the governor of New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and other state officials and local city officials are honoring the life and legacy of Officer Jason Rivera. He is the 22-year-old NYPD officer that was shot last Friday while responding to a domestic disturbance call. He was tragically pronounced dead that night. So we have been listening into his funeral service at St. Patrick's Cathedral. But before we tap back into that feed, I do want to run you through some of the feeds that we've got coming to our desk this morning. So we've got two different vantage points here from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, this is actually a little bit of a wider look at the scene as officials, EMTs, police officers still out there. This is where a bridge collapsed earlier this morning. We're learning that 10 people are suffering minor injuries. Now, several cars as well as a Port Authority bus were involved in the collapse. We did hear from the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire Chief Daryl Jones. He told the media around 8:30 a.m. Eastern time that 10 people were injured. 3 of those people taken to local hospitals. None of the injuries were life-threatening, which is good to report this morning. But ironically enough, this is happening just hours before President Biden is scheduled to make a speech in Pittsburgh about infrastructure. So when we heard from those officials, they said, you know, this is why infrastructure and improving our bridges, our roads, structures in cities just like this one are so important. So it is likely that President Biden will be visiting the site of this collapse. He was scheduled to make a speech only a couple of miles away from this location. So when we do get his remarks, we'll be sure to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. I also do want to let you know that we are monitoring a feed outside of a hospital in Houston, Texas. Now, this is where the 3 officers that were shot during a standoff yesterday are recovering this morning. They are expected to be okay, but definitely just a tragic, scary week for police officers. I do want to head back out to New York City as more are remembering the life of Officer Jason Rivera. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
My little brother, police officer Jason Rivera. My little brother Jason Rivera, aka Tata. AKA Tata. Tata. We don't know who Jason is. That's Tata for us. Tata for life. My little brother Tata. And my wife, she would always tease me. She would always tease me. She would say, "Why do you call him your little brother? Why do you call him your little brother? He's bigger than you." And he was bigger than me. He had a lot more facial hair than me. He could probably beat me up. It is what it is. But when I looked at him, I never saw the man that you saw. Never. I never saw the man that you saw. I saw my baby. I saw my baby brother. I saw 10-year-old Tata. That's who I saw. I didn't see police officer Jason Rivera. That was my baby. My baby. Everyone likes to say, everyone keeps telling me over and over and over again, "Oh, you had such a big influence on your brother." Everything that he did, everything. He would come to me, he would ask me for his opinion on all of his decisions. Everything. And that was true. That was true. Everything that he did, he always wanted my opinion on it. But, no matter how much I begged my brother, no matter how much I begged him to not become a police officer, I had no influence on that. No influence. No influence. There was nothing that I could say, that my mother could say, to take that burning desire that he had inside of him to become a police officer, to wear that uniform and get that badge. Nothing. My brother's first love was policing. That was his first love. As a kid, as a baby, as a kid growing up, if you had something that you had to watch on TV and Cops was on, Live PD or Chicago PD, good luck. Forget about it. Forget about it. If you had something you had to watch and those shows were on, forget about it. And he would lay on his couch listening to the Citizens app, listening to the radio transmission. I'm like, "Yo, what are you doing, bro?" He would just lay there just listening to the radio transmissions. He would wake up in the middle of the night policing. I'm not exaggerating. He would literally wake up in the middle of the night policing. He was obsessed. He was obsessed with his career in law enforcement. And I want you guys to never, ever, ever forget that. He was obsessed with what he did. I remember maybe like in the 2nd or 3rd grade, maybe 4th, he had a big crush on Dominic. He had a crush on Dominic. I don't know if Dominic knows that, but he had a crush on Dominic since they were babies. And maybe around the age of 12 or 13, he expressed that deep, serious adult love to her. He was so sure he knew everything about love. My man was ready. My man was a player. He had game. Little brother had game. But that was my brother. You know, he was so ahead of his time. So ahead of his time. He knew there was only 2 things he knew for certain. Since he was a baby, he knew what he wanted to do for the rest of his life, and he knew who he wanted to be with for the rest of his life. Those were the only two things he knew. My baby brother, Tata, he was the definition of dedication. He was the definition of hard work. My brother loved working. He loved working. Tata, I'm gonna snitch on you real quick. When he was younger, he would buy boxes of chocolates and he would go with me to my college. And he would say, oh, you know, you guys want to buy chocolates from my basketball team, but he still wasn't on the basketball team. He just wanted to get up and do something every day. You know, after school, he would come with me at night, and he would just hustle. He would hustle. He was a hustler. He was driven, you know. He would, when we worked together at the pharmacy, he would take his bicycle, and he would pack, you know, all of our elderly patients' medicine, who lived in Marble Hill, who lived in Fordham, who lived in the Heights, and he would deliver their, he would take his big book bag, he would take his bicycle, and he would take them their medicine to their home. It was amazing. Just, this kid was just out of this world. My brother was dedication. He was the definition of integrity. He was joy. My brother could light up this whole church. When he walked into a room, he could light up the whole church. When he was like 10, he was around the age of 10, he was stripped down to his tighty-whities, and danced the maraca for all of us. Yo, tell me y'all remember that. He would dance that maraca like crazy and make us laugh, and oh my God, he brought us so much joy, so much joy. Everyone keeps telling me that I'm strong. And that my brother's giving me strength. But that ain't it. I can't really put it into words how broken I am, how broken my mother is, how broken my father is, how empty we feel. I can't put it into words. I still wake up, you know, I've been waking up to nightmares from the night he was killed. I can't put it into words how shattered my family is. But the amount of strength that we get from knowing that my brother was called by God to do something. God put something in my brother's heart. He put something in my brother's heart. My brother had a lot of fears. My brother was afraid of heights. He was afraid of rats. He was afraid of dogs. But he wasn't afraid to die, to wear that uniform. He was not afraid to die. No matter how broken we are, how empty we feel, we get strength from knowing that my brother had that God put a burning desire in my brother's heart, and he called him to do something. And we are so proud of him for saying yes. We are so proud of my brother. When I think of my brother, I just feel so much pride, so much pride. And because he said yes to God, my family and I, we are confident that my brother's next to God. We're confident that my brother's next to God, protecting us, protecting his NYPD family. Tata, we're proud of you. We are 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 proud of you. We love you. Please always protect us. Your big brother's very, very proud of you. Mommy's proud of you. Papi's proud of you. Dominic is proud of you. We love you. Thank you so much. I love you forever, bro. Thank you. Please protect us always.
Absolutely beautiful, heart-wrenching words from Jeffrey Rivera, Officer Jason Rivera's big brother. He was saying that he is known to his family and friends as Tata. That was his nickname, talking about how active he was as a child, how they had a great relationship. They worked at a pharmacy together, that he brought so much joy to their family. Now, I do want to continue listening in, as it does look like we are hearing from more family members here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to let you know that this is Officer Jason Rivera's wife. This is Dominique. Let's continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
I would say good morning to you all, but in fact, it's the worst morning ever. I can't believe I'm standing in front of thousands of people in the cathedral we plan to visit later this year. All of this seems so unreal, like I'm having one of those nightmares that you never thought you'd had. Friday morning, we were together eating breakfast and drinking some Starbucks. Eating was probably our favorite hobby. Maybe that's why we gained those extra pounds. Friday morning began just like every other morning before work. You were always my big spoon, watching Netflix, YouTube law enforcement shorts, read me your emails, and wait for your mom to come home. You packed your book bag because we had to leave before 2, and really, before 2 sharp, because of your ICO sergeant. You would drive me home and say goodbye with 3 kisses all the time, and texted me when you were 84. That was our routine. At around 15:15, I received a BRB roll call text. And throughout our day, you told me about your jobs till it was EOT. This Friday was different. We had an argument. You know, it's hard being a cop wife sometimes. It's hard being patient when plans were canceled, or we would go days without seeing each other, or when you had to write a report that would take forever because you had to voucher so many things. So you did OT. Or when you had a bad day at work because an EDP drove you nuts. But you always reminded me that it was going to be all right. We were going to get through it. This Friday, we were arguing because I didn't want you to use your job phone while we were together. You were so mad that you took your LeBron jersey down, gave me your chain, and put the lotions I gave you for your ashy hands in the bag and said, "Here, take them." We left your apartment And because I didn't want to continue to argue, I ordered an Uber. You asked me if you are sure that you don't want me to take you home, it might be the last ride I give you. I said no, and that was probably the biggest mistake I ever made. Later that day, I received a call I wish none of you that are sitting here with me will ever receive. I had gotten a notification from the Citizen app, which was my central, and I saw that 2 police officers were shot in Harlem. My heart dropped. I immediately texted you and asked you, are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. I know that you're mad right now, but just text me you're okay. At least tell me you're busy. I get no response. We used to share locations on Find My iPhone, and when I check yours, I see that you're at Harlem Hospital. I thought maybe you were sitting on a perp, but still, nothing. I called, and then called again, and then called one more time, and this time I felt something wasn't right. I messaged Pioka David and Joe because I knew they were your friends from the 3-2, and I get no response. Then I get a call asking if I'm Jason's wife, and then I had to rush to the hospital. Walking up those steps, seeing everybody staring at me was the scariest moment I've experienced. Nobody was telling me anything. Thousands of people were surrounding me, and yet I felt alone. I couldn't believe you left me. Seeing you in a hospital bed, wrapped up in sheets, not hearing you when I was talking to you, broke me. I asked why. I said to you, wake up, baby. I'm here. The little bit of hope I had that you would come back to life just to say goodbye or say I love you one more time had left. I was lost. I'm still lost. Today I'm still in this nightmare that I wish I never had, full of rage and anger, hurt and sad, torn. Although I gained thousands of blue brothers and sisters, I'm the loneliest without you. I know you're looking at me and beside me telling me I could do this, and I'm trying. Trust me, I am. But I didn't prepare for this. None of us did. Jason and I met in elementary school, Amistad, all the way up to 8th grade. We had the time of our lives. He was part of the cool kids crew. There was never a dull moment with him around. He was the class clown, got me in trouble a couple of times, had our teachers sit us away from each other because we couldn't focus. And we never thought that our innocent childhood love would lead us to marriage. Even when we said I do, we couldn't believe we said it. October 9th was the happiest day of our lives. I know I drove you crazy saying I love you so many times that you would stop replying I love you more. But you made me feel alive. You make me feel alive. Jason is so happy right now that all of you are here. Through pain and sorrow, this is exactly how he would have wanted to be remembered. Like a true hero. Or like I used to call him, Big P.O. Rivera. You have the whole nation on gridlock. And although you won't be here anymore, I want you to live through me. The system continues to fail us. We are not safe anymore. Not even the members of the service. I know you were tired of these laws, especially the ones from the new DA. I hope he's watching you speak through me right now. I'm sure all of our blue family is tired too. But I promise, we promise, that your death won't be in vain. I love you to the end of time. We'll take the watch from here.
I'd invite all members of the service to fall out and form up outside.
All right, everybody, you're watching Live Now from Fox, an emotional, really gut-wrenching tribute to her husband, Officer Jason Rivera's widow, Dominique, speaking up there in front of his colleagues, his family, his brothers and sisters in blue, talking about the final moments that they spent together, how they met, how they grew up together and met in the 8th grade and got married. The both of them just 22 years old, talking about the gut-wrenching moments that she got a notification on her phone that 2 NYPD officers had been shot in Harlem. She was texting him, she was calling him a million times, and then she got the call and arrived to the hospital. And something that just really struck me that says, she said, I was surrounded by dozens of people, but I had never felt more alone. So definitely a very emotional day out there in St. Patrick's Cathedral. We are going to watch as officers continue to pour out of the church into the street. You're watching Live Now from Fox as we remember the life of Officer Jason Rivera, who was tragically killed in the line of duty last Friday.
Before we go our separate ways, we take leave. Brother Jason, might this farewell express our love for him. Might it ease our sadness and strengthen our hope. One day we shall joyfully greet him again when the love of Christ, which conquers all things, destroys even death itself.
Civica
To you, O Lord, we commend the soul of Jason, your servant. In the sight of this world, he may appear dead, but in your sight, may he live forever. Forgive whatever sins he committed through human weakness, and in your mercy, grant him everlasting peace through Christ. In peace, we take our brother Jason to his place of rest.
Please join in singing God Bless America. Join in singing the second of our recessional hymns, O God, our help in ages past.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox on this Friday, January 28th. For the last several hours, we have been tuning in as NYPD brothers and sisters in blue, family members, people who didn't even know Officer Jason Rivera, paying their respects at his funeral service at St. Patrick's Cathedral out there in New York City. It has been quite an emotional morning, as we heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. We do know that Governor Kathy Hochul, Senator Chuck Schumer are in attendance, hearing from his brother, from his widow, Dominique, talking about how much joy Officer Rivera brought their family, about what a beautiful relationship that he and Dominique had, meeting in the 8th grade and getting married, the two of them only 22 years old. We are going to continue listening in for just a few more minutes before we take a 2-minute commercial break and run you through some of the other live feeds that we are following here this morning on Live Now from Fox.
Short as the watch that ends the night.
streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are continuing to tune in as fellow officers bring the casket of Officer Jason Rivera outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. You could see just how many people lined up to capture this moment. We do know that thousands of people, including fellow officers from far and near, and I say far because we actually did find out that Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva, he traveled from California to attend this funeral for Officer Rivera. We do know that officers were also coming from Virginia, other parts of the Northeast. We also know that this has been open to the public, so people that don't even know Officer Rivera, we have heard from. We heard from his brother, his widow. Quite an emotional morning here on Live Now from Fox as we bring you this raw and unfiltered feed. We are continuing to listen in as they walk his casket outside of the cathedral in a procession. Let's continue to listen in. We continue to bring you live, raw, unfiltered feeds of the funeral service outside St. Patrick's Cathedral. Been going on since 9 a.m. this morning for fallen officer Jason Rivera, 22 years old, killed in the line of duty last Friday while he and his partner Wilbert Mora were responding to a domestic dispute call. Now we do know that a wake and funeral for his partner will be taking place next week. So just tragic to think that their fellow brothers and sisters, the New York City community, will be doing this all over again beginning next Monday and Tuesday. We will continue to keep you updated here on any developments regarding those details. We do have specific times from our Fox 5 New York team that we'll be sure to bring you, but a very somber moment as they bear a final salute to their brother, Officer Jason Rivera. Now, we this morning throughout this service have heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, from his brother, from his widow, talking about the final moments that she had with him that morning before he was killed later on that night. The moments that she got an alert, a text message on her phone that 2 NYPD officers had been shot in Harlem, and she immediately texted her husband asking if he was okay. When she didn't hear from him, she started to get worried, and that's before she got that phone call from his bosses, from the chief, telling her to get to the hospital. And something that I think will stick with me from what she said is the fact that she walked in there and said dozens were surrounding me, but I had never felt more alone. Again, streaming you the funeral service for NYPD officer Jason Rivera, killed in the line of duty with his partner Wilbert Mora. Now, Jason was pronounced dead on Friday. Wilbert was taken off life support earlier this week, and again, his wake and funeral will be next week, and we'll be streaming it for you here on Live Now from Fox. A very somber day for the New York City community for sure. Governor Kathy Hochul has advised and ordered, that flags be lowered to half-staff from sunrise this morning, the day of this funeral, until sunset on Wednesday, February 2nd, following Morris' funeral service, which will also be taking place at St. Patrick's Cathedral. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to keep an eye on this feed, but depart New York City and run you through all of the breaking news and live feeds that we are following, as well as the live events we've got coming up for you here on Live Now from Fox in the next several hours. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Friday, January 28th. My name is Regina Gonzalez, with you here live from Orlando, Florida. If you've been tuning into our stream for the last several hours, we have been listening in as the New York City community mourns the loss of 22-year-old officer Jason Rivera, who was killed in the line of duty when he and his partner responded to a domestic disturbance call last Friday. He died last Friday night. His partner, Wilbert Mora, succumbing to his injuries, being taken off life support earlier this week. So it has been a very emotional, somber morning out there inside St. Patrick's Cathedral. We heard from Officer Rivera's brother, from his widow. We also heard some remarks from the NYPD commissioner, actually promoting Officer Rivera to detective and handing his family a gold shield. So it has definitely been quite an emotional day for us here at Live Now from Fox as we bring you that feed live, raw, and unfiltered. We did still have some of those feeds coming in as his casket was brought into the hearse as they make their way to the funeral home. This is these raw moments that we capture here. That is his brother Jeffrey there with their mother. You can see her clinging to a cross. To the right-hand side, they did hand his widow Dominique the flag that she is clutching in her arms. I don't think that there was a dry eye inside of St. Patrick's Cathedral when she spoke about how her and her husband met, about the relationship they shared, about how it is frustrating sometimes to be the wife of a police officer, that they were constantly, arguing and getting frustrated over his scheduling because he was so dedicated to his job. His brother actually pointing out that he was afraid of animals. He was afraid of dogs and cats and the smallest things that you could think of, but he was not afraid to put on that uniform and die for his city in the line of duty. Unfortunately, Again, he did lose his life last Friday while responding to a domestic disturbance call in Harlem. Now, we do know that the wake for his partner, Wilbert Mora, will be next Tuesday. The funeral service for him also at St. Patrick's Cathedral next Wednesday. And Governor Kathy Hochul has ordered that flags be lowered to half-staff from sunrise this morning until sunset on Wednesday, February 22nd, after Wilbert Mora's funeral. Now, this service was open to the public. Lots of heavy traffic, thousands of people, officers from far and near. I was mentioning before this quick break that a sheriff's deputy from Los Angeles actually flew all the way from California to pay his respects. There were also officers from Virginia. So again, a very somber morning here on Live Now from Fox as we mourn the loss of Officer Jason Rivera along with the entire New York City community. I do want to continue on with some of the feeds that we've got coming to our desk this morning and
that
give
he
you
could give
an
us
update
on this bridge.
On this breaking news that we are following out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, these feeds are coming in courtesy of Fox affiliates we have in the area. As of this morning, learning that 10 people suffered minor injuries after a bridge collapsed with several cars as well as a Port Authority bus on it. Now, we did hear from the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire Chief Daryl Jones. He told the media around 8:30 a.m. this morning. It was an update that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox. 10 people injured, 3 taken to the hospital. None of these injuries life-threatening, which is good to report. Now, again, this is happening just hours before President Biden is expected to visit the area and speak on infrastructure. And that was only expected to happen a couple of miles away from this scene. So it is likely that we can expect the president to visit the site of this bridge collapse to talk about the importance of infrastructure. You had some local and city officials speaking earlier saying that it is ironic that this happened, and this is why the support for infrastructure and funding is so important. I actually do believe that we did hear from officials a little bit earlier here on Live Now from Fox while we were streaming for you the funeral service of Officer Jason Rivera. So I do want to listen in to those remarks, about 5 minutes long, here on Live Now from Fox.
Crew that was out here getting the gas shut off. I'm sure people that were out here could smell that gas early on and the danger that could require. But we're going to be still reaching out. People are going to need a lot of help with utilities. We just don't know what's going to be there as well. But we're going to be here to make sure that we support the folks in this community to make sure this can be done expeditiously and move forward. Mayor, you have the chief.
Now, quick question. This bridge collapse happened on the day that the president is headed here to talk about infrastructure. I mean, what does that say about some of the improvements that need to be done?
We need it. You know, I said it before. This bipartisan infrastructure law is critical to Southwest Pennsylvania and the city of Pittsburgh. We know we have bridges that we need to take care of. We're finding out now when the last inspection was and everything, but with him coming today to talk about this infrastructure bill, to discuss why this funding is so important, today is significant of that. You know, at the end of the day, we could have had some serious injuries.
And it was just 2 years ago, 2
right.
years ago that we had Route 30 collapse, just
right.
a couple of years ago.
So
another major artery. So
yes.
yes.
At the end of the day, this is critical that we get this funding. And we're glad to have the president coming today.
What can you tell us about the last inspection for this bridge?
We're working on that now. Chief Jones will be coming up to give that information that we have, and a lot of it we're still finding out as we go. But I believe it was 2 years ago, but we'll find out shortly.
Is there anybody that still needs to be rescued?
Mayor,
at this
September.
time?
September? So it was September of what?
2021.
September of 21 was the last time the bridge was inspected.
Is there anybody who still needs to be rescued at this time?
They're looking. I know they're flying zones, the drones over there now, taking a look to make sure that nobody else is down there. But that information I'm going to have Chief Jones talk about, and then I'll come back and answer any questions you may have, all right? All right, Chief Jones?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And so this morning we had a collapse of the bridge. 3 to 4 vehicles were on the bridge at the time that it went down. We have extricated everybody off. As the mayor stated, there were 10 minor injuries, 3 were transported, none were life-threatening. Right now we are stepping down our operations and sending some of the units back home and we will be here for a while. We still have to do a little bit of recon to make sure that no one was under the structure when it collapsed. There was a massive gas leak caused by the collapse that is now under control. Several families were evacuated from their homes. They have been allowed back. We were told by the gas company that all their gas service has been restored. So we have the Salvation Army coming in to take care of some of the first responders. The Red Cross will be setting up a victims assistance unit at the Committal building down the street here for any people want to know if their family members were on the bus or their condition. And right now, that's where we stand.
Do you have any more details about the latest inspection, any issues that may have been with this bridge?
No, I do not have any of that information. I'm sorry.
Any idea what may have caused this to collapse?
The cause is under investigation.
And again, just kind of go over those numbers again. I know that there was something passed, and just want to make sure we have those numbers correct.
Yeah, so there was a total of about 10 injuries, all minor. 3 were transported. Again, none were life-threatening. So the 3 that were transported were from the bus, I believe. The others were some of our first responders who slips and falls and things like that and exhaustion. So, but everybody's okay.
Any idea of weather played a factor into this?
Well, I know it played a factor into the response. I can't say it played a factor in the collapse. You can see the roads are kind of icy. Response was slow. You can't get in an accident trying to go help someone, and no one gets any help. So that slowed us down a little bit. I did mention that it was some slip and fall hazards on the scene because of the weather as well.
Can you describe what the rescue was like a little bit more to us?
So, yeah, excuse me, EMS, our EMS bureau set up for rescue. They have the heavy rescue units here. The technicians rappelled down using ropes to go down over the side. They helped the firefighters that were here initially on scene, also did like a daisy chain with hands, just grabbing people and pulling them up. So it was a physical rescue, most of them are. But we have some highly skilled and highly trained professionals on the job here. Pittsburgh is lucky in that respect. So it was handled as best as it could be handled.
Sounds like a pretty dramatic rescue operation. How do you know how far down they had to rappel to be able to get to the people?
I do not, but my guess is at least 100 feet, 150 feet maybe. And it wasn't vertical, but it was fairly steep. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just make one clarification, Chief? Yeah. There was 2 people on the bus, the driver and the passenger.
All right, everybody, and as soon as we brought you those most recent remarks from authorities, here is a live now look at Air Force One as President Biden is expected to depart Joint Base Andrews to head to Pittsburgh, originally expected to speak on infrastructure anyway. And again, he was only going to make that speech a couple of miles away from this scene of where that bridge collapsed in Pittsburgh. This is a live now look at the scene right now. Now, we were able to grab some pictures for you, courtesy of a Greg Barnheisel. This is what the scene looked like earlier. You can literally see that bus kind of turned onto the side in between the pavement of the street of that bridge. This is another photo that we've got for you. Greg rushing to the scene to take these photos. And again, we did get his permission, but that is absolutely terrifying. You can see the bus at this picture right at this point, completely upright, and just the bridge kind of tilting downwards, literally collapsing. So again, you heard authorities say that rescuers had to rappel 100 to 150 feet, while others formed a human chain to help rescue multiple people dangling from this bus. So they were so grateful that the injuries that were succumbed because of this are not life-threatening. Again, this is a live now look at the scene right now as we speak. And 3 people of those 10 people injured were taken to the hospital. They are expected expected to be okay, which is really great news, especially given such a really terrifying situation. They said that this could have been so much worse. So once again, we do have President Biden in Washington, D.C. right now, expected to board Air Force One any moment now to head to Pittsburgh to speak on infrastructure. So it is very likely that we are going to see the president visit the site of the bridge collapse, especially as he talks about the importance of infrastructure. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more top stories that we are following. We do still have a procession happening for Officer Jason Rivera with the NYPD getting killed in the line of duty last Friday. We did just bring you his funeral service, the Mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral, and his casket will be heading to the cemetery as we speak. It looks like it is snowing out there. The Northeast expected to get a bomb cyclone nor'easter storm this weekend. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Tribute outside St. Patrick's. But other than that, silence. And how often do you hear that in Midtown, New York City?
You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, January 28th. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. This is who we are and what we do as a show, everyone. We are bringing you this live, incredibly gut-wrenching feed from New York City as NYPD officers, fellow brothers and sisters in blue, honor the life and legacy of now Detective Jason Rivera, 22 years old, killed in the line of duty last Friday while responding to a domestic disturbance call in Harlem with his partner Wilbert Mora. Now, earlier we were bringing you his full funeral service inside of St. Patrick's Cathedral. We heard from his brother, from his widow, Dominique, bringing us some really touching words. So Jason Rivera was known to his family and friends as Tata. That was his nickname. He was Dominican, the son of immigrants, and he actually wrote an essay a while back on why he wanted to become a police officer. So he said that he was bothered by witnessing his brother being stopped and frisked, but his attitudes changed when he saw how the police department, the NYPD, was trying to improve relationships with communities. He joined the police department in November of 2020 and said, "I realized how impactful my role as a police officer would go in this chaotic city." And as you can see, that city really stopping everything that they are doing, lining the streets to honor the life and legacy of now Detective Jason Rivera. Now, I say detective because we did hear from the NYPD commissioner. She was speaking on working with Rivera, and actually in the middle of the service promoted him to detective first grade, handing his family that gold shield. So I just genuinely don't think that there was a dry eye inside of the cathedral. Outside right now, as you can see, these vehicles, these NYPD buses, patrol cars, holding a procession as they bring Officer Rivera, Detective Rivera's body to the cemetery. Now, his partner, Wilbert Mora, being taken off life support earlier this week, also tragically losing his life as well. His funeral service is going to be next Wednesday, with the wake open to the public at St. Patrick's Cathedral as well next Tuesday. So it absolutely breaks our hearts to know that they will just have to do this all over again next week, but truly such an honor to remember how much these officers touched everybody's lives. We heard from Jason Rivera's brother talking about what joy he brought to their family, that he was so active, that he had a great relationship with his family. He was just 22 years old and married to Dominique, a high school, middle school sweetheart. They met in the 8th grade. So just hearing more about the person that he was, and the fact that something that stuck out to me was Rivera's brother saying that he was afraid of dogs. He was afraid of the smallest, simplest things, but he was not afraid to die in that uniform. So again, such a somber moment, a somber view out there in New York City that we are bringing to you here on Live Now from Fox.
South of St. Patrick's Cathedral here, looking north, and you can see in the distance the flashing lights, the procession that will moments from now make its way past these officers and onlookers here in the city.
This feed is coming into us from our colleagues at Fox 5 New York. They have been covering this situation from the very beginning since we first brought you this breaking news with their help last Friday evening. Now, it was so gut-wrenching to hear Detective Rivera's widow speaking. She sent him off to work that morning, and then a little more towards the evening, she actually first got a text alert on her phone, a citywide alert saying that 2 NYPD officers had been shot in Harlem. She knew where her husband was working. She right away started to get worried. She texted him asking if he was okay, and he wasn't responding. So she started calling him a million times, even checking his location on Find My iPhone, seeing that he was at a Harlem hospital, hoping that he was just there patrolling or there for a different situation. And she said that she then got that call that she hopes no wife of a police officer will ever get, notifying her to come to the hospital. And something that I just don't think I'll ever forget her saying is that she walked in and she was surrounded by dozens of people comforting her, but she had never felt more alone. So it has definitely been quite a somber moment out there in New York, quite a somber week. And as this procession does make its way closer to us here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to continue to listen in.
I'm going to say this one more time because I think it bears repeating, but the city will be going through everything that you're seeing here today one more time next week. The wake for Jason Rivera's counterpart, Wilbert Mora, will take place next Tuesday, also at St. Patrick's, with his funeral set for next Wednesday at 10 a.m. And here we have the hearse. And the vehicles with family inside carrying Detective Jason Rivera, passing underneath an American flag draped over a snowy, wet pavement on 5th Avenue today. Surrounded by thousands. I wouldn't be surprised if it's tens of thousands of men and women in blue from not just here in the city, but all over the country and the world. Once again, we have all been watching the funeral mass of Jason Rivera, formerly an NYPD officer, though today the city's police commissioner posthumously promoting him to the rank of detective. We also heard from the 22-year-old's widow, Dominique, who fought back tears. It is unimaginable the pain that she is going through right now. We're going to have complete coverage and a full wrap on today's services coming up in just a short while at noon. We now return you to our regularly scheduled programming. All right, everybody.
everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are tuning in to our live coverage from Fox 5 New York as we honor the life and legacy of Detective Jason Rivera, a 22-year-old NYPD officer that was killed in the line of duty after being shot while responding to a domestic disturbance call with his partner. And for the last several hours, we have heard from his widow, from his brother, from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, the governor also in attendance, New York Senator Chuck Schumer there at the funeral service. And in situations like this, where a major story happens in a location where we have an owned and operated station, we are able to bring you some of their broadcast. So they were providing us some of the shots of the procession as his fellow brothers and sisters in blue brought his draped casket into a hearse and is now being escorted to the cemetery. It is just so powerful to see how many thousands, tens of thousands, our Fox 5 New York team said that they wouldn't be surprised to see or know that it was that many. And they are coming from far and near, just like they said. I actually do want to bring you a segment from our Fox 5 New York team on the fact that an LA sheriff from the state of California flew across the country to attend that funeral for Officer, now Detective Rivera. We say detective because, as our Fox 5 New York team mentioned, in the middle of the service, we heard from the NYPD commissioner as she talked about working with him and promoted him to detective first class. So we do we're now able to call him Detective Rivera. She handed the gold shield to his family right there in front of everybody as this service went on. So quite an honor for the family as they remember their brother, they remember their friend, Dominique's husband. So definitely a very emotional morning here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, again, I do want to play for you that segment from an LA County Sheriff's deputy who was flying across the country for this funeral service, explaining why it was so important and why he felt the need to do so. So let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Lining up outside St. Pat's Cathedral this morning, and they have come from near and far. And one of those paying respects, Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva, he joins us this morning. Sheriff, I want to say, first of all, a thank you from us for traveling here for this, for showing your support and solidarity with the NYPD. And now, as Sheriff is one of the biggest departments in the world, you are no stranger to seeing your deputies gunned down, ambushed, and killed. What is going through your mind right now as you are surrounded by this sea of blue, remembering Officer Rivera and, of course, Officer Moore today?
Well, as a tragedy, it wasn't full. The double tragedy, that is the low end of it. The high end of it is seeing everyone coming together from all over the world here to pay their respects to the Rivera family. And it's very touching, and we just got to find a way to get this not to happen again.
When you talk about getting this to not happen again, I know you met with our police commissioner last night. Were there any talks about what we can do as a community and what steps we can take to make sure that the community does rally around stopping violence, especially towards law enforcement officials?
Well, one thing we can do is we got to turn the heat down. We got to get politicians who somehow think that law enforcement, they're falsely portraying us as an existential threat. They need to knock that off, really. They need to start holding everyone accountable to the rule of law and coming together and realize that we're part of the solution, not the problem. And we can definitely work together to just tone down the rhetoric and start working on solutions.
Yeah, working together is something that we definitely saw Officer Rivera tried to take part in something that inspired him to go into this service. I do want to ask you, though, during the height of the pandemic, you mentioned a statistic that was absolutely shocking to me, and it's stuck with me ever since. You said on average, this was in 2020, on average, once a week there is a cop killed in the line of duty by felony actions of a suspect. Where are we at with that now, a couple years later?
That statistic still holds true, and then you throw on the pandemic on top of it. We lost a lot of good people in law enforcement across the nation, but that one on violence, that still holds true every single week like clockwork. We got to find an end to that.
And I want to ask this, you know, there are people who definitely want to do good. They definitely want to sign up for law enforcement. But, you know, you have all of this violence against police officers right now happening. My father, retired police officer, and, you know, he's even mentioned today, he goes, it was not like this when I was on the force, and I am glad I'm not there now. How do you retain people or just get them to want to join?
Well, fortunately, in our sheriff's department, we have a line of people that want to come in and join us. And I think it's important in law enforcement, particularly in the political infrastructure, they have to support law enforcement. Accountability is an important component, but if you're all accountability and no support, you're not going to attract people to the profession. You're going to scare people away. You got to have a measure of both, and they have to work in balance with each other. And right now, we found that balance in the LA County Sheriff's Department. We have 1,000 people signed up, ready to join, and I'm fighting a hiring freeze of all things, not a recruitment problem.
That's wonderful to hear. So now let's go back to, you know, where you're at now. And I want you to try to, like, for people who are watching that are not there, and they obviously, our hearts are with, you know, the men and women in blue and Officer Rivera's family. What is it like for you right now? Can you explain what the feeling is right now and what you're seeing?
Well, it's a somber feeling. It's sadness. I met with Rivera's family last night, spoke to the wife, spoke to the parents, and you know, my heart goes out to them. Our condolences to them, the tragic loss, and you know, just kind of reassuring them that the law enforcement family is always going to be with them. They're going to see their, you know, as they grow, and they're going to grow with the family. They're not going to be lost in the shuffle for sure. They're not a number. They'll never be forgotten, and that's why we hold these things close to our heart. These memorial services are so important, part of that.
Sheriff Villanueva, you're being there surrounded by the people of New York, the officers of New York there. Can you just give our viewers one thing that they can take away from today? Because right now it's sadness, it's a heaviness. There has to be some hope in all of this. What's the one thing that you would say that could give that to our viewers this morning?
Well, I think I can say definitely there is hope. You just look at the sea of humanity that's surrounding us here coming together for this memorial. I think people are coming together to realize that we as a nation, we can come together. We can find solution to those intractable problems, violent crime, homelessness, you name it. We can come together with solutions, the left and the right. We got to find ways to work together instead of all this bickering and fighting. It doesn't get us anywhere. And I think this is a start. Hopefully it's something greater that's going to happen.
Some very wise words there. We want to thank you again for being here, for taking the trip and supporting our city and the NYPD. Sheriff Alex Villanueva, we wish you the best of luck out in LA.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to play you that segment from our Fox 5 New York's team as they spoke with Los Angeles County Sheriff Alex Villanueva, traveling across the entire country to show up today for the funeral service of Detective Jason Rivera, who was killed in the line of duty at just 22 years old last Friday, talking about how it's so important, not just for fellow officers, but for we as an entire nation to support our men and women in blue. So just to show you the effort that has been made by comrades that Detective Rivera didn't even know he had. We know that officers and police were coming from as far as Virginia, like we just showed you, California, other parts of the Northeast. They are expecting at least thousands of people when we get that number of how many people showed up for that funeral service in New York City. Definitely a very emotional morning here on Live Now from Fox as we brought you the live remarks inside St. Patrick's Cathedral from Rivera's brother, from his widow, his grieving widow, talking about their relationship, the final moments that she had from him, talking about the moments when she got the alert that NYPD officers had been shot in Harlem, trying to get in touch with her husband, then arriving at the hospital to find out that he was pronounced dead. I don't think that there was a dry eye inside of St. Patrick's Cathedral. So This is something that we are going to follow here on Live Now from Fox. His partner, Wilbert Mora, also being taken off life support earlier this week. His wake will be next Tuesday, open to the public at St. Patrick's Cathedral, and then his funeral service will be next Wednesday. So flags have been ordered to fly at half-staff by Governor Kathy Hochul today until the end of Officer Mora's funeral on Wednesday. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, I am going to bring you the latest on the breaking news that we are following out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We do know that 10 people have been injured in a bridge collapse that occurred earlier this morning. Now, ironically enough, that happened as President Biden arriving to Joint Base Andrews right now to board Air Force One. He is traveling to Pittsburgh today to speak on infrastructure. So it is likely, and I think we have confirmed, that he will be visiting the site of that collapse to just show the importance of supporting infrastructure, bridges, roads, anything, especially given a tragic situation like that. Out of these 10 people that were injured, 3 people were taken to local hospitals, all expected to be okay. So some really good news to bring you out of a tragic, scary breaking news situation in Pittsburgh. Again, some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Friday, January 28th. We are live in front of Air Force One right now at Joint Base Andrews as President Biden is heading to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Now, originally, he was anticipating to go there. He had a plan to speak on infrastructure, but that was before this breaking news happened in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We know that 10 people have been injured after a bridge collapsed out there due to what officials are saying is a gas leak. Now, this happened a little bit earlier this morning Eastern time. We first got an update from officials around 8:30 a.m. Now, these 10 people are suffering minor injuries with 3 people taken to local area hospitals, none of them life-threatening, so that is good to report. But rescuers had to rappel some 100 to 150 feet while others formed a human chain to help rescue multiple people dangling from the bus. Now, we actually do have some photos that we can show you here on Live Now from Fox just to show you the severity of the situation earlier this morning. These are coming from a gentleman on Twitter that we have gotten permission to use. So again, this is a breaking news situation that we are following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is a live look at the scene right now. Still a very active scene. You've still got law enforcement officers, the mayor, police officials, fire department on scene. So whether or not we get another update, and we actually, I do believe, have confirmation that President Biden is going to be visiting this area, especially at the fact that he was going to be talking about the importance of infrastructure anyway. When we got that update from officials, they did say this is ironic that this happened before the president's visit, and it just shows why it is so important to get that infrastructure funding in cities like Pittsburgh. So again, a breaking news situation that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. Thank you for being with us on this Friday as we bring you live, raw, unfiltered, nonstop, and in this instance, breaking news situations. If you've been joining us for the last several hours, we have been following the funeral service taking place in New York City for slain NYPD now Detective Officer Jason Rivera. This is some more feeds coming into us courtesy of our Fox 5 New York team as men and women in blue are lining the city as a procession has officially gotten underway, taking Detective Rivera's body from St. Patrick's Cathedral in the center of Manhattan to a cemetery. Now, we heard earlier from his widow, from his brother, from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, New York Governor Kathy Hochul ordering all flags to be flown at half-staff today until next Wednesday, which is when his partner's funeral, Wilbert Mora, will be held out there in New York as well. So definitely a very somber moment out there in New York City today, but quite a touching moment. We say Detective Rivera right now because in the middle of the service, the NYPD commissioner spoke and actually promoted him to detective first grade, handing his family a gold shield right in front of the entire nation as we watched and honored the life and legacy of now Detective Jason Rivera. And unfortunately, this is not the only officer-involved shooting situation that ended tragically this week that we've been following here on Live Now from Fox. Earlier this morning, we did have the man accused of killing Corporal Galloway out in Harris County, Texas on Sunday evening. He appeared in court as the district attorney called Oscar Rosales the alleged murderer of Harris County Precinct 5 Corporal and called this a death penalty case. Now, Corporal Charles Galloway was responding to a traffic stop when he was shot and killed allegedly by Rosales. This sparked a days-long manhunt for Rosales, who ended up being captured in Mexico. This is actually footage of him being brought back to Houston, and he did appear in a courtroom in the Houston-Harris County area earlier this morning. We have about 7 minutes of that feed that I do want to bring you here on Live Now from Fox.
officer who has been sworn in, and her assistance is there if needed. This is a defendant's initial appearance in this court, and as such, I will hear the probable cause in this case. I will address the issue of bail, and I will hear any motions filed by the parties. At this time, the court will hear probable cause. State?
Thank you, Judge. With your permission, I'll remove the mask just for PC
Yes, sir.
clarity. On the morning of January 23rd, 2020, Houston Police Department Special Investigations Unit was called out to the 9100 block of Beechnut. Upon arrival, they were allowed by Precinct 5 to review body camera and dash camera footage that shows that at approximately 12:30 a.m., Corporal Galloway of Precinct 5 cleared himself from a service call and activated his emergency lights and sirens in a fully marked patrol vehicle to conduct a traffic stop on a white Toyota Avalon bearing Texas license plate LYL0927. The driver of the Toyota Avalon continued to drive at a slow pace until he came to a stop at approximately the 9100 block of Beechnut Street in Harris County, Texas, with Corporal Galloway behind him. Corporal Galloway attempted to notify dispatch of the stop. As Corporal Galloway did this, his body-worn camera and dash camera captured the driver's side of the white Avalon open. A white male wearing a dark colored top and a light colored bottom exited the vehicle and immediately turned toward Corporal Galloway, pointing a firearm in his direction. Dash camera footage showed the male firing repeated gunshots in the direction of Corporal Galloway. Accompanying body-worn camera footage showed Corporal Galloway in the driver's seat of his patrol vehicle as he received multiple gunshots through the front windshield. The male was seen re-entering the white Avalon immediately after shooting and fleeing the location. Houston patrol officers, along with Houston Fire Department medics, responded to the scene. Corporal Galloway was found seated in his patrol car and was observed to have sustained multiple gunshot wounds. Corporal Galloway was pronounced deceased by HFD medics at the scene at 12:50 in the morning. Detectives conducted a vehicle search through the Texas DMV database on Texas license plate LYL0927. The return of the vehicle showed it was registered to Reina Asuncia Pereira Marquez at 5510 Calm Court, Houston, Texas. Detective N. Alvarado and Sergeant M. Yosencio drove to the aforementioned location and made contact with a Hispanic female, identifying herself as Reina A. Pereira Marquez. During an interview, Reina claimed ownership of the white Avalon and stated her common law husband of 17 years, Oscar Rosales, date of birth March 10, 1970, picked up the white Avalon from their residence at Calm Court at approximately midnight on January 23, 2022, and left his white Dodge Ram pickup truck bearing license plate MXL6699 in their driveway. Reina also stated Oscar Rosales told her that he was going hunting or shooting with friends. Reina observed Oscar Rosales to remove 2 long guns from a safe that Oscar Rosales had access to and was the only one with a key. Oscar Rosales removed the long guns and left in Reina's vehicle. Detective N. Alvarado presented Reina a picture of the white Avalon, and she identified it as being the same vehicle that Oscar Rosales had picked up and was currently driving. Detective Alvarado presented Reina a still photo of a Hispanic male exiting from the white Toyota Avalon, shown in Corporal Galloway's dash camera video. Reina positively identified the person in the still photo as her husband, Oscar Rosales, as being the person exiting the white Toyota Avalon. Reina also provided detectives with Oscar Rosales' cell phone number, with whom she was in communication with on January 21st, 2022. Detective Alvarado was contacted by the medical examiner, Dr. H. Jarvis, who completed the autopsy of Corporal Galloway Dr. Jarvis informed Detective Alvarado that the cause of death was a single gunshot wound to the left side of his face.
Thank you. The court does find probable cause exists in this case. I see that the state has filed a motion requesting a hearing for the denial of bail for a capital offense under Article 1, Section 11 of the Texas Constitution. At this time, that request will be granted. The court will docket a proof evident hearing in this case for February 23rd, 2022 at 11:30 p.m. a.m. Excuse me. At this time, the defendant will be held at no bond. Any other matters that need to be addressed before the court this morning?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge, we filed 2 motions. Yesterday, we asked the court to read them and sign them, please.
Yes, sir. The court will do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. The court is in recess in this case.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the latest court appearance of the accused killer of Texas Corporal Charles Galloway, Oscar Rosales, being captured in Mexico after days worth of a manhunt. Now, we do know that Corporal Galloway's wake will be taking place next Monday, with his funeral service taking place on Tuesday. So definitely an absolutely tragic week for men and women in blue. Just yesterday, we brought you the breaking news of 3 officers shot in Houston, all expected to make a full recovery, but you had the mayor, Sylvester Turner, as well as other Houston officials, Harris County officials, calling for change when it comes to getting illegal guns off the street and protecting those who take an oath to protect us. So wanted to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head back out to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We just got feeds of President Biden on his way, originally scheduled to go to Pittsburgh and speak on infrastructure. And that was before we learned this morning of a bridge collapse that injured 10 people. Thankfully, all expected to be okay, but a very scary situation for sure, and really ironic that it's happening as President Biden is speaking on the importance of funding for infrastructure like bridges, like roads. So we'll be right back with some more details. We did hear from local officials just a while ago as they were speaking to reporters. So we'll play that for you here on Live Now from Fox. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news, continuing to monitor this breaking news situation out of Pittsburgh, where a bridge collapse, which officials believe was caused by a gas leak, has injured 10 people. There were a couple of cars and a Port Authority bus on the bridge when it collapsed. So we do have President Biden heading there as we speak. He was originally just heading there to speak on infrastructure anyway, and we have gotten word that he is going to be visiting the site of this situation that we are following very closely. We got that information as we heard from some local officials as they were talking to reporters. So I do want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox.
That's far away from there, so we think the president might be coming. We've been in contact. The governor's on his way. Governor should be here. Governor Wolf, instantly. The Pentagon folks are here. We got a call from Secretary Buttigieg offering all kind of assistance, and we need to get this moving. So obviously we're very fortunate that no fatalities with a major collapse of Forbes Avenue, the bridge coming from Squirrel to Regent Square, but there's going to be a lot of work to do.
You've been down there, you've seen the collapse for yourself. You just talk to me about what's going through your mind right now.
Well, it's luckily the timing, I guess, is, you know, if you look at lucky or the fortunate, happened a half hour later, an hour later. There were a lot more cars on that bridge, only 3 or 4 that were there. The Port Authority bus itself was an outbound bus. That report came in around 6:40, 6:42 when the collapse occurred. And there were only a few folks on the bus because it was coming outbound at that time of day. Had it been going inbound, an inbound bus would have had much more severity. So it's just an incredible thing that this happens, and this is our second major bridge collapse in just a few years.
President Biden's coming, and he's going to be talking about infrastructure today. How important is it for him to come and visit the site?
Well, I think it is important because I think it also puts the focus on why this infrastructure is needed. And we've had administration after administration going back decades that couldn't get an infrastructure law put into effect. And the fact that this president got it done is really important. Long before this happened today, he got it passed a couple of months ago. But he was coming.
When you do it, try to turn them to us a little bit.
Yeah. What it means, most of us obviously take it for granted every day that when we drive across a bridge and we come across a road, everything's going to be okay. But as we've seen with Route 30 a couple of years ago and with this bridge today, we've got to take care of our infrastructure.
What do you want people to know moving from this today?
Well, again, fortunate at the time that there weren't a lot more people on the bridge. Hopefully, we still think nobody was under the bridge that walk on those trails. But we've got to take care of our roads, our bridges, our infrastructure, the things that we give us day-to-day life. And so the one thing I also say is the great work that's been done by our public safety personnel, both at the city, the county, the state level, people that have reached out. We've heard from our congressional folks, again, the White House, the governor's office, everyone coming together to make sure we can deal with any situation that we have.
So you just heard the county executives tell us that it's possible that President Biden will be making himself here to visit.
The county executive?
Yes, sir.
Is Biden coming to the scene?
We're not sure yet. If he does, he's probably going to come on the other
When
side.
they throw it, just go.
But they're still working on that.
Is there a chance he could come here?
Yes. Not on. I don't think it'll be on this side.
This side?
That would be my guess. Yeah. There's a chance he's coming to this site. Yeah.
And from your perspective, why is it important?
Well, number one, he's coming to talk about infrastructure, but I think it's also important for him to see in person why he's here. Yeah.
Hey, I'm with County Executive Rich Fitzgerald here, just asking me a few questions about any updates that you may know about the situation that's been going on with this bridge collapse here.
Well, you know, a little after 6:40 this morning, the bridge collapsed. It was Forbes Avenue, the Forbes Avenue connection. It connects Regent Square to Squirrel Hill. 4 or 5 vehicles, cars were on it, and a Port Authority bus. Fortunately, at this point, the injuries appear fairly minor or non-life-threatening, which is a very, very fortunate situation. But here in southwestern Pennsylvania, in the eastern suburbs, this is our second major bridge collapse in just a few years. Route 30 a couple of years ago. The good news is we've heard from the White House, we've heard from the governor's office. Secretary Buttigieg has called, Senator Casey. They're all en route here. Governor should be here actually fairly quickly. And then the president, we think, not only coming to Hazelwood today in Mill 19, we do think he's going to make a stop here today to see and observe what we're living under.
And we've been hearing about any of the searches and different types of searches and search dogs under the lower level. Is there anything that you can tell us about that? Any findings? At
this time, we haven't heard that there is anybody there, but they're obviously going to go through that operation, and hopefully nobody was under there. It is a very busy trail that people use all the time when they walk their dogs. They jog through Frick Park. As this Forbes Avenue overpass goes over the Frick Park in the 9 Mile Run area.
And we've been hearing a lot about timing with this. You know, how lucky was it that this was not in a later part of the day?
That's exactly right. Had it been a half hour, an hour later, there would have been a lot more vehicles on that bridge, including could have been pedestrians, joggers. The entire bridge could have been much busier.
And what do we know about the bridge inspections here? They said that the last one that got done was September of 2021, but I mean, does this kind of make drive home that maintenance needs to be done more often?
Well, we're going to take a look at that, and I think that's one of the things that happens after an occurrence like this. You start to see, best practices as far as inspections, as far as weight limits, all those type of things. I'm sure the engineering folks will be looking at that as this investigation goes forward.
And also kind of drives home, the reason why the president is coming today?
Absolutely. I mean, we know we need this. We know as an older industrial city with a lot of old bridges, a lot of old infrastructure, that we need this. And this president, to his credit, has been the first president in decades, Democrat or Republican, that has been able to get a major infrastructure investment in this country. And this just signifies, in a stark way, why it is needed.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
How many vehicles are on the bridge?
That was County Executive Rich Fitzgerald joining us with a brief update on the bridge collapse, talking about why that bridge maintenance is so needed and why he has also pushed for the infrastructure deal to get passed, and why. And so that's just a little bit of what we are learning, and as well as the updates for this time being. Back to you.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We were able to bring you those remarks courtesy of the affiliates that we've got on the ground at that breaking news scene in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, after a bridge collapsed earlier this morning, injuring 10 people. As you heard them say, non-life-threatening injuries, which is really good to report given the situation. But President Biden is on his way right now, originally expected to go and speak on the importance of infrastructure, touting his bipartisan infrastructure bill. So we will definitely bring you those remarks. As you heard the executive say, he is expected to visit the site of the collapse when he visits later this afternoon. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we still have feeds coming in from New York City this morning. As you can see, officers and men and women in blue from several different departments out in New York, honoring the life and legacy of now Detective Rivera, the 22-year-old detective who lost his life, killed in the line of duty last Friday while responding to a domestic disturbance call with his partner in Harlem. We're going to have a live report from outside of St. Patrick's Cathedral after this quick 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Friday, January 28th. Somber is not even the word to describe the mood out in New York City this morning, as the entire city, we're talking, I believe, thousands of people, not just men and women in blue, but people who didn't even know him, family members, former colleagues, honoring the life of now Detective Jason Rivera, who was 22 years old, killed in the line of duty last Friday while responding to a domestic disturbance call with his partner, Wilbur Mora. Now, that was taking place out at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. So that is where I want to head out live right now. We are being joined by Fox 5 New York's Matt King to kind of give us a recap of what we saw during this very emotional service. Mac, I myself was getting teared up when we heard from his widow, from his brother, Mayor Eric Adams. What can you tell us as we, it looks like it's wrapping up here shortly?
Yeah, his casket left St. Pat's behind me just 45 minutes ago in a hearse that headed southbound down 5th Avenue before thousands of police officers and law enforcement officers from agencies here in the city and all across the country standing at attention to pay tribute to the man in the newly minted detective first grade.
Today I'm still in this nightmare that I wish I never had, full of rage and anger, hurt and sad, torn. Although I gained thousands of blue brothers and sisters, I'm the loneliest without you.
We may not match the sacrifice made by Jason, but we can try to match his incredible sense of service.
Today our hearts are with his beautiful family. I still remember watching them in the hospital and just feeling the pain that moved throughout the entire hospital.
The mayor, the police commissioner, and Jason Rivera's widow all eulogized the 22-year-old NYPD officer killed last week in the line of duty, promoted posthumously to detective first grade during a 2-hour service at St. Patrick's Cathedral Friday.
Since last Friday, we have been trying to make sense of the death of our brother Jason, and subsequently the death of his partner, police officer Wilbur Mora. Truth be told, we still haven't made sense of their deaths.
Rivera and partner 27-year-old Wilbur Mora responded to a domestic dispute call last Friday evening where they encountered a man with a gun, LaShawn McNeil, who shot and ultimately killed both officers, before a third cop shot the killer as he attempted to escape in the arm and the head, injuries from which McNeil died days later.
We used to share locations on Find My iPhone, and when I check yours, I see that you're at Harlem Hospital. I thought maybe you were sitting on a perp, but still, nothing. I called, and then called again, and then called one more time. And this time, I felt something wasn't right.
Dominique, your marriage to Jason, like his life, was far too short. We know he loved you. We know he cared so much for you, his childhood sweetheart. You made him happy. You made him smile.
A newlywed to his high school sweetheart, Rivera joined the NYPD in 2020, in part to police communities differently than the controversial stop and frisk tactics he witnessed as a kid in his neighborhood of Inwood.
My brother's first love was policing.
He was a first-generation New Yorker, son of immigrants. Example how we can come together as a city. He's a hero, and our fellow New Yorkers acknowledge that. And we grieve for all of them, as well as his family.
Thousands of police officers from this city, those surrounding it, and police forces, sheriff's departments, and law enforcement agencies around the country traveled to St. Pat's here in New York City Friday to line the route from the cathedral down 5th Avenue and east to the FDR to witness the procession of Rivera's body to its final resting place and pay tribute to the rookie cop's service and sacrifice.
I promise, we promise, that your death won't be in vain. I love you to the end of time. We'll take the watch from here.
Mac, an absolutely heartbreaking tribute as we heard from those family members. And, you know, I think it was just so powerful to see the thousands of NYPD officers from across the country coming to pay their respects. And I understand that we're going to be doing the same thing early next week as we hold a funeral service in New York also for Detective Mora. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we know that we'll be right back here at St. Pat's next Wednesday, February 2nd for Mora's service. I expect we'll learn a lot more about Mora during that service, just like we did about Rivera today during his service. Right now, we know Mora's 27 years old. He succumbed to his injuries a few days after being shot. He was taken off life support earlier this week. He did donate his heart and other organs. He was Rivera's partner, as I said, 27 years old, and I expect we'll see a lot of the same turnout and pageantry we saw today, albeit with different speakers giving eulogies.
Absolutely. Well, Matt King with Fox 5 New York, thank you so much for keeping our viewers up to speed on this very emotional day for the city. We really appreciate your time, and we'll talk with you soon. Have a good day.
Of course, thank you.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. So with the help of our Fox 5 New York team, we have bringing you updates, feeds from inside of St. Patrick's Cathedral all morning long as fellow comrades, his family, and people who didn't even know him honored the life of now Detective Jason Rivera. As you saw in Mac's report, the NYPD commissioner promoting him to the role of detective and handing his family that gold shield. Also, exactly like Max said, we learned so much more about him as a human being, about the joy that he brought to his family, the fact that he was a first-generation American born of immigrants living in New York City, known to his friends and loved ones as Tata. So definitely a very somber, gut-wrenching day out there in New York for sure. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are likely going to head out to the state of Texas, where I do believe we are hearing from the Attorney General. So we'll have that raw, unfiltered feed and press conference for you here after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. It has been a busy and emotional morning as we have mostly been in New York City, bringing you live feeds from the funeral service of now Detective Jason Rivera. He was 22 years old, an NYPD officer when he was shot and killed in Harlem alongside his partner Wilbur Mora last Friday, just a week ago today when we first brought you that breaking news. Well, we do still have feeds coming from New York City as officers from across the entire nation are paying their respects as his casket is being brought to a cemetery out there in New York. So we are going to continue following this here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're going to keep this feed up as we continue to watch as these officers pay their respects. But for right now, I do want to head out live to Texas, where we've got several attorney generals from states along the U.S.-Mexico border speaking on the problem with drug trafficking at the U.S.-Mexico border. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Grandson of immigrant parents on both sides of my family, I can tell you we all appreciate the contributions and know that it's immigrants that helped build and create America. But what this is about is sending a message to cartels and criminal organizations that exploit immigrants and exploit the open borders policy to wreak havoc and send drugs and human trafficking through to our borders. We are working right now to launch an initiative on the other side of the border, state attorneys general with the nation of Mexico, to fight human trafficking because they can't get the support from our federal government. So a message again to Utahns and to President Biden: too many Americans are dying. We need you to take this seriously. Thank you to Ken Paxton again and the great state of Utah. Every state is a border state, and we will not stand by idly anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, General Reyes. And now, from the great state of West Virginia, the Attorney General, Patrick Morrisey.
First of all, I want to thank Ken Paxton for his incredible leadership and for bringing us all down to the border today. This has been very revealing, and I plan to go back home to West Virginia and apply the lessons of this trip. Words really can't adequately describe what all of us experienced the last couple days and the horrific catastrophe we're seeing down here at the border. Not only undocumented aliens streaming across the border, human trafficking, but fentanyl. Fentanyl. These drugs are flowing into the heartland from across the southern border. Bodies are starting to pile up as a result of the utter failure of this administration, and it's time they do something about it. In West Virginia, we experienced the illegal immigration problem most acutely through the explosion of fentanyl into our state. We're seeing it all the time. Debts are rising, doubling in many of our counties. We know the cartel, we know money is coming into West Virginia, which has had the highest drug overdose death rate in the nation. We need to change that. Mr. President, Secretary Mayorkas, action needs to be taken now. First, uphold the rule of law. You're abdicating your duty as Commander-in-Chief. That needs to come to an end. Second, it's time to fire Secretary Mayorkas. He's failed miserably at the highest level of government. He needs to go. Third, we need diplomatic pressure on the government of Mexico now. We have to begin putting massive pressure on the drug cartels because they've literally taken over parts of the border. You can't fight back fairly with the side that's not going to live up to the rules. And finally, we need more resources to address this horrific fentanyl, immigration, human trafficking problem. I'm going to go back to West Virginia and see what we can do to add our strong voice to the fight, and I thank all of my colleagues for their incredible efforts.
Thank you, General Morrisey. And now, former United States Attorney General, Matt Whitaker.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. It is my honor to join General Paxton and all of these attorneys general in speaking out and talking about what we've seen. For the last 20 years since I was a U.S. attorney, I've been coming down to the southern border all the way from California to Texas, and I have seen the challenges, but I have never seen what we are seeing now. The statistics are staggering. The number of people coming across the border, the human trafficking that's been discussed, the illegal drug trafficking that's happening, and I worked so hard during my time as Attorney General and as senior staff at the Department of Justice in the last administration to correct all these policies, and we had them working. The statistics show that in the last full month of the Trump administration, December 2020, that we had 17 people released by the federal government into the interior of the United States. And this last December, we had 50,000 people released by the federal government into the interior of the United States. I stand shoulder to shoulder in working in this new lawsuit with the attorneys general, and I also stand with them in defending the sovereignty of the United States, defending the citizens of the United States, and standing up for the rule of law. So God bless you all, and thank you for being here, and thank you especially, Ken.
General Whitaker, two final comments. One is to note that while we have such a great relationship with the local Border Patrol and the ICE officials normally take great care of us, they were going to brief these Republican attorney generals. We had it worked out for over a month. The night before, they were told by somebody in Washington, we don't know who, to cancel those meetings, and so they did not brief the attorney generals at the last minute, bailing out. So you should know that. And second, I want to thank my fellow attorney generals, because they took 2 days of their lives and made a trip down here in cold weather to see what's going on. And I really appreciate the fact that they were willing to do that, that they care enough to do that when they have so many other duties and responsibilities. And I know this, we stand united in our belief that the rule of law matters, that the Constitution matters, and that the President of the United States should be held accountable for doing his job and for not doing his job, and for his lack of understanding or lack of caring about the American people and the consequences that his policies and his illegal actions are bringing to the American people. We're not going to stop talking about it. We're going to keep highlighting it until the American people are safe and secure. So with that, I know we have a few minutes for questions, and I think anybody up here is willing to answer questions about immigration. So are there any questions?
General Paxton,
Yes.
can you speak to what some have described as fake news, saying that Operation Lone Star is unconstitutional?
Yeah, well, I think that's shocking that anybody would say that. We have a right in this state to protect our citizens. When the federal government stares us in the face, invites people across the border, and people have cartel members walking across their property, threatening their lives, exposing them to COVID, running drugs, running human trafficking rings, and then we're told that it's unconstitutional for the governor to put together a program with our great law enforcement officials to protect our citizens. To me, it's absolutely ludicrous and wrong. I think you had a question?
Talked about it a little bit, but have you all seen evidence of an increase in the footprint and the strength of the cartels in your states directly in the last year?
Anybody want to take that?
Sure, I'll take it.
Go ahead, Ashley.
You know, I was down here not too long ago with Governor DeSantis from Florida, and we came here because after the beginning of this year, we started seeing record numbers of folks flowing over the border, record numbers of drugs that were being detected at the border, and that doesn't count all of the ones that they didn't catch. We know now just what they've intercepted enough to kill the entire U.S. population 6 times over. In Florida, we have a record overdose death rate from fentanyl. Everyone standing up here is experiencing higher deaths from fentanyl. Parents have to talk to their children because of what's going on at the border, because it's open, because this administration is letting it just flow into our states. Fentanyl can kill. One pill can kill. Parents need to talk to their children about this. And yes, we are all feeling it. That's why we've all made multiple trips here to see what we can do as state AGs to stop this and fight back, because this president is not doing anything.
We'll take one final question?
I'll answer that real quickly anecdotally. I'm from probably as rural of Montana as probably exists in the country. And I was the county prosecutor there, and this was just 2 years ago. In little old Roosevelt County, Montana, we had the FBI show up and tell me I had 3 known Sinaloa cartel associates sitting in my county jail that we had just arrested in our little itty-bitty hometown. If that's not evidence of more cartel activity in the U.S. and even in Montana, I guess I don't know what is. So absolutely, the cartels are the problem. We know it. That's not even a question anymore.
One more question.
Attorney General Paxton, I'll open this section one. I spoke to several county judges in Stark County and others, and they tell me that there's been an increase in the number of tickets issued along the border, and some unwanted brushes with the local population. What is your comment about that?
So you're talking about our local operation? Yeah, so I know that there's been a huge effort by our state government to stop people that are crossing on state property and arrest them for trespassing. It's just our way of being able to deal with it. If they're violating state laws, we are starting to have more forces down here that can arrest those people. And of course, we've been, we're getting sued left and right from the federal government over doing things like this. But the reality is, if they're not going to protect us, we're going to protect our citizens. So thank you all for coming, and thank you all for coming so far to see the border. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Good job.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We were just tuning in to a border summit hosted by Attorney General Ken Paxton for 12 state attorneys general in McAllen, Edinburgh, Weslaco, and Rio Grande City. That was between yesterday and today. Now, Paxton invited his fellow attorney general to witness firsthand accounts of the massive influx of illegal immigrants, which affects not only Texas, but the entire country. You heard them talking about the record number of fentanyl deaths that they have seen in several of their states. So this is something that we are going to keep track of here on Live Now from Fox. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you the latest on the weather conditions that we are following across the nation this Friday. You've got a nor'easter making its way up towards the northeast. Blizzard warnings issued from Maine to Virginia ahead of heavy snow that is expected, and some up to 70-mile-per-hour winds could be felt. So we'll bring you the latest from our Fox weather team here on Live Now from Fox after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Now, we are keeping tabs on several weather patterns here this Friday afternoon at this point. A major nor'easter is becoming a blizzard for parts of the East Coast this weekend as heavy snow and high winds are expected to pound some areas going from New England to North Carolina beginning tonight. Now, the National Weather Service has issued blizzard warnings along the coasts of Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Eastern Connecticut, Long Island, New Jersey, and the southern Delmarva Peninsula. That includes the cities of Boston, Providence, Rhode Island, Portland, Maine, Atlantic City, New Jersey, Ocean City, Maryland, you name it. So lots of areas under this weather watch. It has been 4 years since Boston was last under a blizzard warning. That happened in March of 2018. So we do know that winter storm warnings are in effect for a larger area of the East Coast from Maine to northeastern North Carolina, and winter weather advisories extend farther south and westward into parts of the Appalachians and southeast as far as northern South Carolina. So you are advised to avoid all unnecessary travel in the blizzard and winter storm warning areas Friday night through Saturday. I actually myself had a friend coming to visit, and she had to cancel those plans from New York because of these warnings. Dozens and dozens of flights getting canceled. So it's definitely something that we are going to keep tabs on for you here on Live Now from Fox. We do know that the governor of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin, has officially declared a state of emergency ahead of the winter storm and warned Virginians to stay off the roads if possible. We do know that heavy snow with high winds could down trees, cause widespread power outages. So you can bet that you can rely on our Live Now from Fox team to bring you the latest when it comes to the conditions that we are expected to see over the weekend. I do want to bring you the latest report from our Fox weather team as they keep tabs on these conditions. Let's listen in.
So we have been tracking the ongoing changes with this system along with the track. So let's begin with what's new and what's also the same. I want to begin by telling you about what's been updated here over the last 12 hours. So we do have blizzard warnings in effect for some parts of not only New Jersey, but also Massachusetts as well. And because of the hurricane hunters, they basically went inside this storm. They did a little bit of sampling and they were able to get some additional data. And as a result, we have been updating those snow totals. So you are going to see increasing snow totals for those of you across parts of not only Massachusetts, but Rhode Island, as well as even New York. My colleague Britta Morwin is going to have much more on that in a second. But here's what's pretty much stayed the same with this system. The highest impacts with this nor'easter are going to be right along coastal New England. So the closer you are to the coastline, the higher the totals are going to be with this nor'easter. The timing on the system, again, is the same. It's going to be really ramping up later on tonight, and it's going to pretty much increase in intensity in the overnight hours. And Saturday is going to be a really big day for those of you across the Northeast as well as New England area. It's going to get very windy, especially for those of you in coastal Massachusetts. So I'm talking about the Cape, even Boston. We could potentially see with the system winds that are gusting anywhere between 50 to about 60 miles per hour. That's going to also lead to some flooding, and I'm also really concerned about the potential for some power outages, especially for those of you in Massachusetts. So look at all of these watches as well as warnings. I mean, this is going to be a big weather maker for many of you across the East Coast. Let's first talk about those blizzard warnings. So we do have blizzard warnings in effect from Maine all the way down to Massachusetts. We have winter storm warnings in effect for those of you in Portland, Manchester, Boston, also Worcester, Providence in Rhode Island, New Haven, Connecticut, Hartford, Connecticut. We also have winter storm warnings in effect for those of you in New York, New Jersey, as well as Connecticut. And we are even seeing a blizzard warning that's been issued for those of you in New Jersey. So Jefferson, all the way down to Gloucester, including Boston, Provincetown, Barnstable, all right now under a blizzard warning. South of there, over in Maryland, we have winter storm warnings in effect for you as well. Also, Richmond as well as Norfolk, also under that winter storm warning. And those of you west of there, including Richmond, Roanoke, Elizabeth City, right now are under a winter weather advisory. That's because you do have the potential of seeing some snow, and that snow could lead to some travel issues.
All right, that was an update there for you from our Fox weather team. They are going to have full team coverage. We do know that they are sending multiple reporters as we speak to areas like New York, New Jersey, Boston, and even the Carolinas because there are so many areas impacted by these weather alerts. Again, I do want to bring you that look at our XRAD radar showing you that system kind of just continuing to push towards the northeast. Again, a lot of areas under blizzard warnings, which is not all too common, as you heard the meteorologists say out there. Now, as low pressure is quickly strengthening off of the East Coast tonight through Saturday, the nor'easter is expected to intensify into something called a bomb cyclone. Now, we're learning that meteorologists use that term to describe a low pressure system that undergoes something called bombogenesis, defined as a rapid pressure drop of at least 24 millibars in 24 hours or less, which indicates a very intense storm. So if you needed to get your weather lesson there, I actually was not too familiar with the term bomb cyclone as well, so I'm glad we're getting that information. It remains likely that eastern and southern New England are going to see the worst impacts from the heavy snow, the high winds, and the coastal flooding because it will be closest to the center of that low pressure of the system. So again, this is something that we are going to be following very closely here throughout the weekend on Live Now from Fox. I actually do want to go to Flight Aware really quickly. You might hear me typing. That's live, raw, unfiltered information coming to you right now as we get the latest on flights that are being delayed or canceled. So this, obviously, this weather system affecting a lot of airports in that area. Today, as I'm reading right now, total delays into or out of the United States are sitting at 2,125. So I know that a lot of people may have had travel plans over the weekend. We've got championship games being played in California. On a personal note, my sister was headed to California to watch the 49ers in that game. She just texted our family group chat that her flight was canceled. I had a friend visiting this weekend and that some family visiting, and their flights are getting canceled as well. So likely to affect a lot of travel plans as we keep track of these very serious winter conditions. Again, a nor'easter turning into a bomb cyclone. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are going to give you a sneak peek at some of the feeds that we've got coming to our desk this morning. So speaking of New York, here's a look at the Empire State Building right now. Now, earlier when we were bringing you the feeds from Detective Rivera's funeral service out there, it was snowing, but it looks like it may have stopped just a little bit. Again, the majority and bulk of these conditions from the nor'easter are expected to be seen tonight into tomorrow evening. So it's definitely going to be happening as the day goes on, so be sure to stick with our Live Now from Fox team for any developments on conditions up in the northeast. However, I do want to also let you know that any moment now we are expecting a live press briefing from Pentagon Secretary John Kirby. Now, we have been keeping a very close eye on rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine, the United States working to respond accordingly each and every day. So we are going to bring this to you shortly here on Live Now from Fox. The United States working to respond accordingly each and every day. So we are going to bring this to you shortly here on Live Now from Fox.
And thank you again to our team in Orlando, Regina Gonzalez, for passing things off to us here in Phoenix. Again, we are waiting here for a Pentagon briefing, and we do have both Secretary Austin as well as General Milley, who are going to be here speaking at this joint press conference. And as soon as they do step through those doors, of course, we're going to be interested in hearing everything that they have to say, especially when it comes to the ongoing tensions we have seen continuing to happen between Ukraine and Russia, especially since we continue to hear Russia saying that they don't have any plans in place to invade Ukraine yet. More than 100,000 troops continue to remain there on their western border. So we do know at this time that there's been multiple briefings and updates coming to us from not only the Pentagon, but State Department, even our White House briefings, where they've all kind of reiterated the same message that they're continuing to try to work on this conflict with Russia through diplomacy. But of course, we know that they are still trying to amp up even some of that action. We have put more than 8,500 troops on high alert. That's because, as we've heard some of these different officials say, we are honoring our partnership to NATO. We're standing with Ukraine if Russia does invade. So this press briefing, again, set to take place any moment. Usually the Pentagon very precise with their timing. It was scheduled to take place here at the top of the hour. So we will keep a close eye here for that press conference to begin. As soon as it does start, again, this will be something we'll take in full. But earlier here this morning, we did actually have a source bring us some reporter questions and answers with the Ukraine president, who was also speaking about some of the things that they are doing to prepare, as well as some of the latest action that they have been seeing along their border. So let's go ahead. I want to jump into that press briefing. Again, this was something that came in a little bit earlier today, but as soon as we and of course, here they are getting ready to step out. But as soon as this does start officially, we see both General Milley as well as Secretary Austin step up to those podiums. We'll be listening in live on Unfiltered. Just a reminder for all of our viewers who are new here to Live Now from Fox. This is what we do here for you. We take you into these press conferences. We give you a look not only ahead of time, but also bring you most of the times the full press conference, and then even sometimes things that happen afterwards as well. So you can see here, we do have our officials walking out. Let's listen in live here.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Just a couple of notes at the top. I mean, obviously, we're all socially distanced, so we've got the majority of the press covering this press conference are on Zoom, and the Secretary and the Chairman will be taking questions from both in the room and on Zoom. Given the unique circumstances and, of course, their pressing schedules today, I'd ask you to please limit your follow-up questions so we can get a chance to get through everybody, and I'll be coming back to call it towards the end of it here as we get ready to close. Both the Secretary and the Chairman have opening statements. I'll stop talking now so that they can deliver their opening statements, and then we'll get right to questions. Mr. Secretary.
Well, thanks, John, and thanks to everybody. I'm really glad to be with you. I know you're covering the situation in Europe closely. And so I want to update you on what the department's doing to support Ukraine and to uphold our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies. As you know, for months now, Russia has been deploying forces to Crimea and along Ukraine's border, including in Belarus. It has progressed at a consistent and steady pace involving tens of thousands of Russian troops. And it is being supported by increased Russian naval activity in the northern Atlantic and the Mediterranean Sea. While we don't believe that President Putin has made a final decision to use these forces against Ukraine, he clearly now has that capability. And there are multiple options available to him, including the seizure of cities and significant territories, but also coercive acts or provocative political acts like the recognition of breakaway territories. Indeed, we're seeing Russian state media spouting off now about alleged activities in eastern Ukraine. Now, this is straight out of the Russian playbook, and they're not fooling us. We remain focused on Russian disinformation, including the potential creation of pretext for further invasion or strikes on Donbass. And any Russian attack or further incursion into Ukraine would not only ignite conflict, it would also violate the bedrock principles of national sovereignty, territorial integrity, and self-determination. So this is something that we're taking very seriously, both as a strong partner of Ukraine and as one of 30 members of NATO who are unified in opposition to Russia's attempts to undermine those core values and threaten peace and security in Europe. So let me be clear on where things stand today. First, conflict is not inevitable. There is still time and space for diplomacy. The United States, in lockstep with our allies and partners, has offered Russia a path away from crisis and toward greater security. And the Department of Defense will continue to support those diplomatic efforts. Second, the United States remains committed to helping Ukraine defend itself through security assistance material. And since 2014, we've committed more than $2.7 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. And that includes more security assistance to Ukraine in the past year, $650 million, than at any previous time. And so in December, President Biden authorized $200 million in assistance, which included additional javelins and other anti-armor weapons, grenade launchers, large quantities of artillery and small arms ammunition, and other equipment. Those deliveries are ongoing. Indeed, another shipment just arrived today. And third, the United States will stand shoulder to shoulder with our NATO allies. And that includes reinforcing security on NATO's eastern flank. And as you know, we placed thousands of U.S. troops on prepare to deploy orders earlier this week. If NATO activates its response forces, these troops will be ready to go. Now, the situation on Ukraine's borders is changing rapidly. But as we look ahead, there are a couple of things that we can count on. One, this department will continue to provide President Biden with options to defend our national security interest in response to Russian actions. And two, we will stay united with our NATO allies. Earlier this week, I spoke with my Polish counterpart. Yesterday, I spoke with my Romanian counterpart. And this morning, I had two very good conversations with my counterparts in France and Germany. As we've made clear, in addition to the significant economic and diplomatic costs that Russia will incur, a move on Ukraine will accomplish the very thing Russia says it does not want: a NATO alliance strengthened and resolved on its western flank. The United States will contribute to NATO's response forces, and we will coordinate with our NATO allies. And we will make sure that they have the capabilities that they need to defend themselves. Article 5 is clear on this point. An attack against one NATO member is an attack against us all. And as President Biden has said, the United States holds this as a sacred obligation. And we will do right by that commitment. And Mr. Putin can do the right thing as well. There's no reason that this situation has to devolve into conflict. He can choose to de-escalate. He can order his troops away. He can choose dialogue and diplomacy. Whatever he decides, the United States will stand with our allies and partners. I want to briefly address two other items before we open it up for questions. First, on Wednesday, I was honored to join the President when he signed an executive order to help us deliver on the promise that all men and women in uniform should be able to serve their country free from fear of violence or harassment. This executive order will improve the military justice system's response to sexual assault, harassment, and related crimes, and I welcome it. And finally, as you know, yesterday I directed changes to the department's civilian harm mitigation and response policy oversight and processes. Within 90 days, we will unveil a plan to specify the range of actions that we'll take on civilian harm mitigation and response, including important steps building on knowledge and best practices and tools for preventing and mitigating and responding to civilian harm. But I also ordered some immediate steps, including the establishment of a Civilian Harm Center of Excellence, reporting to me, that will compel us to learn from our mistakes and to make changes in stride. I know personally how hard we work to avoid civilian harm and to abide by the law of armed conflict. But I've also said that we need to do better, and we will. This is a priority for me, and we will ensure that we are transparent as we continue this important work. And so now I'll turn it over to the chairman for his thoughts.
Thanks, Secretary, and good afternoon to everyone, and appreciate having an opportunity to address all of you. Ukraine has the right to be independent, and they have been an independent country since 1991. Russia signed the Budapest Memorandum in 1994 with the United States and Great Britain that guaranteed the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. It's the policy of the United States government to continue to support an independent Ukraine in their goals, and we are continuing our effort to enhance their ability to protect themselves. We strongly encourage Russia to stand down and to pursue a resolution through diplomacy. Armed force should always be the last resort. Success here is through dialogue. The Russian Federation has amassed upwards at this time of over 100,000 ground forces, air forces, naval forces, special forces, cyber, electronic warfare, command and control, logistics, engineers, and other capabilities along the Ukraine border. Ukraine is the second largest country in Europe with a population of 44 million. It's divided in the middle by the river Dnipro. Prominent terrain includes flat, open plains, and there are abundance of rivers and lakes, and there's a high water table. And when that high water table freezes, it makes it for optimal conditions for cross-country tracked and wheeled vehicle maneuver. The city of Kiev has a population of nearly 3 million people. Other major population centers include Kharkiv or Kharkov, Donetsk, Odessa, Dnipro, and Lviv in the west. There are many people and highly dense population centers throughout Ukraine. And if war were to break out on a scale and scope that is possible, the civilian population will suffer immensely. The Ukraine military has about 150,000 active duty service members, with many more in the reserves. They consist of multiple units, sea, air, land, and they are currently disposed and arrayed throughout Ukraine with a high density on the eastern section and a line of contact in the Donbas region. Ukraine has other units, and they maintain artillery, air defense, airfields, bases, depots, and they have a highly regarded territorial force and people's militia. Their combat capabilities have improved since 2014 when Russia annexed illegally Crimea. But they need additional help to defend themselves, especially from an invasion force the size that Russia is currently massing. If Russia chooses to invade Ukraine, it will not be cost-free in terms of casualties or other significant effects. There is a small contingent of U.S. and NATO advisors and trainers currently in Ukraine. The United States has zero offensive combat weapon systems, nor any permanent forces nor bases in Ukraine. Our role is limited in that we help train, advise, and assist with tactics, techniques, and procedures. We participate in institutional development of the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. As the Secretary of Defense has noted, we continue to provide military material support to Ukraine, along with many other countries from NATO. And we are ready, capable, and prepared to uphold our obligation under treaty to NATO. As mentioned by the Secretary, an attack against one NATO ally is an attack against all. NATO has significant military capability. NATO has approximately 130 plus brigades of maneuver forces, not including U.S. forces, 93 squadrons of high-end fighters, 4 carriers, many more surface combatants. The military capability of NATO is very, very significant. In addition to bordering Russia and Belarus and Moldova, Ukraine has a border with 4 NATO members: Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. The President and the Secretary of Defense have authorized the United States military to increase our readiness in the event we have to reinforce or assist our NATO allies. War is not inevitable, as the Secretary said. The right answer here is a diplomatic solution. I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Chairman. We'll turn to questions now, and we'll start with Lita.
Thank you. Thank you.
Some very strong words and statements made there by our military leaders. Some viewers going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break, but stick around. Going to be listening into the questions and answers here as we continue hearing more about the conflict in Russia and Ukraine.
Secondarily, how much risk is it to send additional U.S. troops to the eastern flank? Russia, even today, has said they see little room for compromise right now. Does sending additional U.S. forces to that region hand Putin an excuse to make an incursion into Ukraine?
Well, thanks, Lita. You know, I think you can assume that any time that we think about troop movements, we always consider the impact that that's going to have on leaders' minds and their decision making. I just make 2 points, and you raised this earlier. We haven't actually moved any troops. We put troops on higher alert. And the second point that I would make, Lita, is that even if and when we do move troops, the purpose of those troops deploying would be to reassure allies or directly in support of NATO or both. So I think that, again, before we make any decisions on readiness or movement of troops, we always take those things into mind, what other leaders, the impact on other leaders.
Yeah, I just echo what the Secretary said. We haven't deployed anybody. We haven't moved anybody yet. We're just increasing our readiness levels. And I think in terms of your question about provocation with respect to Russia, that would depend on the size, scale, scope, and type of forces that were deployed as to whether or not that was provocative to Russia. We certainly have no intent whatsoever that I'm aware of putting offensive forces to attack Russia, and I don't think that's NATO's intent at all. This is entirely engineered by Russia and President Putin as an overt act of coercion against Ukraine.
We'll go to the phone now. John, I think Helene is up, Helene Cooper.
Yes, sir.
And so we'll go to Helene next.
Hi, thank you, Secretary Austin and General Milley, for doing this. I have a questions for both of you. For Secretary Austin, you said in your opening statement that Vladimir Putin clearly now has the capability to enter Ukraine. Has he put in place the military hardware and troops that he would need to launch a full-scale invasion of all of Ukraine, the whole country? And for both you and General Milley, both of you have been military officers for 4 decades. You served in the Gulf War, in Iraq, and Afghanistan after 9/11. You've seen North Korea and Iran pursue their own nuclear ambitions. I'm wondering, does this feel different to you? How would you characterize this crisis with Ukraine and Russia in terms of its potential to spark a great power conflict?
Well, in terms of whether or not he has enough forces to conduct a full-scale invasion, Helene, you heard the chairman say earlier that he's got north of 100,000 troops in the border region. That gives him a number of options. And what he's done as he's continued to move troops and resources into the region is increase his options. And so we won't predict where his decisions will take him, but we remain concerned about the range of options that he could pursue, and we'll stay focused on his problem set. And I'll turn to the chairman there for his thoughts.
In terms of the size of the forces that are amassed right now, they could. It's potential. We don't think there's been a decision, as the secretary already made that point. But sure, with 100,000 troops, and you've got combined arms formations, ground maneuver, artillery, rockets, you got air, and all the other piece parts that go with it. There's a potential that they could launch on very, very little warning. That's possible. And there's a wide scale of options that are available to Russian leadership. And the best option they should pick, in my view, is a diplomatic solution to resolve whatever differences they have.
In terms of how this feels, Helene, your second part of the question, as we look at that number of troops and that amount of hardware that's in the border region, it far and away exceeds what we typically see them do for exercises. And so it's very concerning. Where this could lead us in terms of a type of conflict, or where it could put the region in terms of future activities, I won't bother to speculate on that, Helene. I would just say that we're focused on making sure that we do our part to provide the president options to support and reinforce NATO if, in fact, he does make a decision to invade Ukraine. So.
And Helene, does it feel different? Sure, it does feel different in terms of what we've seen in the past of Russian exercises, et cetera. This is larger in scale and scope and the massing of forces than anything we have seen in recent memory, and I think you'd have to go back quite a while into the Cold War days to see something of this magnitude. They do annual exercises, and we watch those closely, but this is different. So we'll continue to monitor it very, very closely. But yes, it does feel different.
We'll come back to the room and go out to David.
Since the president has ruled out sending U.S. troops into Ukraine, does that mean that the U.S. military would not be used if an evacuation of Kiev became necessary?
As you've indicated, David, the president's been real clear that he does not intend to put combat troops into Ukraine for the purpose of conducting combat operations. Any troops that we deploy, if we deploy troops to the region, or those troops that are already in the region, have multiple capabilities. And so as we conduct our planning, we always look at a range of options that we may have to pursue. But again, to the point that you made earlier, David, the president has been clear about not employing troops in Ukraine for combat purposes.
Does that rule out using U.S. troops for evacuation purposes?
I won't speculate, David, but I would say that we prepare for a range of activities and options. That's what we've always done, and that's what you can expect us to do going forward.
And David, the State Department has issued out travel advisories. Those are in effect right now. And those advisories say, where's the effect of don't travel to Ukraine, if American citizen? And if you're in Ukraine, you should consider leaving Ukraine. And you can go to the State Department website and see what they've put out.
There were similar advisories before Afghanistan, too. And it didn't forestall an evacuation crisis.
That's also correct.
Rest assured, David, that whatever task the United States military is called upon to accomplish, we'll be prepared to do it. Let's go back to the phone and reach out to Phil Stewart. Phil?
Yes, hi. I have a question for both of you. To Secretary Austin, President Biden's decision to rule out deploying U.S. forces to combat Russia early in the crisis must have impacted Putin's calculus in some way. How do you assess that it's impacted his calculus? And do you have any concerns about pursuing a strategy other than ambiguity as far as deterrence goes? And to Chairman Milley, if President Biden responds by deploying U.S. troops in NATO's eastern flank or with economic sanctions, how do you anticipate that Russia will retaliate? How are you preparing for potential retaliation in Europe, and how are you preparing for potential retaliation against the homeland, perhaps by Russian use of cyber warfare? Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. I won't speculate about what or how President Putin is thinking. I think that's been the question that everybody has. You know, what if he did something like this? What would he possibly want to achieve? So I won't speculate on that. I would say that our focus is to make sure that whatever happens, we're prepared to reassure our allies in the region and support NATO's efforts. And of course, this is about NATO and the alliance. And I would remind you that NATO is a defensive alliance. Again, you've heard the chairman talk about the resources that NATO has, and I think they are considerable resources. And again, it's important to make sure that we keep the alliance united.
And Phil, I would just echo that, you know, the uniformed U.S. military is prepared to do whatever we're directed to do. And we are increasing our readiness postures for units, and we'll be prepared to execute whatever the President and Secretary of Defense require of us. With respect to your question about the homeland and cyber and all of that, we have capabilities. I'm not going to go into them here at the microphone, but we've got a significant amount of capabilities to defend and do whatever is necessary to protect the homeland.
Okay, let me stick with the phone here, and I think Nancy Youssef is out there. Nancy?
Thank you, sir. I have a question for each of you. Mr. Secretary, this week we heard about military commitments from Denmark, the Netherlands, and Spain, among others, to defend the alliance. I'd like to talk to you about one decision in particular, and that is Canada's decision to keep as many as 400 trainers in Ukraine. The U.S. has half that amount now. Would the U.S. consider sending more trainers or advisors, or does it believe they're enough there to deter Russian aggression? And Chairman Milley, do you believe that the Ukrainian armed forces have taken all the necessary steps to defend against a large-scale Russian invasion? Or do you fear that in their push to not provoke panic, the Ukrainian government has not done enough? Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy. Let me, at the top, thank Canada and our other allies for what they continue to do alongside us to support Ukraine. I applaud their efforts. And certainly, we have had advisors and trainers there since 2014, as the chairman indicated earlier. And we remain focused on providing all of the assistance in terms of training and advising that Ukraine feels it needs. And we work that issue with them on a consistent basis. I would also say that it's less about the specific number, but more about the capability that you bring and what you're focusing on. And in some cases, it may take several more types of trainers to train on a specific event or skill. In other cases, less so. So rest assured that we are in constant communication with Canada and the UK and everyone that's providing assistance to Ukraine at this point in time.
And for me, I'm not going to comment on the composition and the disposition and the readiness of the Ukraine forces in any kind of detail. I don't think that'd be appropriate for me to do that, given the current situation.
Barb.
A question for both of you. Mr. Secretary, you've talked a bit here today about U.S. troops providing reassurance and deterrence to the eastern flank of Europe. Can you help people understand a little bit more about what that means in terms of what U.S. troops would be doing to fulfill that mission? How do you know when you're done? You don't send troops unless you have an exit strategy. What would it take for you to ever trust Vladimir Putin? And General Milley, you laid out some pretty dire scenarios if the Russians decided to make that full move. Could you explain a little bit more? You mentioned, for example, the capital of Kyiv. How disastrous could it be in your assessment? Are you looking at massive civilian casualties? Are you looking at massive refugee flows? The impact on the security of Europe that has existed for so many decades, if the scenario you're laying out were to come true? Thank you both.
In terms of our reassurance efforts, Barb, as you know, we have had a number of forces in the region, training with the Eastern European countries. Those forces, and that's been going on for quite some time, and those forces provide great value. Just their presence reassures our partners there that we're interested in them, interested in helping them. The types of things we do with them routinely is train with them and enable them and really increase their level of readiness. And so that's been very helpful to them. And it has strengthened our bonds with our allies and partners in the region. These are temporary deployments. And so, again, we will continue to sort this out as we go forward. But again, we are focused on NATO. We're focused on reassuring our allies, and that's what this is all about. In terms of trusting Putin, I don't think this is about trusting Putin. This is about our allies trusting us. And so that's really what we're focused on. And we, Mr. Putin, at some point in time will reveal what he's thinking. But again, I'm not sure that he's made final decisions on what he's going to do yet. So.
And Barbara, let me first say that as the Secretary said up front, right now we don't think final decisions have been made to conduct any sort of offensive operation into Ukraine by the Russians. And we firmly believe there's still room for diplomatic outcome here. Having said that, given the type of forces that are arrayed, the ground maneuver forces, the artillery, the ballistic missiles, the air forces, all of it packaged together, if that was unleashed on Ukraine, it would be significant, very significant, and it would result in a significant amount of casualties. And you can imagine what that might look like in dense urban areas, along roads and so on and so forth. It would be horrific. It would be terrible. And it's not necessary, and we think a diplomatic outcome is the way to go here.
Can I just very quickly follow? Do you have a view? Can you keep, either of you, can you keep U.S. forces from having to deal with Russian forces directly? If you're reinforcing Eastern Europe, for example, will U.S. forces potentially be in missions against Russian forces? Can you keep them away from Russian forces?
Again, our presence there helps to reassure our partners in the frontline countries there. And you know, Barb, that we have an Article 5 commitment to our NATO partners. And so if Putin were to attack one of those countries, then of course that commitment, that's an ironclad commitment. The president has said a number of times that we will live up to that commitment. And so, but again, our focus is not on fighting in Ukraine. It's on reassuring our NATO partners and allies.
Sir, we've got time for just one more. One more, sir. Sir? You get time for one more.
Yeah. So let's go to Louis from ABC.
Hi, sir. Thank you to both of you for doing this briefing today. I'd like to go back to something that Lita asked at the top and the way that you framed the response about provocations and how they're perceived by Russia.
We are continuing to listen in live to this press conference with military leaders. Going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break for some viewers as we continue this press conference right here on Live Now from Fox.
What was the calculus in doing that? Are you sending a message to Russia? And is it possible that the way they see that, they may see that themselves as a provocation?
Again, our focus is on making sure that we're ready to live up to our commitment to NATO should the NATO response force be activated by NATO. This putting our forces on a shorter string enables us to get there in a shorter period of time. And again, I think that provides reassurance to NATO that we're ready to live up to our commitments. In terms of what Putin thinks and the way he feels about things, again, it's hard to predict. We take those kinds of things into consideration, but again, if you look at the forces that he has moved into the region and that he continues to move into the region, there was no provocation that caused him to move those forces. So, we'll continue to listen to what he says and watch what he does. Chairman.
Yeah, I would echo all of that with respect to the PTDO forces. For 20 years, Iraq, Afghanistan, et cetera, we've announced when forces are rotating, et cetera. We attempt to be transparent with you and with Congress and with the American people on the use and the deployment of military forces. We alerted, based on the direction from the President and the Secretary of Defense, we increased the readiness status of these forces. So the forces themselves have been told, and we think it's a better, from a transparency standpoint, better to inform you, the media, the American people and Congress of the forces that are out there that are being alerted. In addition to that, the piece about assuring and deterring with respect to our NATO allies. But we think it's also important to be transparent with you and the American people about what we're doing with your military.
Thank you all. We have to get going. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
All right, so once again, we were listening into this press conference live here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of statements being made there by both of our military leaders, especially when it comes to the force that they could possibly be met with. They did say that while there's 100,000 Russian military members at the border, they wanted to emphasize the point that there's 150 in Ukraine ready to go, and both of them reiterating the same fact that it is up to Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, to see what kind of action or what kind of items may happen from here on. So we will continue to obviously follow the latest happening with this conflict that is taking place. A lot of people have been trying to question whether this is going to be something we have to worry about. And as we've heard both of our military leaders mention, we are going to stand firm behind Ukraine, stand firm with our allies as well as NATO as well. So we will continue to keep you up to date on that story if there's more developments. But I do want to also take our eyes off of this issue, head out to yet another item that a lot of people have been talking about here today. There was that bridge collapse in Pittsburgh. Thankfully, no deaths, although there were some cars on that bridge at the time. We do have the president there speaking. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like we jumped in just at that brief ending of his talk there, but don't worry, because one of the great things about Live Now from Fox is was recording on that while we were finishing up the last of that Pentagon press briefing. And of course, a lot of people know that the president was already headed to Pittsburgh for some infrastructure, or excuse me, headed to this area for some infrastructure talks, but now is out taking a look at this damage. Again, the bridge in Pennsylvania had collapsed. This was, again, a human chain of rescue had to happen after this bridge had went down in Pennsylvania. So it happened at the border of the city's Point Breeze neighborhood. It was a 2-lane bridge. It collapsed just hours before President Biden was supposed to be visiting the city to talk about his infrastructure bill. And the fire chief did give some amazing details of this rescue, saying EMS Bureau set up for rescue. They had heavy rescue units here. Technicians rappelled down using ropes to go down over the side. And the firefighters were here who initially helped on scene also did a daisy chain. So let's go ahead, take a look at just again, we had the president who was out there. Take a look at just some of those words of what he was speaking to about this incident. Again, he's out there on the scene. So let me just replay that back here for all of our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox.
And were you worried that there had been an explosion or that there had been
We weren't
collapse?
sure whether the gas had caused this or whether the leak was, a result of the bridge collapse. So we just weren't sure at that time.
How long did it take to get the company to shut off the gas?
Probably about a half hour.
Half hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So that was just continuing outside of the.
So there's obviously there's another line right here
On this side as well, yeah.
So that was rushing out. So.
And it's probably too early for joggers to be down there.
There was a few joggers, actually. There was a few. One of them actually helped us get some people out of the cars there. So.
I'll be damned.
Yeah.
It's a miracle, Mr. President. It's a miracle. It really is. It's going to happen. It really is. Astounding. You'll realize, I've been coming to Pittsburgh a long time, and as a former Pennsylvanian. But I didn't realize there are literally more bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city in the world. Did you know, more than in Venice? I mean, I knew there were a lot of bridges. I had no idea that. And they're gonna fix them all. Not a joke. This is going to be a gigantic change, and there's 43,000 nationwide. And we're sending the money. And by the way, we're going to give you guys more money too, cops.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He's going to be moving this way.
A little bit in front.
Once again, those were just some of the quick words that we were able to get here from President Biden. Here's some video of the scene that was taking place earlier here this morning. Here, just at the edge of that bridge collapse, you can see it's down kind of in a bit of a little bit of a ravine area, just a little bit there. You do see also just some of those cars that were on the bridge at the time. And thankfully, officials are saying there was only minor injuries from this collapse, and thankfully we also did have quite a few of our rescue personnel in Pittsburgh who were able to get to this scene so quickly and help get those people who were stuck on parts of the bridge out safely. So again, this will be something we'll be jumping back to a little bit here later today. We do have President Biden not only taking a tour of that area where this collapse had happened earlier this morning, but he will also be giving some remarks talking about his infrastructure a little bit later here today. That is scheduled to take place here at the top of the hour, but as you just saw, he was out at that site, so he may be running a bit behind here today, but as soon as he does have some of those remarks, we'll be jumping into them right here on Live Now from Fox. So until that time, going to take us out to a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, though, we do have a big storm making its way out to the East Coast. A lot of states and cities getting themselves prepared for another nor'easter. A lot of blizzard warnings happening right now. We do have New York talking about preparations underway. We'll be jumping into their press conference here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have a big storm coming. Blizzard warnings being issued from Maine to Virginia ahead of some heavy snow. They're also expecting about 70-mile-per-hour winds. This nor'easter going to be hitting areas like Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and even Connecticut, New Jersey, New York. A lot of stations, a lot of our officials getting prepared for this storm already here this morning. We've had Boston officials. We've also had New Jersey, as well as now New York, all preparing their residents for this storm that is to come. Let's go ahead and jump into the press conference with starting off with Governor Kathy Hochul as she gives some warnings to all of her residents in the state.
Afternoon. I am apologetic for the delay in time, but it was for a worthy purpose. I just came from St. Patrick's Cathedral, where I shared in the grief of not just the 8.2 million New York City residents, but also 20 million people from the state of New York. It's been a heartbreaking day, and I wanted to stay and show my respect as the procession left with the mayor and the chief of police and the commissioner. So that delayed us a little bit, but thank you for coming here today, and just continue to keep them in our prayers, and all those who are on the front lines protecting our safety. It's incredible to realize what they are willing to do every single day to make sure that New Yorkers are protected and safe, and for them we are eternally grateful, and our hearts go out to the families of Officer Rivera, who we had his final call today, as well as the funeral we're going to be attending next Wednesday, Officer Mora. So it's a difficult day for all of New York. And also, we have a little bit of challenge before us. I just told the county executive, I said, what's with Suffolk? I thought Buffalo had the most unusual weather patterns, and it seems like you're always on the front lines lately. So it's fascinating, and those who love to study weather, like my commissioner here, this is an exciting time for you. Commissioner Braid, our Commissioner of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, was once the Chief of Staff of the National Weather Service in Washington. So she gets very excited on days like this. So unlike the rest of us who dread it, she looks forward to it. So we're going to look at some numbers on the storm, and I want to make sure you have a full briefing on what we're doing in anticipation of the storm, because storms can be devastating, they can be deadly, they can be dangerous, and we are on call right now with the warning we've seen coming up the East Coast and this confluence of an incredible storm. It's calling us to be prepared, and I want you to see what preparation looks and feels like, and you'll hear from the people who are on the front lines, and I want to thank members of the DOT who are here and the others who will be out there driving the plows and really putting themselves in harm's way to make sure that we can get home from our commutes, make sure we can get home to our families. And I'm going to ask everybody to do their part in helping keep our roads clear this evening. So I am joined by Commissioner Jackie Bray, our commissioner, as I just identified her. Ritres Dominguez, Commissioner of Department of Transportation. We've been at events like this from Buffalo to Albany here in Suffolk County. So she is a seasoned pro. Feel very comfortable with her leadership. And Jan Oliver, because we're going to be talking about the impact on the MTA, newly named the permanent, the no longer acting, but the chair and CEO of the Metropolitan Transit Authority. Also, we have Patrick Ng, who's the president of the MTA Long Island Railroad, which is an important lifeline for our commuters here on Long Island. So he'll be joining. He's here as well. And Steve Malone, our county executive, who you'll be hearing from about the county's preparation. So let's take a look at what we're doing here. These are the maps we wake up and dread when we see them in the morning news. The orange is the blizzard warning. So there you go. It's coming our way. We've not seen any deviation from what we're seeing here. Sometimes you hope that it goes further out east and actually dissipates over the ocean, but I don't foresee that tonight. So what we're expecting is hopeful that doesn't really hit during the commute this evening. We're tracking the timing of this, but we do believe that the highest totals will be coming tomorrow, which is actually, given that it's a Saturday morning, it's very good, given that it could have happened during prime commuting hours tonight or even this morning. So, but the point is, we're on notice, and so there's no excuses. People should not be on the roads unnecessarily, and we have that evidence right here. So we have been upgrading this blizzard warning. Suffolk County is under a blizzard warning right now, and the storm effect is in effect now from till 7 o'clock Saturday, and then it gets even worse. Here it's going to be Nassau, New York City, Westchester, Putnam, and Rockland County. So that's what we're looking at. And we think Long Island's going to be one of the hardest hit. So 10 to 16 inches across Long Island, and it also comes down. If that happens over a course of a few days, you can handle it. That happens in a few hours, 1 to 2 to 3 inches an hour. That's when it becomes very treacherous. So we could end up with anywhere from 6 inches to 2 feet, but it's also the wind. Take it from someone who lives on the shores of Lake Erie during winter blizzard. It is all about the wind factor. It affects visibility. It is dangerous to be on roads when you can't see the vehicles around you, and common sense has to prevail here, and I'm asking people to take heed of those warnings. We'll have sustained winds of 25 to 35 miles an hour with gusts, and this is what really gets dangerous, when it's a complete whiteout condition, and you do not want to be in your vehicle with your kids in the back seat and go off the road during those conditions, and that's what can happen. So 50 to 55 mile an hour winds. We do not want to see this circumstance we saw in the Washington, D.C. area. Everybody was glued to their television watching the 30-some-hour episode where people are stranded in their vehicles, and that, my friends, is totally avoidable, and that's what we're talking about here right now, and the preparation we need to have. New York City and the lower Hudson Valley are getting slightly lower predictions, but they're still going to get a good amount of snow, so we're preparing those areas as well, and they'll be getting lesser amounts through the next day. So these regions, northern region, minimal snow, but it'll be very cold. Also, that cold is dangerous. It can be bitter, it can be dangerous, especially if you're in a vehicle, you go off the road or you're stuck in traffic and your gas is low. Make sure you fill up your gas tanks. Your gas is low and all of a sudden you don't have any heat in the vehicle and your kids are hungry. Believe me, I speak as someone from experience. I've been there. It is not a good experience at all. So watch out for the wind chill factor as well. So that's really significant. So heavy snow, gusty winds, difficult road conditions. So yes, I feel like a weather person today, and but I'm willing to turn it over to our experts in a couple of minutes. But here's what I'm asking New Yorkers. Just stay off the roads. Get through your workday today. Fill up the gas tanks on your way home. Make sure you've got all the necessary items in your vehicle. You got to have the scrapers. You got to have extra gloves. You got to have some blankets. Have some water in your vehicles. And we all should be prepared for this. But the best way to handle this is stay home. Famous mayor of Buffalo once said how to handle the blizzard: sit home with a 6-pack of beer and wait it out. So you could have a nice bottle of Long Island wine. I don't care what your preference is here, but stay home, everybody.
All right, some wise words there. Again, the best thing to do to beat this blizzard is not go out, especially when those conditions are going to be deteriorating not only through the night, but into tomorrow as well. We are expecting not only heavy snow, but high winds as well. Some areas going to be seeing at least 2 to 4 inches of snowfall per hour. So we'll continue to keep you covered on this winter weather warning for people along the East Coast, plus other top stories across our country after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look here in New York at this time where we are seeing those cloudy gray skies, and you can just kind of feel that eeriness as people are waiting for this nor'easter to make its way along the East Coast. More than 76 million people are under some winter weather alerts. That's stretching again all the way from Maine to Virginia. And for the first time in 4 years, Boston is under a blizzard warning as well. So here's a look at our radar happening here with some different movements happening. So you can see just kind of the movement of this storm as it makes its way up and along that East Coast, and really some heavy bands of snow and precipitation. Also some high winds moving along with it. So you can see the areas of New York and then Boston getting hit after that as this storm again makes its way northwards up along our East Coast. So a lot of warnings to be giving to folks who are in those areas, especially as we all get ourselves prepared to hunker down. We did have not only New York talking about some of their winter preparations, but as I mentioned, Boston going to be included in these people who are getting prepared. They, again, haven't had a blizzard warning since 2018. Let's go ahead and listen into their update with some of their local officials. Oh.
I want to talk briefly on some of the things that residents can do and some of the safety concerns around this storm. For your safety and to allow the plows to work, we strongly encourage residents to stay off the road during the storm. The heavy rate of snowfall and the high winds have the potential to produce exceedingly dangerous travel conditions, especially during the peak periods of the storm, late morning and into the afternoon on Saturday. Do not travel if you do not absolutely have to. For those essential workers and others who need to be on the road, we encourage you to use public transportation. And if you are driving, please give yourself extra time, drive slowly, and leave plenty of room for our crews to work safely. Do not crowd the plow. No matter how you travel, you should expect significant delays during the height of this storm. Once the storm is ended, it's your responsibility to shovel the sidewalks and to keep them clear. They must be kept clear of snow and ice after the storm. We require a 42-inch wide path of travel along sidewalks so that people who are using wheelchairs, strollers, and other mobility devices can travel safely. Property owners are also responsible for clearing any curb ramps at crosswalks that are adjacent to their property. And this helps keep the sidewalks safe and passable for people, especially for our older residents or people who have mobility impairments. The city will issue tickets to properties that do not maintain safe sidewalks, and you can report unshoveled sidewalks after the storm by calling 311 or using the 311 app. Please follow the rules on space savers. Any items left on the street outside of the allowed times and locations will be removed by our waste reduction teams. And we encourage all residents to go to boston.gov/snow. You'll find many resources there, including our winter weather preparedness guide, which is available in 10 different languages. Everyone has a role to play to make the city safe for walking, biking, and driving after a big storm. We will do our part, and we thank the residents and businesses of Boston for doing theirs. Before I go, I'd like to acknowledge our dedicated city staff and contractors who will be on the front lines of this storm all weekend, around the clock. We appreciate their dedication to the city. And lastly, just stay safe and look out for one another this weekend, and thank you.
Next up, Chief of Emergency Management, Shameen Benford.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no worries. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here this morning and helping to share this message to our constituents in our city. I'll be brief in my comments this morning. I want to thank the mayor for her leadership over the last couple of days as we have worked to put in place a coordinated plan for services across our city enterprise. So there is alignment with regards to all the plans for all of our departments across the city enterprise. We will also be, as the mayor mentioned earlier, we will be operationalizing the EOC. And the main purpose of operationalizing the EOC is to ensure that we maintain a readiness posture and the ability to coordinate across city departments. So we will be activating tomorrow the EOC. We have points of contact for all of our major departments and cabinets across the city, and we expect to be in communication, as the mayor mentioned, with the National Weather Service to keep up to date with regards to changing weather forecast and the patterns as the storm progresses. I also want to mention that we have an open line of communication with our state counterparts over at MEMA, as well as our private sector counterparts with the American Red Cross and the Salvation Army, if in the unlikely need of coordinating services to further support our city and our residents. In closing, I join the mayor as well as the chief of streets in recognizing all of those city workers as well as the private sector partners that are going to be coming in to help make our city safe and help us to return it to operational capacity, hopefully as soon as Monday morning. But we'll continue to monitor throughout, but do want to recognize all the dedicated services. It will be a long 48 hours as we endure the storm and start the work of returning our city to normal. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chief. Next up, Deputy Lenita Cullinane of the Boston Police Department.
Thank you, Mayor Wu. Hello, I'm Lenita Cullinane, Deputy Superintendent with the Boston Police Department under the Bureau of Field Services. While enforcement of parking violations is a part of the daily duties of the patrol force, of course, during this period, special attention will be given to public safety violations to include blocking of fire hydrants, parking within fire lanes, double parking, and parking within 20 feet of intersections. All on-duty personnel will be alerted to traffic control problems, flooding, trees down, broken windows, and they will pay special attention to businesses in the area of the various police districts for the prevention of vandalism or looting that may occur because of opportunities presented during this emergency. It was mentioned that the snow emergency will take place at 9 p.m. Prior to that, there will be public announcement operations made throughout the city where there are posted snow emergency arteries, at posted snow emergency arteries, alerting people to the fact that there is no parking on either side of those arteries. In the midst of the snow emergency, all of the district captains will also ensure that all of the arteries remain clear. While we will be towing motor vehicles, the aim is not to tow motor vehicles, and we want to minimize the towing. So what we ask is that people comply with the parking ban and the restrictions that are in place so that there's less inconvenience to them as it relates to their motor vehicles being towed, and it keeps the roadways clear for the various agencies to do what they need to do as it relates to snow clearance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Cullinane. Next up, Commissioner Jack Dempsey of the Boston Fire Department.
Thank you, Mayor. Morning, everyone. So as the mayor mentioned, you should check your smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. Make sure that all the snow is cleared from the vents. Snow piling up can prevent the operation of your heater or whatever system that may be trying to vent, and that could cause a carbon monoxide danger. So make sure you periodically go outside and make sure those vents are clear. Check on your neighbors. If you're young,
then shovel for your elderly neighbors. The snow is heavy, and your act of kindness can truly save a life. Stay away from any down wires. Boston Fire Department will have additional resources working through the storm. High water rescue units will be located in various areas, Seaport and wherever else needed. There's 2 of those that will help evacuate people if they need because of flooding. And please assist us in shoveling the hydrants near your house. There are over 13,000 hydrants in the city, and it'll take us a little while to get to them, so any assistance there would be great. In neighborhoods with tight streets, East Boston, South Boston, the North End, Beacon Hill, please don't park too close to the intersection. That, with the snow and parked cars, makes it very difficult. We can't make the turns. So that includes just fire apparatus and ambulances, so keep that in mind. Thank you.
Next up, Chief of EMS, Jim Hooley.
Thank you, Mayor. Morning, everybody. As with any snow emergency, please take necessary precautions to see the safety of yourself and of others. Look out for each other, particularly elderly family and neighbors. As has already been pointed out, shoveling of sidewalks and entryways is always helpful, especially if an emergency does occur.
All right, guys, we are listening in with some Boston officials. They are trying to prepare their residents as they are under a blizzard warning at this time. Again, nor'easter going to be making its way up along our East Coast. A lot of officials along those states trying to give some warnings out to all of their residents as they prepare for high winds, heavy bands of snow to be happening over tonight and into the weekend. Don't forget, too, if you're watching from one of these areas, you can always tune in right here to Live Now from Fox. Will continue to keep you covered on all of the storm's path as well as what it's been leaving behind. So we will keep you covered into the weekend as well. So with that being said, you can see we are still waiting for President Biden. He is in Pennsylvania, going to be making some infrastructure remarks here very soon. So let's go ahead and take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll continue to listen in with our Boston officials when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are giving you a live look at an event we are waiting To begin, it is going to be President Biden. He is set to make remarks here this afternoon as he is going to be speaking not only about infrastructure, but also about supply chain, manufacturing, as well as union jobs. So those remarks are going to be happening here soon. They were scheduled to take place at the top of the hour, but it does seem like he may be running behind. We saw him out at that bridge collapse site. That, again, had happened earlier here this morning. Rescue crews had to form a human chain to help rescue people following that collapse. So I'm sure we'll hear President Biden speak to some of that here during his speech as well. So as soon as this event does get started, of course, this will be something we'll take to you in full. But we were also taking a live look at not only our weather map, but also here. This is a picture coming to us from New Bedford, Massachusetts. Now, they are just along the long list of people who will be seeing that nor'easter hit tonight and into tomorrow. So you can already see slightly, if you're looking closely enough, some snowflakes falling down here in this area, those thick gray skies spreading across here. Now, I mentioned this before, but for those of you who didn't hear it, Boston actually under the blizzard warning, there's so many different people who are underneath that blizzard warning, but Boston itself, it's been 4 years since they've had a blizzard warning. That was back in March of 2018. So here again, we have a major nor'easter. It's going to become a blizzard for parts along the East Coast. So of course, we do want to continue to try to get everyone who is in these areas a little bit prepared ahead of the storm. I feel like sometimes we hear the same thing from some of these different officials, but of course, it's just good to reiterate the same points over and over again. Once this really does hit, you're starting to get those 2 to 4 inches falling down, and then you have that high wind that's going to be coming along with this storm. It's going to make driving conditions very dangerous. I can speak to that as a reporter who has been out there on those roads, used to work in Minnesota, North Dakota area as well. And sometimes you may start in the morning with those roads. You think this may be fine, but then by the longer the time goes, sometimes those conditions can deteriorate, especially when we do have that wet snow coming down and then those cold temperatures and especially the wind blowing that snow over the roadways. It can just make for some really slippery conditions. I know I've been out there reporting a number of times when you've had to report about accidents and people who just didn't heed those warnings well enough. So again, it's going to be something that we want to continue to keep everyone prepared for. So don't forget that into this weekend, we'll continue to give you some of those different updates coming to us from officials across the country up along that East Coast, as all the way from Maine to Virginia. They fall under that category again of who's in the path of this storm. So I'm going to take us back out to Boston. We were listening in as officials were giving some residents some warnings, some preparations on what to do to get ready for that winter weather that they're going to be seeing. But again, just to let everyone know, as soon as we do see President Biden stepping out and kicking off that event in Pennsylvania, of course, we'll be jumping into that in full as well. So thank you again to everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. Here's our Boston officials.
For no other explanation. If you suspect that there's CO poisoning, if an alarms are going off, don't think it's a false alarm, get to fresh air and let the experts come in, let fire come in and meter the place, the surroundings. Call 911. Pace yourself when you're shoveling. As the mayor pointed out, we have some aches and pains can be normal, and you can take it easy on that. But stop if you do experience chest pain, shortness of breath, lightheadedness, and if it persists, that doesn't go away, then I have to call 911. Better still, if you do have underlying medical issues, and even though this is supposed to be light and fluffy, there's supposed to be a lot of it. So consider hiring a neighborhood kid if that's possible. Might be a good time to make those arrangements now ahead of it. Exercise caution when you're using a snow blower. Never put your hands into the discharge chute if it gets jammed up. Follow all the precautions that the manufacturer tells you. Every winter we do see some significant soft tissue injuries from that. Limit yourself to exposure to the cold, even when it clears out and you are shoveling or out clearing. The wind chill is supposed to be pretty significant, so wear those extra layers and dress for the weather. Please take extra care when you're driving around corners. As the streets are getting cleared, sometimes we'll get some piles on corners of snow piles, or some private lots. Snow gets pushed out. Things build up on corners. It's not always easy for pedestrians or drivers to see around these snow piles, and we want to make sure that someone doesn't inadvertently get struck by a vehicle because they're not being aware of that. And also finally, we at Boston EMS, we're going to be increasing our staffing during and following the storm. We know that big storms like this have repercussions that last on for a couple of days afterwards, even when the sun's shining. And we just want to thank all the essential workers who are going to be out there and working. Every city department's geared up for this, not just us you see here today, and also all the folks who are going to be working in the hospitals, nursing homes, everybody else who has to get in there and do the job. Thank you very much, and take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Next, our Chief of Housing, Sheila Dillon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the people behind me who are doing such a fabulous job. I'll be brief, but we want to make sure that all of our residents during the storm are safe. I just want to highlight two things. If you are having problems with your heat, you're losing your heat's not working, you're a homeowner or you're a tenant, please call 311. Especially if you're a senior and you are having problems with your heating unit, call 311. We have contractors lined up to assist, and we have very good programs too. So please do not hesitate to call 311. The contractors will be available 24/7, and we're going to be monitoring those calls very, very closely. I just want to say one other thing. For those that are unsheltered, the mayor mentioned it, I need to emphasize it. We have over vans that go out during the day and at night, Pine Street and both Boston Public Health Commission. The vans do wonders. They really work with our unsheltered populations to get them into shelter. However, there's sometimes resistance for lots of reasons, mental health issues and others, for folks not wanting to come in. Those vans will be operational unless they can't be. So we are prepared if the vans go down, people are going to try to get to the hot spots in other ways, but it's going to be on us all to be, really keep our eyes peeled for people in our neighborhood that might look vulnerable. Do not hesitate to call 911. We need to get people to them to make sure that they come in and be safe. So the vans will be operational unless it becomes unsafe, and then we're going to have to rely on the general public. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we got everyone. Questions? Well, hold on. I said it in the. We are currently expecting as much as 18 to 24 inches.
The last one was over a foot, but as the streets here mentioned, this is going to be different, right?
This will be big.
I mean, not like the last one, which was over a foot. This is what more challenging for this one.
Well, I think there are a couple factors here, and I'll invite up Chief Franklin Hodge as well. I'm very relieved that this is happening on a Saturday. It means that our school kids and teachers and many of the workers around the city who are able to be at home on weekends will hopefully be home and be able to stay inside. But we do know that this is going to not only have very high levels of snow overall, high accumulation in total, but it will come down very quickly too. And so over the period that we're expecting to see the most intense snowfall, it will be coming down fast and furious. And so especially in that Saturday morning window, 9 to 11 or noon or so, if people can really try to stay inside and check on their neighbors, that's very important. Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think one of the big challenges with this storm is it is a complicated weather pattern, and we have access to multiple forecasting services. We follow the National Weather Service and others. We've been reading the sort of detailed forecaster guidance over the past week, and what's been very clear is that there is still, even as of this morning, a fair amount of uncertainty about exactly where the intense bands of snow will set up in terms of the east-west trajectory of the storm. And the difference of 10 or 20 miles east to west may be the difference between getting getting a foot of snow or getting 2 feet of snow. So we're keeping a close eye on this. We're planning to treat this as a major snow event. We're planning for the worst case scenario on this, but I think the fact that the high-end potential of this storm is so much larger than what we saw earlier this month is part of why there's this higher level of concern. As the mayor mentioned, the other big factor here is the winds. We're expecting wind gusts in excess of 50 miles an hour, and in some cases sustained winds up to 30 miles an hour. That's going to create intense whiteout conditions. This is a very light, fluffy snow that's also going to result in snow drifts and accumulations in certain places that may exceed the actual snowfall total. So all told, this is a blizzard. This is not just a big snowstorm, and that comes along with it some additional concerns, and that's part of why you're hearing, I think, a different tone today in terms of the risk and the response that we as the city are mounting.
And I'll just add, as our Chief of Environment and Energy and Open Space has mentioned, the potential for the high winds to line up with high tide means that there's risk of flooding as well. Yep, I've been in touch with Massport this morning and want to thank Lisa Wheeland, who says that over there they don't anticipate significant issues and they are ramping up just alongside the city of Boston. But if you think about our coastal neighborhoods, we're going to be watching very carefully, and I know EMS and others will be on hand to respond quickly. Why don't you go on expiration time?
Yeah, sure. I'll answer that, and I'll also just add a little bit about the flooding potential. So the concern with this storm is that you have two things happening at once. You have a major storm with high winds alongside a king tide. And so when those two things sync up exactly, that can create the potential for substantial flooding, especially in coastal areas. We've been monitoring the timing of those two things, and at this point, the trend has been in a positive direction. So we think that the peak level of the peak water levels that we're likely to see are below our thresholds for some of our more intense flooding preparedness activations, deployable barriers, that sort of thing. But this is something that we're keeping an eye on. As the mayor said, our Chief of Environment, Reverend White Hammond, has been monitoring this as well and providing updates to the team. So we'll see how things play out in the next 24 hours, but we think that we're hopeful that we'll avoid the worst potential flooding scenarios.
And the end time for the emergency.
No, not at this point, but people excuse me, people who do live in low-lying areas or in areas that are flood-prone should pay attention to the news. They should pay attention to the forecast. It's never a good idea if you are on the road and there's water on that road, do not drive through it. You do not know how deep it is, so people should take all reasonable precautions. But at this time, there's no specific warnings beyond that. The question as to when the snow emergency is expected to end, it's really going to depend on conditions on the ground. The snow emergency exists so that we can clear our major arteries and keep them free for travel. And depending upon how much snow we get, how quickly it comes, how much we're able to maintain roadway throughout the storm, that's going to dictate when the snow emergency gets lifted. People should sign up for Alert Boston, boston.gov/alertboston. That will offer notifications when the emergency is lifted and give people time to get their cars. If they're parked in one of the discounted garages, they will have 2 hours after the end of the emergency to get their cars out.
Anyone else? Okay. We are always worried about the ability for our residents to get around, and again, because this is a Saturday, the hope is that there will be less need. Of course, we know our very, very hardworking essential workers will still be commuting to work to make sure that everyone is safe, but the hope is that people should give themselves plenty of time if they need to go out. It's always safer to be on public transportation than to be out on the roads by yourself, especially in such conditions. But if at all possible, please stay home, check on your neighbors, and try to stay safe and warm inside. Good? Thank you, everyone.
Boston officials wrapping things up there. Again, they're trying to get all of their residents prepared. They have not been under a blizzard warning like this since 2018. Here's again just a look at just some of the trends on what we're going to see with this storm system. You can see it definitely starts to make its way north and continues just up along that east coast. And those officials saying, depending on where you are, you can see a big range in how much snow those residents may get. But we do expect some areas to be hit with at least 2 to 4 inches per hour. Now, you think about how fast some of that snow is falling. It's not just that the crews on the ground will have to try to keep up with and when they're clearing those roadways, but it's also those winds. We're expecting about 70 mile per hour winds for some people. So the winds along with the snow and a mix of all of the other elements, they're definitely going to make it for some dangerous road conditions over the weekend for many, many residents. You can see also 76 million people are under some sort of winter weather alert, whether that be a blizzard warning or maybe even a winter storm watch warning. So a lot of people going to be affected by this storm. We'll continue to keep everyone covered, not only here today and into the evening hours, but also through the weekend as well. Live Now from Fox streams each and every single day, always bringing you the top stories, whether it be weather events like this or breaking news events. Of course, we keep you covered on everything you need to know. With that being said, I want to also let all of our viewers know something else you can join us for is going to be happening next week. Can you believe it? Punxsutawney Phil going to be emerging, poking his head out and telling us how much more winter we have to deal with. So right here early in the morning, you can join us on Live Now from Fox as we are going to be showing that prediction. This has been something that's become a popular occurrence. It draws a crowd. It's live streamed. And of course, you can join us as we'll be streaming it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So a lot of folks wanting to know how many more weeks of winter will we be getting. And of course, this will be just one of those fun events that helps kind of deter that for our viewers. So again, next Wednesday, February 2nd, 6 a.m. until 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. You can join us as we are going to be keeping you informed on Groundhog Day. So we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, bringing you more news and top stories right here on Live Now from Fox when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I wanted to pop up the big board here because we have had a wild week. On Monday, we had started out and went and dipped down near that 1,100 points. Then we had ended the day at 99. That was back on Monday. Then we saw our markets again on Tuesday doing a swing back and forth. A little bit more steady Wednesday and Thursday, but here today you can see yet again we're seeing just a little bit of a swing up and down here in our markets. Right now currently trending downward, but of course the day is not done, but this will be wrapping up the week once that closing bell rings. So if we have the opportunity, once we get closer to that time, we'll take a look at where we land when it comes to our big board. So also want to show a live shot, still waiting here for President Biden. Again, he is going to be talking about infrastructure. He's going to be talking about supply chain. He's going to be talking about a number of different issues, but infrastructure is going to be one of the big emphasis, especially at a time when we had that bridge collapse happen earlier here today. And if you had missed it earlier this morning, we did have crews who were on scene for quite a long length of time. I believe we actually still do even have some officials out there. So at least want to give some of our viewers a look at what had happened with this bridge collapse. Again, this happening out in Two-Lane Bridge out in Pennsylvania had collapsed, and this is right on the border of the city's Point Breeze neighborhood, if you're familiar with that area.
You will ride, I guess, back with maybe Fred or Ross or whomever. So you will stay here. I'll take your car. I get all my other stuff in there. So you guys are probably, what, about 10 minutes out? Let's say, okay, yeah, if your form's open, okay, you're on the right track, okay. As in, like, Forbes?
All right, so just a little bit of video showing you this area with the police tape up, showing us also some of just how far down these cars had fallen. Rescue crews actually had formed a human chain this morning in Pittsburgh to rescue those people who were on a bus that was dangling from this bridge area. So this, again, had just collapsed hours ahead of President Biden's visit, and he did tour that area. He did talk with some of those first responders, some of those city officials out here at this scene. Could play a part into why he was running late to his other event. But city officials had said the collapse was did cause a gas leak, but the gas has since been shut off. There was also only minor injuries reported from this collapse, no fatalities, which is just amazing when you see a car, upside down, and also just think about how those people were dangling from the bus. So it is a quick response that the officials had here. Thankfully, we had so many different, as you can see, rescue crews out here helping lend a hand when this collapse happened. So again, President Biden is set to talk about his infrastructure bill later here today, and this coming at a time when they just saw their second bridge collapse in recent time here. So we will continue to, of course, follow this story here for you, follow the president's visit in Pennsylvania here on Live Now from Fox, but we want to continue to stay up to date on other events that are taking place here across our country. So I know we just came back from a break, but I'm going to step away for a quick break. And then when we come back, we're going to give you an update to an incident that happened yesterday out of D.C. There was a shooting. Let's go ahead, step away for 2 minutes. We'll bring that to you right here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do want to let our viewers know once we do see President Biden, that will be something we'll jump out to here for you. But until that time, we did actually have officials give us an update after there was a shooting with multiple victims at the Days Inn in D.C. Now, there is one person who has died from their injuries. 5 others, again, were injured. They were found in the hallway. They were found inside of a room. And police just moments ago did give an update on this investigation and where they are with their case with this shooting. So I'm going to take us into that. And then, of course, as soon as we see the president, we'll be jumping out to that event as well.
I want to tell the community about an incident, a very tragic, very unfortunate incident that occurred just after 5:00 p.m. yesterday, where members of the 6th District responded to the 4400 block of E Street Southeast for the report of a shooting. Responding officers located a juvenile male victim inside of this residence, unconscious, unresponsive, suffering from a gunshot wound. This juvenile in this case, now deceased, was identified as 17-year-old Kyle Richards of Federalsburg, Maryland. He was transported to a local hospital, and despite all life-saving efforts, he was pronounced deceased. Our detectives from Homicide Branch responded to the scene, identified the female who was inside of the location, who has cooperated with the investigation thus far. She is being named in this case because she was charged with involuntary manslaughter. She is 26-year-old Shatia Johnson of Southeast D.C. She was arrested and again charged with involuntary manslaughter for her role in the shooting death of the decedent. It appears that the shooting was not intentional. However, we know that young Kyle Richards lost his life unnecessarily, and it appears because of the negligent handling of a firearm. Ms. Johnson was staying at this residence where the shooting occurred, and she is friends apparently with the decedent's brother, who also lives at the same address. I want to also extend my condolences to this family. This was a very unfortunate incident, something that did not have to happen, but certainly we see tragedies when people are negligent in their handling of firearms. I just want to reiterate something that I always mention to community members when we talk about illegal firearms in community. The threat of illegal firearms in the hands of the wrong people, and that is an important focus, in the hands of the wrong people, is dangerous and it's really unsafe. It makes our communities unsafe. I want to encourage members of the public to continue to call in those gun tips when illegal firearms are noted in the community or in homes. Please, by all means, please reach out to us at 202-727-9099. We offer a cash reward of up to $2,500. And in our partnership with ATF, in some instances, members of the public can be paid up to $7,500 for illegal firearms that may be out in our community. I want to personally thank community members for the information that has been provided that is helping us to progress these cases that we're working here in the District of Columbia. I want to also thank the community for the partnership to rid our communities of violent actors. And lastly, for the community for their support of the Metropolitan Police Department as we continue to be stronger together, working to make our city streets safe. Thank you, and this will conclude my official remarks. And if you guys have any specific questions that I might be able to answer, I'll answer them if I can. Yes, sir.
I got a question. Scott Taylor here.
Hey, Scott.
Congratulations on the arrest, by the way. Who do you think can help the most with these children who are shooting at each other in the streets of the district and committing carjackings?
I think that it has to be this is a great question, Scott. I think it has to really be a collective effort. These are children of the District of Columbia. These are our kids. It's going to take police in some instances. That is going to be the tool. It's going to take, in some instances, perhaps services provided to a particular family or some young people. In some instances, maybe business community stepping up to provide employment opportunities for some of these young people. So I think it really has to be a collective effort. I don't think that there's one entity, one government entity, one piece of the criminal justice system that's the answer. I think it's all of those things really working together to really address this issue that we're seeing in our communities. Yes, sir. Here and then here. Yes.
In that vein, and you said yesterday at a presentation that there are some solutions that are outside the purview of law enforcement.
Absolutely.
Obviously can't be everywhere. With that said, is the council doing enough? Put public safety aside, obviously you want more officers. Is the council doing enough to offer those services, to pay for those services, to incentivize businesses to get involved?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think this is a great question for the council. I certainly will do everything that I have the responsibility of doing as the Metropolitan Police Department. And the thing that I'm challenged with is, okay, you know, as the Metropolitan Police Department operates, you know, what are we doing different, the different strategies, et cetera? And I think that question is really across the board, or should be across the board for everyone. So I think it's a great question. You know, I'm sure you do, as you do your reporting, I mean, those are questions that you guys ask. I mean, certainly, I mean, I can talk about everything that we're doing here in the Metropolitan Police Department. At the end of the day, we're responsible for law enforcement. We're locking people up when we're supposed to lock them up for committing crimes in our city. And everything else that happens after that, you know, it has to be a collective effort to make sure that these issues are appropriately addressed. But thank you for your question. Yes, ma'am.
Chief, just to follow up to your comments yesterday, you know, encouraging people to follow things through.
Yeah.
We couldn't find out what happened with the 2 15-year-olds and the 13-year-olds in the shooting that happened on New York Avenue in Northeast. Have you gotten any update on whether they were held or not?
I'm not sure what the latest update is. As you know, I mean, obviously there's been a lot going on the last 24 hours, so I haven't tracked what their status is, but I'm sure we can find out and report that back to you, let you know what it is.
Thank you. With the days in situation, is
yes.
there any more to what was going on there and how the shooting occurred?
Pretty much what I stated yesterday at the last press conference is probably as far as we can go right now in terms of the public. I think, again, it's safe to say that for the most part, the people that were gathered, for the most part, knew each other. Something happened, and and people, there was a shooting that occurred, but we are still making our way through that investigation. I mean, obviously, I wish these things, close out quickly, but this will close out quickly. But we're just being very meticulous about going through the evidence and the things that we need to go through to make sure that we present a solid case before the court. So we'll get there. Yes, sir.
Scott Brim with WUS.
Hey, Scott. Another Scott. Okay. All right.
Scott.
Okay.
Could I ask you to shift gears briefly? This is an Amtrak police primarily investigating the incident outside Union Station, which you've been briefed on today. A couple of things come up. One is just sort of any comments you might have about the sort of hate message that appears to be being sent by vandals. And secondly, Union Station is transportation infrastructure. I know NPD is assisting with the case and not your primary responsibility, but we talk about watching and terrorism and all this kind of stuff. And in this building, I personally counted, went from one end of the building to the other, I counted at least 100 tags and more than that.
Yeah.
And the question is, how can that happen if we're watching these buildings? What does it say about our infrastructure security in the district?
Yeah, so I mean, and I appreciate the question. Yeah, Amtrak is handling the investigation. MPD will support. I can tell you what I know now. The person who did this potentially has some. Could very well have some mental health challenges. What I also know is that it appears that it may be one of our unhoused residents who did this based upon some information that has been revealed. I'm confident that Amtrak will be able to bring that case to closure, but specifically what their deployment is around there, how they are watching Union Station, I can't speak to that. That would be a question for them, but based upon what I know, I'm confident that the investigation is progressing. For the Metropolitan Police Department's part, we've been in touch with our Jewish community as well, our Jewish leadership, to talk about the incident that happened, what we're doing, just to make sure that we're on all cylinders with respect to how we respond to these things. We want to be swift, we want to be accurate in making sure that we identify the person who's responsible, but I'm confident that they'll get there.
Would you characterize it as a hate incident or something else?
Yeah, the swastikas and what they represent, mean, I think, that's safe to say, but again, when you're talking with about a person who may have some mental health challenges, I mean, who knows what's going on there.
I'm sorry, because you just gave me some news. Are you aware whether or not there's been an arrest or just somebody identified through Amtrak police?
There has not been an arrest yet, but like I said, I think they'll get there eventually. Yep, Scott, this will be the last question over here. So go ahead, Scott. Yep.
What do you tell families when they would ask, Chief, how do I protect my family, my kids in D.C. from violent crimes?
How do they protect them? Well, I think, first and foremost is what I tell my family, right? I mean, we live in a big city. You have to be smart, going about your way, whatever it is you're doing. For the most part, many people in our city don't necessarily get impacted by crime directly. We haven't seen, while we talk about the upticks in crime and that kind of thing, people for the most part know what they hear on the news, see what they see on Twitter and some of the other alerts that we send out. But we're constantly being bombarded with information about, this crime happened there, that crime happening there. But you just have to be smart as you're moving about. I mean, don't leave your purse on your car. We look at some of our carjackings. In some cases, the majority of our stolen cars, are as a result of people who did not leave who left the keys in their car. Like, those are things that we can prevent, right? I mean, the average person is not necessarily dealing with a shooting day in and day out, while they may happen in particular areas. You have to be smart when you're out and about, and that's anywhere, any city. I don't care where you are. Those are things that you have to do. So, I'm committed to doing the things that I need to do to make sure that residents not only, are safe, but that they actually feel safe. That's important to me. And right now, when people don't feel safe because, for example, our carjackings, the places where they're happening around the city is different from where it was a year ago. You look at the difference in terms of numbers. One carjacking is one too many. Right now, we're about 10 over where we were same time last year. But the places where they're happening, this is not a place where it would normally happen, or this is not a place where it normally happens. And people, certainly it's alarming to people, but it's alarming to me wherever it happens in the city, whenever it happens in the city. So my commitment is to make sure that we're doing what we need to do, certainly from a law enforcement side, to close those cases out, to arrest the perpetrators that are responsible for them, and allow the system to do its work to hold individuals accountable. This will be the last question over here, man. I gotta go. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to ask very quickly, was there any update to the baby dealer investigation? That was the child that allegedly shot himself right before the Thanksgiving holiday, and the parents originally weren't cooperating?
Yeah, we're still working with our partners over at the U.S. Attorney's Office, trying to work through just the issues there. I think I reported to the community maybe sometime after Thanksgiving, somewhere thereabouts, that the family had sought legal counsel. So there are some obstacles that you need to overcome in order to be able to talk to people about that, and we're working through that. But the U.S. Attorney's Office is partnering with us as we work through that. And again, my commitment is people need to be held accountable when things happen, especially when you're talking about illegal firearms or firearms that are present, especially in this case where you have a child who potentially had access or eventually had access to a firearm. So we're working through that. We're working through all the legal issues, and hopefully soon we'll get to some resolve on that.
Was the gun recovered yet?
No, the gun has not been recovered. Thank you.
All right, so once again, police updating us on some of those recent incidents they've seen within the city. It seems like the same story we're hearing from a number of different cities across the U.S. is just the rise of gun violence and use of guns, even if it wasn't a situation of violence. You heard mishandling also has led to some of their recent investigations. I do want to show our viewers still on standby here for President Biden. Now he's getting close to about an hour behind, but hopefully we will have this event happening soon with the president making remarks again on infrastructure as well as supply chain, manufacturing, and union jobs. So we'll step away. 2 minutes is all. And when we come back, we'll be bringing you even more top stories right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We will be still on standby here for President Biden. It looks like more people making their way to some seats here as we get closer to this event, possibly getting started. Again, President going to be speaking on his infrastructure as well as a number of other things. Let's listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
On behalf of the entire Carnegie Mellon community, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome all of you to Mill 19, CMU's advanced manufacturing facility here at Hazelwood Green. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon on this extraordinary day as we welcome President Joe Biden back to Pittsburgh. You know, Mill 19 is such a fitting location for President Biden's address on strengthening the national supply chain and revitalizing U.S. manufacturing. This iconic structure represents both the storied past and the reimagined future of American manufacturing. Decades ago, more than 5,000 workers produced more than 1 million tons of steel per year right here at this site, helping to power Pittsburgh's and the nation's economic engine. Today, Mill 19 is where CMU and its partners are catalyzing discoveries in the essential components of the 21st century manufacturing, including robotics, 3D printing, advanced manufacturing, and artificial intelligence. It might seem that the work taking place here is vastly different from the work of those who forged steel decades ago. Yet I would offer to you that in many ways, it's exactly the same. Both are rooted in deep pride, a tenacious work ethic, and the spirit of a community that's helping to power a nation. Mill 19 is also a showcase for the power of public-private partnerships. This building and the 178 acres that surround us represent a remarkable alignment of support and commitment from civic, public, and private leaders to advance this region's renaissance and pursue new approaches to community development, skills training, and education. At this inflection point for U.S. competitiveness, the nation is at the cusp of building an innovation-based economy through historic investment in our talent and workforce, in our research and development enterprise, and in our national infrastructure. While this moment is powered by technological innovations, it must also be driven by our shared humanity and by a common resolve to ensure that transformative economic opportunities reach all Americans. I'm excited and grateful to see so many elected officials and so many community and foundation partners here today. You are embracing this mission every day through your service and through your leadership. Thank you for your commitment, thank you for your passion, and once again, welcome to Carnegie Mellon.
Please welcome Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Before I make my remarks, I would just like to acknowledge everybody impacted by this morning's bridge tragedy, and our thoughts and prayers are with them, and big thank you to the first responders who did a fantastic job. So when President Biden called me to ask me to take this job as Secretary of Commerce, he said that one of his top priorities was revitalizing American manufacturing. And that really resonated with me because I'm from Rhode Island and my dad worked his whole career in manufacturing until when he was 56 years old, the factory closed, the jobs went to China, and we were out. So I called my brother and I said, hey, Tom, should I take this job? And he said, Gina, Dad would be so proud of you if you worked with the president to bring back manufacturing jobs to America. And that's what we're doing. President Biden's top priority is to make sure that we can compete globally. And he knows that means we have to invest domestically. And thanks to his leadership, this economy is strong. This economy is strong by any measure. Wages are up, unemployment rate is down, created over 6.5 million jobs. But the reality is, even though the economy is strong, our supply chains are very fragile, and you know that. But the reason for that is because for decades, we've let all our manufacturing jobs go overseas, and we haven't invested enough in American manufacturing. That is particularly true for semiconductors, those tiny chips that power everything. We are far too dependent on countries halfway across the world to get our chips. That's an economic vulnerability and a national security vulnerability. And the fact of the matter is, and the President says this all the time, we can't have a strong economy and a strong country unless we get back into the business of making things in America. Right now, there is a bill on the floor of Congress that would invest $52 billion in domestic semiconductor production, and it would create thousands of jobs all over America. We need Congress to pass that bill in order to revitalize American manufacturing, revitalize American semiconductor manufacturing. It'll be a win for our workers, a win for our businesses, a win for our supply chains, and create thousands of jobs, and we can't wait. So let's hope Congress does their job and gets the CHIPS Act to the President's desk. So I want to thank you. I want to thank the President. I want to thank the President for his incredible leadership and for giving me this opportunity to work with him to revitalize and bring back great manufacturing to America. Thank you.
Please welcome the Governor of Pennsylvania, Tom Wolf.
So thank you very much, all of you, for being here. This is really great to have the President of the United States visit Pennsylvania. Actually, there are two really great reasons for him to be here and that we want to welcome him. First of all, to come back to his home state. That's right, Joe Biden is a native Pennsylvanian. And I hope you do, but I know I take credit for President Joe Biden being the second president of the United States who hails from Pennsylvania, so we're proud of that. But I'm also proud that he's chosen Pittsburgh to come back and highlight manufacturing. Pittsburgh is a story about the resurrection of manufacturing, what we can do in this country if we focus on investing in the things that make manufacturing great. That's what made this place great in the first place, and it's making it great all over again. And it's investment in the high-tech things that we saw today that's going on at Carnegie Mellon University that is really, really important. Let me point out one other thing. I just have a few comments. Before we came here, all of us toured the Forbes Avenue Bridge. It collapsed. We need to invest in high-tech manufacturing. We need to make sure that we bring manufacturing back to the United States. And we need to invest directly in manufacturing, but we need to invest in our infrastructure as well to make sure that things like the Forbes Avenue Bridge don't happen. That was a real tragedy. It was a tragedy because people were hurt. It was a tragedy because a real thoroughfare in Pittsburgh was lost for a time. The Commonwealth is working already to put it back up, but it's going to take time. But it's a real tragedy because it could have been prevented. Had we done what we're doing here, investing in manufacturing, had we invested in our infrastructure, we would have been more productive because bridges like that would not have fallen down. So I applaud President Biden for his leadership, not only in bringing manufacturing back to the United States, places like Pittsburgh, but in trying to make sure that we do what we've not done for too long, and that is invest in infrastructure. So thank you, President Biden, for coming to Pennsylvania. Thank you for your leadership in investing in manufacturing, and thank you for your leadership in investing in infrastructure. You are investing in the people of the United States. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Mayor Ed Gainey.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everybody for being here today. And I definitely want to thank President Biden for coming to Pittsburgh today. It's a great day for a couple reasons. One, we're celebrating a $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure law that will help us repair our bridges, our roads, our streets, and connect people with good paying union jobs. We should celebrate that from the beginning. And secondly, let's really thank CMU for doing all they're doing to just revamp manufacturing in this region. And thank President Biden for coming here and investing in manufacturing in a way that is going to prepare us to be victory in the 21st century. For that, we are honored, and we definitely thank CMU and the President for that amazing, amazing feat. And thirdly, let me say, I want to thank the President because he pivoted and came to the Fern Hollow Bridge today, where we had a collapse of our bridge. And when we talk about investing in infrastructure, when we're talking about how important it is, for him to say, I want to come and see it myself, as the mayor of this city, it made me feel proud that the President of the United States had our back and said that he would do whatever he can to help us restore that bridge. So when we talk about infrastructure dollars and how important infrastructure is, that is a prime example why this bill is so important. We must invest in our bridges, in our streets, because they are the connector to our communities, to our schools, to our jobs, to medical facility, and that's why building infrastructure like the ones we're talking about today in manufacturing, that is what it's all about. And so today is a day of celebration, because as always, when Pittsburgh hits a crisis, we pull each other up. And when we pull each other up, we build a better city for everybody. Thank you.
Please welcome County Executive Rich Fitzgerald.
Thank you all for being here today, and especially thank you to President Biden, not just for what you're doing on the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, but what you have done over the last year. Nothing short of spectacular. As the Secretary indicated, 6.5 million jobs in 1 year. No president in our history has created more jobs in his first year than this president has done. We saw yesterday the GDP in the fourth quarter grew at 6.9%. Numbers we never thought we would see. Small businesses, 30% increase over the last year, the highest in a quarter century. The lowest unemployment forms filed since 1969. 1969, the Pirates were playing at Forbes Field. Steelers were playing at Pitt Stadium. Ed Gainey wasn't even born yet, I don't think, Mayor Gainey. But what's he doing for an encore? Infrastructure. Nothing could have been further from what we saw today than to know the importance of infrastructure. And again, president after president, Democrat and Republican, over the last number of decades has tried to get an infrastructure bill passed. None of them were able to do it except for President Biden. Yeah, that's And I want to thank our congressional delegation for doing just that. Senator Casey, you're going to hear from next. Congressman Doyle and Congressman Lamb, who had the president's back and worked together to make sure we invest in our infrastructure. We needed this bill so badly, and we've needed it for years, and we need to be proactive. And I know, looking out into this crowd, we have a few Steeler fans who understand football. And in football, if your team is in last place and only wins 1 or 2 games, you fire the coach. We don't do that in Pittsburgh because our coaches do pretty well. They learn how to do that in Cleveland and Detroit. No, I better not say that too loud in front of people. But the last administration lost more jobs than any administration in our history, even more than Herbert Hoover. So what did we do? We fired that coach. I'm not going to even mention his name. And then we hired Coach Biden. And Coach Biden has done all those things that I have talked about. And the other thing that Coach Biden has done, President Biden has done, is he has not forgotten Western Pennsylvania. He continues to come here. He continues to come invest in us and invest in our future. And for that, we are very grateful. Thank you, President Biden.
Please welcome Senator Bob Casey.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here today as we all welcome back to Pennsylvania and back to Pittsburgh President Biden. We're honored, of course, by so many others today in this audience and those who preceded me to the microphone, including Governor Wolf, as well as our Secretary of Commerce, Secretary Raimondo. We want to pause today, of course, to remember what happened just miles from here. We're thinking of those who were injured today in the bridge collapse, the collapse of that bridge over Frick Park. We're thinking of those who were injured, but we're especially thinking as well of those who came to their rescue, the first responders. As usual, the city of Pittsburgh, the people of Pittsburgh, came together in a crisis to help those most in need. Let's give those first responders and local officials a hand. I don't think I have to tell anyone here the story of Pittsburgh. You know it better than I do. But the story of Pittsburgh, the story of Allegheny County in southwestern Pennsylvania, is a story that President Biden knows well when he comes here. In all the years he's been present here, walking in Labor Day parades, shaking hands and looking into the eyes of people who struggle, the working men and women who are represented here today by organized labor. He knows the story of southwestern Pennsylvania, the story of a people who were knocked down when we lost a lot of jobs here in the 70s and the 80s. But he also knows the story of how the people of this region got back on their feet. They worked, they innovated, and they invented. In fact, they invented their own future. You can see it right here today in the place that we stand. The good news about today and more days ahead is the President not only knows that story, he's investing in that future. And his work led to the investments we can celebrate today. Here at Mill 19, this site was once a home to a large steel mill that employed more than 5,000 workers at its peak. Now it's a hub for advanced manufacturing, focused on robotics, artificial intelligence, and so many other innovations. The people of this city and this region made it possible. Mill 19 represents the best of southwestern Pennsylvania, people coming together and working with this community here in Hazelwood to create a bright future for this neighborhood and for this city. Today, children who live just across the train tracks can come to a former steel mill and learn about robotics and other skills in their neighborhood. At the same time, we're grateful that the President has made investments in other parts of the economy of southwestern Pennsylvania. He sees firsthand and understands the strength of our manufacturing economy here, the region's critical role in the national supply chain. We all know the story of Pittsburgh's three rivers. Those three rivers, those waterways, drive this region's economy while connecting our nation's commerce. All of this is powered by men and women working day after day to keep our supply chains moving and our commodities and our goods moving across the country. But we know with waterways, decades of underinvestment put our waterways infrastructure and the 76,500 jobs in those waterways, we know that those jobs are now at risk if we don't make these investments. The good news is, just a couple of days ago, the Army Corps of Engineers, this administration, the Biden-Harris administration announced $857.7 million to complete the construction of the Montgomery Lock and Dam. We're grateful for that. And so this is a day to look towards that future, the future for young children in this neighborhood, in this city, this county, in this region. Today is a day to focus on tomorrow, and we're grateful that you're here with us to do that. And thank you again to President Biden for taking the time to be with us today, and we look forward to hearing from him shortly.
All right, so a few speakers ahead of the president. They have come and put the presidential seal now on the podium, which means we can only expect President Biden to be walking out here moments from now and speaking about infrastructure. Again, a lot of people here have been talking about President Biden's visit that he has recently had to that bridge collapse scene as well. Again, that would happen just hours ahead of when President was supposed to be coming here to give his infrastructure talks. And so here today on Friday in Pittsburgh, President is going to be, again, speaking about infrastructure. He did tell everyone at that scene where he was at the scene of the bridge collapse that they will be there to help them build back better. And it looks like we are going to be welcoming the president. Let's listen in live here on LiveNOW from Fox.
My name is Jojo Burgess, and I'm a proud member of the United Steelworkers, Local 1557. I've worked at U.S. Steel for 3 years, not a declared plant, but I have over 23 years union experience with the steelworkers. I'm also the son of two former steelworkers, and I'm proud to announce also that my son is a third-generation steelworker working in the Pittsburgh area. I can't tell you how excited and honored I am to be part of this event that highlights manufacturing in this Pittsburgh area. But the entire state of Pennsylvania benefits from this. A big part of my job at U.S. Steel is training new hires to work on the coke batteries, which is a vital process involved in the steelmaking process. I'm glad that I'll be able to go and say to the leadership of President Biden, to those new hires, that not only are your jobs safe for today, but he's investing in your jobs in the future. That's big for me. Also, I'm a veteran, a Desert Storm veteran. I can go to my fellow veterans and say, listen, This president is invested in us also by making sure that there are jobs available for veterans coming back into society to be part of this growing economy and manufacturing boom. So I'm beyond grateful to President Biden for his leadership in getting the Investment Jobs Act passed. It was a victory that was long overdue, and this manufacturing in this country will benefit from it. So again, thank you, Mr. President. The investment bill makes industries like mine and steel very, very important again in this country. I have to talk about this Pittsburgh region because, again, I say I have 23 years experience in manufacturing in this region. I'm going to pause a second, again, like the others did, and talk about the infrastructure and what happened today in the city of Pittsburgh. My thoughts and prayers are with all the people that were affected by that. But I have to admit, this region, the Pittsburgh region, benefits from this act for several reasons. I can look at my experience down at U.S. Steel. Everyone hears steel, but one thing that they don't know is part of the infrastructure comes out of our Edgar Thompson plant. The slag that is used there is used in the paving of roads and helping to help the infrastructure in commerce and getting trucks and stuff across this country. Also, when we talk about the steelworkers supplying America, that's no lie. Just right here in southwestern Pennsylvania, I could think about the different locals and the different people that I've worked with, come in contact with. The local down in Cannonsburg, where we do our pots and pans, world-renowned all-clad metals. My son works at a place called International Paper. We box the stuff that we got to ship around this country for people to be able to move their goods. A place that I worked at for years, Pennsylvania Transformer. They make power transformers that deal with the infrastructure of providing electricity to this country. So again, we appreciate all that this president's leadership has done to bring manufacturing back to this area. So it is now it is my utmost privilege to introduce a man who has made it a point to be a champion for workers, for unions, and for a generation to come, President Joe Biden.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Jojo, thank you very much. You know, I can picture him in Desert Storm as a sergeant barking out orders, can't you? When my son Bo was promoted to major in Iraq, and I said, now you're a field grade officer. He said, Dad, I have no illusions. I know who runs the Army. Sergeants, they're the officers. Well, hello, Pittsburgh. It's good to be back. It really is